All right, guys, welcome to day one. Day one, welcome. All right, please be careful when you drive. All right, Sean, please be careful. All right, so just watch recording. The start is not too serious, so don't worry. All right, so day one. I'll show you later, BT, in the later part of the session. All right, I'll show it to you later. Okay, so day one. All right, day one is represented by Pluto. So for those of you who know about astrology or you're taking the full program, astrology will be part of the program itself. So the representation of Pluto is a death and rebirth, is a transformational energy. It's also a very critical energy that does have long-lasting impact. Being the furthest planet away from the solar system as of right now, that's classified as a planet, right? Its representation of Pluto itself, which we are approaching on the 20th March to 25th, will be the transition, right? Will mark a big change. Often when this happens in your life, especially right now, the degree angle of Pluto is reaching the transformation, you guys are getting the transformation as well. That is why I selected this date as the program start date, because this will be your transformational energy from now for the next 20 years and beyond. So this impact for the 20th March is very crucial because the transformation energy will impact humanity for the next 20 years. And that's how we chose Pluto as today's representations, right? So if you're curious, right, every single day of the program, the main teaching program, from day 1 to day 10 technically, but this time I'll give a bit more buffer, will be represented by a planet based on your progressive charts. So basically, in other words, every day when we use a certain planet, it matches the theme of the lesson of the day. It's not by accident also as well when we got this arrangement, all right? So today is day 1 over here. Your new journey begins, and it's a transformational journey. So before we go any further, there's a bit of risk disclaimer. Number one is that, right, you should know by now, it's educational purpose only. It shall not be regarded as training advice, even though I do work with these institutional guys, right? Leverage trading carries all margin risk and this and that. You should know about this beforehand. And of course, you could lose some or all your money because leverage trading is it's leverage, right? So past performance of any system versus future performance may not indicate the same results. That's a disclaimer you have put there. And of course, someone's asking what happens every 20 years. No, Pluto is not, this is not about 20 years, this is a transition age. I'll explain that more details in the astrology class, but just note that there will be a big transformation event happening from the 20th to 25th March next month. And this is going to impact on a conscious level on a humanity level, right? So this is a big one. So by the way, just note that all these materials are created by us. We spend our life works a couple of years, not just me, but a few guys who are working on this with me, doing all these things. So stuff here that you see is proprietary. Some stuff may be quite similar to what you see outside, but I guarantee you that probably majority of things you've never seen before. You can't Google this online. All right. So we also do support royalty paid contents because we believe in paying for value. And your journey so far, for those of you who are going for full program, is this, right? A lot of you have started the pre-training already, and you already reached a certain level. And some of you guys have already made back the entire course fee. Congratulations. Those who made back everything a couple of times, you know that this system is working itself. And of course, for those of you who are on the 7 days path, your journey will end after the advanced technical, but it is not the end of the journey, right? You can still come back for probably June's intake. All right, the next time I'm planning another one, it will be June's intake. Of course, we have never charged anyone to re-attend anything to date. So that's our promise to you. We try to keep this as free as possible. All right. And for those of you who are going for the full program, right, we are very hard up on psychology as well. So apart from the time training, or at the last 1 to 4 days, I put here 1 to 4 days, actually, we're going to have a lot of revision days. We will also focus on not just making the money, but how do you keep and reinvest and how to do other stuff. And we also want to teach you on how to generate more through another forms of means, another kind of energy itself, right? So watch out for this thing, because this thing is not disclosed to the public usually, right? So the layout for the next few days, day 1, which is today, we're going to talk a lot more about account safety and regulations. We'll talk a little bit about technical TA, just very basic stuff. and we'll talk about the bookings and all this stuff. So a lot of foundational fundamental things that at the brokerage that this is not taught out there. We are very surprised that no one covers this. From day 2 onwards, right, we'll be focused mostly on technicals and analysis rating, right? So that's where the basic TA, where CT systems and risk management will be presented mostly on day 2 onwards, which is tomorrow, right? Day 3 onwards, right, it's a very short lesson. So we'll focus on KC on a day. KC is a very fast training method that will give you intra-day scalping strategies. It's not the best method compared to the King Bar, but it's still a decent method, right? Someone's just typing saying not listening, right? So day 4, we take a little turn. So day 4, what we'll do is that I'll be giving you not just what's happening on the ground, what's really happening on the ground, what are the events happening, but I also give you a 5P system. The 5P system is a price predictive system where you find out how and why the markets are rigged and how the market crash to what levels and how do you calculate this in advance. You will start to realize that how people on TV go on TV and start saying, oh my God, this is what's going to happen for this year, and this price is hit, this price will be hit, that kind of stuff. So those are covered in day 4. So that's where your price prediction module will start happening from there. And day 5 almost is a King Bar and a BMM guideline. So a lot of you guys have complained to me in the last round that the BMM system or the BMM wasn't taught or wasn't given a guideline properly, even though we wrote books about that, and some of you guys still don't get it. So we have reserved day 5 for that, itself and the King Bar together. And we will also give you a buffer day. So there'll be one buffer day in the event of I want to teach you extra stuff, which I might teach you extra stuff, right? And there'll be some things that I might miss out, isn't that? That will be done on the buffer day. It'll be 11 and on 12. The 12 is just a pure revision day, all right? So that's how we're going to flow for the first 7 days. And of course, the day 6, which is actually day 8 by then, right, will be where the time training starts. And that's where a lot of you guys are going to begin having a meltdown in the brains, right? That's pretty normal, right? And day 7, day 8 is where day 7, 8, 9, 10 gets really, really difficult. Right. So those of you who are in for the full thing, you know how is it like. You saw some of the previous batches. It's not easy. And this time round, we have tweaked things further. We've improved the system further. So there will be additional modules and additional things that are not covered. To be frank, I'm actually a bit worried. That's why we also threw in an extra buffer day for that day for that batch as well. So 2nd April is a buffer. And of course, we'll do another revision again a month later, right? So that we'll try to do the revision as close to the Mercury cycle as possible, because usually that's where we catch a big trade. So that's how I plan the system, all right? And by the way, some of you guys will actually have this. It's very common for those of you on the 14 days program that at some point it will not make sense, and at some point everything will start to make sense. Right? This is a phenomenon that we actually notice among the students. So some of you guys will not get it at all. And you might struggle for up to 3 months. It's normal, right? We'll try to answer you, but once it hits you like a train. So it's actually very, very normal for this to happen, right? And this is very common for the full program. For the 7 days program, you might not experience this because the information given to you may not be as impactful, right? So I just want to prepare you that this is something normal. You don't have to be scared about it. If it hits you, it hits you, right? So, okay, now that we've seen the whole layout of the 14 days, 7 days and 14 days, well, for those of you who are trading for the first time, there's only a few of you who are coming in for the first time. So for those of you who will be trading for, please bear with me, right? This is going to be worth your time as well. So what I'm going to do right now in this program is that we want to welcome you to a big change in your life for those of you who are starting now, right? And this is a chance that you could make a lot of money or you could lose a lot of it. We don't guarantee any results in this program itself, of course, but the odds are is that you are standing in about 80% chance of success. Right? And from today onwards marks a new day for you. But this does not mean you're professional, right? So some of you guys might be actually quite egoistic. For those of you who are seasoned trader or professionals, please prepare to unlearn and learn. So we'll cover a lot of new stuff as well, right? Our program focuses mainly on CFDs, right? CFD itself is a kind of contractual products trading. It's a little bit of options, but not options, because CFD is still a form of contract. you technically do not own the stock if you buy a CFD on a particular share. I'll explain that shortly later. What does it mean? I'll start logging my account right now. And of course, this is where you trade on the difference on contracts. For those of you who are asking options, can you apply MyStrategy's option? You can, right? And CFD is often seen in multiple products such as Forex, shares, indices, commodities, cryptos, and a few other stuff, right? Some places even allow bonds trading with that. Log in first. Right. So just log in the account. So some of you guys might actually be asking me a question. What the hell are all these terms like CFD, ETF, stuff there? So I have placed a simple guideline here that you can see. So this guideline is basically explaining to you what each means. So as a CFD is a form of contract, you can actually leverage heavily on CFD. You can't really do that on ETFs, right? Because ETF itself is what we call an exchange traded fund, right? And this is where we actually can exchange for actual products in the markets, right? So CFD, you do not own the assets. I need to be very clear that you do not own the assets. You own the right of contracts to a particular asset. It's just like gambling, right? Technically speaking, you're just betting a friend whether it will go up or not by pointing the product. That's how you can look at it from CFD. Whereas for ETF, you actually own the assets, right? Why we like CFD is because you can use like $100, $200 to play on $10,000. That's called leverage. Whereas on ETF, you cannot do that. I'll explain to you the calculations later on during the day, right? And by the way, this is what I like about CFD. You can trade products during the after hours, or what we call future tradings. What does this mean if you're new? It means that if the stock market is closed, like US market is closed, the market is technically still open. You can still trade because there's what we call after hour session. Right? There's only about half an hour where we call it a consolidating phase where the market will actually officially 100% shut. So once the main market closes, if you're on CFD and you still have LPs and a prime brokers, this and that, right? You still can continue to trade even though the market is closed and it's still linked to a live markets. I'll show you the difference later. And as for ETFs, because you're dealing with the main products, you cannot trade futures with them, right? And CFDs has no expiry. It's usually based on holding fees. Of course, some people will do a CFD futures, whereas ETFs have an expiry on it. So we just want to make clear of these two products itself, right? And okay, let me just show it to you on the actual trading account. So by now, some of you guys will have the account, some of you guys will not have the account. So I just want to go through with you on the actual trading itself, right? So what you see here is just the Trade Nation account. I'm going to give you a CMC later as well because I've just signed a big agreement with CMC recently. So you can see from here that on your dashboard, right, you have all your indices. In fact, right now, Trade Nation has introduced cryptocurrencies. When you buy this thing here on the cryptocurrency, you're not buying the actual coins, you're buying a contract of it. It's just that in the past, FTX had the same thing, where you can buy based on the actual asset, or you can buy the contracts, which means you can technically gamble on it. Right? So that's the cryptocurrencies. You have also have FX as well. You see the FX corner here. When we talk about FX, it's usually the first pair as the linked pair. In a CMC platform, you can actually do what we call counter hedging based on which pair you want to do first. Right? So that's something I'll explain later on. Right? So you can see from here, you can see the FX pair. So if you're talking about something like Euro USD, for example, right? Euro USD is one of the 12 major pairs that people trade on. So Euro USD itself, right, is based on what the main dollar, right? So 1 euro, it technically means this thing, 1 euro versus what's the current value of 1 USD. So 1 euro, right, can be exchanged for 1.05455 USD. So that's the current exchange rate. So 1 euro dollar, okay, you can get this US. Understand? Clear? So if you go to something like let's say you go to something more exotic, right? Exotic pairs are usually, okay, I'm not sure if I have exotic pairs here. Let's see. I have exotic pairs. No, I don't have exotic pairs here. Okay, this broker doesn't really give exotic pairs much. They give you mostly on the main indices. Yeah, they don't have the exotic pairs. So sometimes they okay, Mexican is technically one of the more exotic pairs, like this one here. So let's just say that you have one, like right here, you have one USD. Oh, you can't see my screen? Really? Okay, it's here. Oh, okay. Let's say you have a Mexican dollar. Oh, wait a minute. I think it's the other way around. Crap. I just messed it up. Oh, sorry, I just made a mistake. It's not it's $1 correct. $1. So this number here, yeah, it's correct. It's correct. Right. $1 can be exchanged for 18.39 Mexican dollars. So that's what it means, right? So this is what we call the leading currency in the FX. So some of you guys, when you first started, even myself, sometimes I due to dyslexia, I tend to mix up. So for this case as well, you have one USD can be exchanged for $18 here, right? So this is what it means. So please be careful with this thing. So if you have one euro dollar now, euro, right? You can exchange for 1.05 USD. That's what it means. Yeah, that's correct. So vice versa. So earlier I said it's correct. Right. So that's what I meant. Right. Any questions? All clear? Can we move on? So likewise, because of shares market, right? Shares technically you don't have a CFD, so usually usually most brokers do not allow after hours trading on stocks, but some shares they allow futures trading as well. So you must understand that different brokers have different stuff, but most of the time, right, you get something called a close counter like this, right, during the hours. If you want to find out more information on when they actually allow opening and closing of this, you can always go and hover to this icon here. Other information counters, they will say that they will actually give you the opening hours. Okay, don't see it here because it's the they put it here because they'll put it here, but because this is linked to exchange and it's weekend, so they don't show it to you. If you go to indices here, you can actually see it over here. They will list it down in most cases over here. Or they didn't show it here. All right, so it's weekend now. You can't see it. So I just want to show to you that they will actually state hours here. All right. Trading hours, when to when, the time. So this is based on UK broker. So in terms of shares, right? If you're looking to share CFDs, most of them you can buy UK shares. Let's say you can go over here. There's not this broker do not offer all shares. I'll show you CMC later. CMC has about 12,000 products for you to trade, right? So I'll ask how big the leverage of the CFD for this broker. Trade Nation is about 200 because it's the main trading contractual signing area is in Bahamas. I'll explain later how it works, right? So that's the later part today, right? I'll explain that later, the accounts management. CMC by default is around 20 to 50, but there's a legal way to be MAS certified trade up to 500. I'll teach you the trick later, all right? Later on today, probably after tea break. I'll teach you a trick later. All right, so CMC guys are showing me how to do it in the office. As you know, I just came back from CMC again yesterday. I was at CMC until quite late. All right, so I just want to show it to you. All right, we're still in basic. So for those of you who are still new, right, this is where you choose your counter on which kind of stocks you want to trade on. So I'll give you an example like I think Barclays UK, Barclays Bank. So here, you can literally buy CFDs on Barclays as well. So this is the one you're looking at. So this is Barclays, right? So this is where you can buy UK shares. As of the US shares, right? There's a US shares, you can buy the US stuff. So this I need to click on the subscription order, which I'm not sure why they put this there again because I requested for it. They didn't give to me. And I need to bring attention to something called minis, E-minis, right? When you see the word minis, you can see this thing, US minis, this and that. It stands for a 10 of the share. What do you mean by 10 of the share? Because you're trading on a CFD, right? You're trading on CFD. So a CFD, right, is basically a piece of paper. I'll explain later how it works and why shorting works, right? And in this piece of paper, with the broker, you can do an agreement saying that I want $1 movement up down to be based on $1. Right? But on an E-minis, in the E-minis, every dollar that the share price move is, and you're playing at $1 per pip, it goes up by $1 or $2. If you're doing a mini or E-mini, call it mini, the same piece of paper, right, to the broker, when the shares go up and down by $1, right, $1, it will be 10 times smaller. It'll be 10 times smaller. So every time it goes up and down by $1, you only move by 10 cents instead of $1. Does this make sense? Anyone understands this? That's what we call mini trading. The reason why they allow minis is because, for those of you who are curious, is because sometimes if you are a tiny trader, let's say you got $500, and you really want to buy that share. You really want to buy, let's say Tesla. I think Tesla is part of the E-minis group as well. Let me just check. You really want to buy Tesla. You want to buy Tesla, right? You want to buy this Tesla share, right? At Tesla, pricing might outprice you at any point in time. So why you don't give me subscription? Oh, they will approve my subscription. Let me just log out of it again. Right, so we can see the price now. Okay, great. I can see the price now. So let's say I really want to buy Tesla. So I open up the Tesla chart. So even though the price is 196.86, and I go over here to the actual share, the actual Tesla shares, non-minis. Tesla, where's the Tesla motoring here? Both sides are showing the same price. It's because it's the same damn thing. But when you have a minis rolling, it actually moves, your movement of dollar is smaller. So if I'm playing here at $1, the normal Tesla one, I'm playing $1. In the minis, I can do the same thing, but I have to play at $10 for the same movement. But this is great because if you are a small account trader, like I mentioned earlier, and you only have $500, right? The $500 might be too big for you to take on a Tesla, as in you can't take because your account is too small, and that the simple movement will destroy your RR ratio or risk management ratio. So therefore, when they introduce a minis to you, you can safely take a much smaller trade based on the leveraging, and you will not be as chaotic as compared to the non-minis. All makes sense, especially for those who are completely new. I'm looking at people like I think even something you're totally new, you are quite young, and your mom sponsored for this program for you. So I just want to make sure that you also get this point. All clear? Okay, right? Okay, if you can't answer, we're just gonna move on already. All right, great. So let's move on. Right, so that's where the mini comes in. Of course, if you like to buy bond trading, you can do bonds as well. You can also do energy, which is usually oil. So there's usually two kinds of oils. It's usually based on Brent crude or light crude, right? There's only WTI, so they call it WTI or crude itself. So there's two main oil trading products. You can also do metal trading as well. It's not just gold or silver. There's actually a lot of other stuff. Natural gas, you can on some other brokers. I'll show you some other brokers can do this. Trade Nation is quite limited with this, so I'll show it to you on CMC later on, right? Because I need to set up my CMC properly. I'll show it to you on the CMC because it's in my direct system. So I haven't set up on this system yet properly, right? So you can do natural gas as well. Yes, it's all covered. You can also do it on other brokers like eToro. Okay, so let's move on. Okay. So, how about, yeah, XAU USD is gold. It's a commodity. Is this one here? It's over here. This is XAU USD. Gold spot and XAU USD is the same thing. This one. Can you see that it's here? And go to TradingView is the same thing. By the way, for those of you who do not have a TradingView account, please let me know as well. I just signed an agreement with TradingView recently. So unlike the past, I actually have an agreement with them right now. All right. So you can see that they are the same stuff. The price might differ a bit. Okay, I need to point out to you this thing. It's called the LP provider. So sometimes, right, because of the exchange and the time closing, you can see the price here is 1810.985, whereas on Trade Nation it's actually 181.40. It's slightly different, partially due to the spreads, partially due to the provider, the LP, and the closing time. So there's a few factors that you must look into when you see a price offering. Right, you can see here, the price is slightly different, right, compared to this. So that's why it's very important that you ask the people. You can see that this is based on Orlando's price, Orlando's broker's price. So even on your TradingView, you must check which provider do I want to use. If you go to Pepperstone, it's 1810.91. If you go to, let's say, Forex.com, right? It's 1811. Why is it so different, Max? You might be asking me. Why is there a difference? Because of LP listing. Saxo 1811.08. Can you see the difference now? So doesn't this make you wonder how the market is actually not being really controlled? Because we are supposed to follow one price, right, technically speaking, but why is everybody giving a different code? So later on in the flow of money, this is not covered by any other programs out there, I don't know why, I'll actually explain to you how they actually get the price codes, right? So I can see now that something's wrong, right? That's why when we want to issue a signal, this is very important for you to check with any brokers or any institution trader or whatsoever, or any signal provider. You need to ask them, which broker price are you using? Correct. I'll explain that later, Cliff. I'll explain how the money flows. There's a lot to explain later, right? So bear me, right? So the important thing here is that, right, you must always check with the broker. If you are giving a signal, if next time some of you guys become professional, you want to become a signaler, you want to become a trader, and you tell people exit at this price. And because some idiot might be following another broker, and you tell them exit at 1811, right? And their broker shows the lowest point, your lowest point shows at 1810.99. That's the price that your broker hits. And you're like, yes, hit target. Then some of the guy will complain, say, hey, how come you say hit target, but my broker shows 1811.07 is the lowest, and say 1811.00, you are scam. You know what I mean? So you must always clarify with them and tell them exactly which exchange counter you're using. That's why I always make it clear, even when I issue a trade signal. I have to make sure that you get the right stuff, right? Because if you're using a broker and it comes out a different price, and even those, and because we are doing price prediction, we can predict to the dollar. Sometimes when we predict to the dollar, it may not appear on the other broker side. That's something that you need to be very, very careful about. All right. So that's something that you can see now. So it's very important to ask about that, right? So let's say we take another one, like let's say this thing called Easy Market. I don't know who to have there. 1811.26. Can you see the difference now? The disparity is quite big, right? Okay, can we move on? Oh, am I in the right screen for you? Yeah, can we move on? Yeah, I'll send you the brokerage list, everything later. There's only 3 that I work with right now. All right, so I'll give you a small list later. Okay, any questions before I move on? Okay. Okay, great. So let's continue. So now you understand what's the difference between the CFD and ETF itself, right? You get a rough idea. But there's a lot more than just CFD and ETFs. There's also options and this and that. So in theory itself, as I mentioned earlier, as I showed you on the list, right? Indices is basically based on the average of the markets. So if you're new, right? Remember say Dow Jones or S&P 500 or in that, right? Note the numbers at the back. What does the number mean at the back? So if you go to a listing here, right? Let's say you go to Trade Nation again, right? You see something like indices, US, right? US indices. Right. You see something called US 2000. What does it mean? US 500, which is S&P. What does it mean? US Tech 100. What does it mean? US 30, Wall Street 30. What does it mean? So when it comes to index trading, you are basically trading a basket. What do you mean by basket? It's basically you are trading the value, the average value, or the value of all the top 30 companies combined together, X the number of shares distribute on the value of the product. So basically, it's like you have like Tesla, right? Let's say Tesla. Then Tesla is one here. Then you have Facebook, FB, Facebook, right? Then you probably have Amazon, AZEK, right? Amazon, AMZ. Then you also have probably things like maybe you have JP Morgan, the bank, JP Bank, right? So all the value of these shares will be put together into one basket, one product, all inside here. So you're buying the average of the entire basket. Why do people like to buy averages instead of everything? Is very simple. Let's say one day, right, Tesla fucked it up big time. Not only their factory got a riot, there's a virus that attacked all their vehicles and all their products, and it caused all the cars to crash, for example. What do you think is going to happen to Tesla shares after that? By fundamental means of an attack or something like that. What do you think is going to happen? There's a very high chance Tesla shares will collapse, right? Yeah, it'll crash. So if you're an investor and you want long-term safety, right, you won't buy Tesla shares alone because you're betting on America, you're betting on US. So you'll buy the indices value of the entire stuff. So if one company dies in the US 30, for example, they will usually get replaced because you're buying the value of the top 30 companies in the entire US. That's why it's called US 30 or Dow Jones. You're buying the top 30 most valuable companies on the index fund based on that. So if Tesla is out of picture, right, eventually, right, all these companies might do well, but Tesla just fucked up. And your shares or your indices may not be affected as much. Get it? That's in theory, right? In reality, you know it's all rigged, but in theory, this is the actual theory. So that's why we choose this. So if you're buying something like S&P 500 or US 500, right? You're basically buying to all 500 companies. I repeat, you're buying to all 500 companies. And these 500 companies, you're buying the average value of all these 500 companies. So if one or two companies die, but you still got 400 companies that is doing well, then overall it's still doing okay. But usually when market crash, all crash together. We call it sea of red. Right? You see a picture of sea of red. Some people will always put a Powell's picture there with the camera, and they show him taking a photo of the chart. So if you go and see your memes, you can see that all the time. Let me just give an example. Paul. See if I find for you. See if I can find the image for you. No, okay, I don't have that. Okay. It already has it. Crap. I don't know why I don't have the means that photo. Oh, okay, never mind. I find it for you later. BT asked a question. Do they change the companies often? Yes and no. So what they'll do is that, right? They'll make an announcement. What they'll do is that, right? Index change of companies. So what they normally do is that they will change the index company. They will announce, if I'm not wrong, every quarterly they'll do a review. You can actually see the listing here. Yep, this is the answer you're looking for. Usually, if I'm not wrong, it's about every quarterly. Over here, this is the one. Can you see that in the one moment? Can you see that in the chat now? That link there. Can you see that? Right. So you can actually find from information from there. Right. So they say each year about 20 to 25 stocks leave the S&P and replace another. You can see here. So this is what they do. They will usually announce it. So you can also type something like this. US 500 list of companies. So they actually tell you exactly which are the top, which are the list of all 500 companies here. Right, you see that? This is the current list. So if I'll just send this to you on the chat again as well. Sometimes they do that, they throw out, or sometimes they go privatization. Like how Elon Musk wanted to do a privatization at one point. Remember, they want to buy a whole thing, but they didn't do it. It's a currency index or trading, example dollar index. Okay. Dollar index and FX is basically a scam. It's how they so-called measure dollar for dollar. Dollars indices is based on how much money they're printing actually, and how much they want to value the dollar on the printing. So you'll soon realize in the later part of this program, I'll teach you how they manipulate it and how they do what we call synchronization or desynchronization of the charts in the market. That's the later part, right? That's more advanced already. That's where I'll go into the manipulation part of this program. So this you're still day one, all right? I'll show that later, Rocky. In short, everything is based on a value of providing a certain value based on what they want to provide. You'll soon realize that in time trading, we can actually pinpoint what they want to do. Then after you realize, I start laughing about it. Right? That's why I know which day to change. Of course, the recent BMM, I was late by one day, and I knew I was late because I was worried about the public holiday. And actually, it was actually a BMM 5. And it did hit a BMM 5 if I used the actual original date. Okay, just to let you guys understand what I'm talking about, very simple. You know that I launched a BMM 10, BMM 5 in the public channel, right? Right, recently. So what happened was that if you look at this bar here, originally this is the BMM bar. I know this is the correct date, but I got worried because this is a Monday, it's a holiday. That was a holiday, right? That was a holiday. So the Monday's holiday, right? Usually I give a 1 or 2 buffer day. I understand BT, you feel confused. That's why I say I need to walk you through the program after this. That's why you're here. So I will walk you through on day 5, day 6. I'll walk you through how to do this properly again. So what happened was that this bar was original BMM day. I don't know it, and I mentioned that I delayed it because of the holiday. I was worried, right? This thing was a holiday. Can you see that? So I know that this was a potential shift holiday. So I wanted to use these 2 bar, but I forgot to launch a signal. This is the M3. If you've taken these 2 bar as the lowest point here, right? And you plus 30. Can you see that what happened yesterday? Can you see what's the low here? 1052. What is BMM 5? BMM 5 is 30 plus 1000. 30 plus 1000 equals 1030. That is actually a BMM 5. But I was late. So I told everybody, I said, I'm late. We can try this day. I was hoping that they don't crash on a Tuesday, but they did crash, mini crash. So this becomes the BMM bar. And even though it still works, it's still nice, right? Instead of BMM 5, we only got BMM 4. More than BMM 4, it's about 500 points. Can you see that? Because BMM 4 energy is 30 plus minimum 300. Therefore, you get 330. The market did a 5 to 6. Understand? So this was the original date I mentioned, but I mentioned I delayed, right? Because out of the holiday fear. So technically, if you're still taking a BMM, it's over. I haven't announced the public yet, it's over. But I know that yes, last night closing was over already. The BMM 5 is done. My duty is done already. Whether it drops further or not later on, I don't care, right? Because there's an actual inversion coming. I haven't announced the inversion yet. There's another cycle coming here. I think here or here. I forget which day. One of these days here, I'm going to announce it later. That the BMM 4 or 5 is done. Right? That's why I kept quiet about it online. But actually, I know that this was done already. Understand now? For those of you who are still in the BMM trade, you understand why I said, you know what, just get out. Just I was late. Any questions? Can we move on to the continue the class? Those of you who are confused or caught in the BMM nest, not nest, it still works, so it's not a mess, right? It still works. Right? Good. So for those of you who have 14 days, I'll teach you how I got the data, right? On 14 days one. Let's continue. So, in short, right, when now you understand that the US 500, S&P, all this thing is based on these companies. Oh, yes, Rocky is part of the program, all right? So basically, that's the number. So if you see something like, let's say you see something like let's say you go to world indices. You see something like Africa 40, means top Africa companies, 40 companies. If you go to Asia, Hong Kong 50, or they call it HSI Hang Seng 50 index, is the top 50 companies in Hong Kong. Australia, AUS 200 is the top 200 companies. Japan, which is Nikkei 225, is basically the top 235 companies in Japan, the value of it, right? In Europe also you get a Spain, you got a France 40, Spain 30, this Spain 35, not 30, UK 100. So some people would like to trade on UK 100 as well. This is what it means when you have a number. For Singapore, it's STI index, Straits Times index. Straits Times index, I think 20 or 25. Right? I don't trade Singapore indices, but even in Singapore, if you are from Singapore, you have that. In Hong Kong also, I think KLSE, if not wrong. KLSE index. Yeah. Not Hong Kong, in Malaysia, right? There's this thing called KLSE. So that is the Malaysian indices. Every country will have indices, right? Technical indices measure economical output. That's what it meant on theory. Does this make sense? Make sense? Move on. You have China index as well, right? Some countries, they are bigger, they have more than one indices, like the US, US 2000, US 500, US 100, US 30, right? So that's what I meant by additional numbers in back. Okay, now let's move on. A lot of theory really. Yes, what you're learning today, you have to back. Okay, for a technical point of view, you have to back test it, because there's something called a multiplier effect that might be different, right? It's or what I call the dramatic effect. It's basically if US move $10, the Singapore might move $1, right? Or sometimes the US might move $35 and US Singapore move $1. So you must know what's the correlation. That's called correlation of markets, right? Understand correlation of markets. Same for Forex as well. What's the DAX correlation to the dollars? The kind of relation. So that's something you need to understand as well. All right, so that's correlation point. That's later, right? That's still the start. Later. Yeah. Of course, I'll teach you how to do all that stuff. I'll teach you everything. It's included. It's 14 days. It's included, right? So don't worry. All right, all good. Okay. So a lot of people don't know about this thing in the markets, but in short, right, there is 3 positions in the market in general, not 2. A lot of people think that you must always be buying or selling, but sometimes staying away from the market is actually a very good call. If the market is unsure or in a very chaotic phase or choppy, sometimes staying aside is best, right? So there's always a buy side, which means they hope things will go up. There's a sell side, which means you have a contract to hope things will go down so you make more money. I'll explain contract trading shortly after this. And we have different terms in the market. So people, most of the time people understand this. You buy, you go long, you're bullish, isn't that right? You buy $1, the product $1, and it goes to $1.50, you sell away for $1.50, you make money 50 cents, right? But in shorting itself, right, is something different. Shorting, or what we call sell order, go short, bearish, isn't that right? Is that if you sell something at $1, right? Because you're selling first, then the price of the product dropped to 50 cents. You already have agreement with the person that you will sell. So the person must force to buy from you at $1, even though the product now is 50 cents. And therefore, you make the money. How many of you are confused by what I just said about shorting markets when I just said that? I repeat again. If something is worth $1 and you buy, it goes to 150, right? So I draw that for you. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm going to go very slow. Something is worth $1, you buy. It goes to 150. You sell, right? You earn 50 cents, right? You earn 50 cents, right? Oh, can you see? Okay. Better? Great. So you buy something, you sell at 150, you make 50 cents. But here's the thing, when you short the market, you $1 sell, you are in a contract. And now the product is 50 cents. You buy because you're on contract. You still make 50 cents because you sold first before you buy. That's called shorting the markets. Does this make sense? So if something is $1 and you sell first, and now it's at 150. You buy. You actually lost 50 cents. Even though the product goes up, but because you are shorting the markets. That's the most easy form of explaining to you. Because the whole point of this is that, right, this buy sell, whichever comes first, is based on a contract or something like an IOU based on whatever the outcome is. You are buying a contract of this. That's why it's called CFD, contract for difference. Can you see the difference here? The difference? Yes, because you're buying a piece of paper. That is absolutely correct, BT. Right? I explained that why it works in economics after this. But you understand this concept first of what shorting really works. So most people fail to explain this part in the markets. I don't understand why. Right? But if you look at it from the economical of a buy-sell relationship, you're just buying a contract. Get it? So there are terms behind all these things. Of course, the three positions are the terms. You either buy first or sell first. Either or. Correct. When you know it's going to fall, you sell first. It falls, you buy back, you make the difference. That's how I make money in trading. That is absolutely correct. Right. So the third position is called standing away, stay the fuck away from markets. Isn't that no direction, sideways markets, absolutely just observe. Whenever I announce these terms, I say choppy markets or stay away or just observe, right? It means that I know something's wrong. Like when I downsize the latest PMM to just US 500, it's because I know something's not too right with the markets lately. The BM system has not been acting up too well. So when we know that the BM system is not too well, we will tend to reduce our cost to just one or more dramatic markets. US 500 tend to be more drama mama, right? But being more drama mama also means that higher chance of being a false trigger. But because they're more drama mama the previous day, it means that the chance of being a false trigger has been reduced. You can buy sell currency as well. It's the same thing. It's the same deal. You can even do that on stocks. So there's no difference, right? How do you know something is wrong based on there's a few ways. There's a volume level coming. There's a behavior of charts market. There's a behavior of the patterns and change of patterns or reactiveness of Fibonacci and trend breaking and not respecting boundaries and looking at the overall trend. And looking at multiple time frame across to make a decision, and of course looking at the astrological cycle or dimensional cycle if you are time trained. There's a lot of ways to actually spot a difference. And sometimes when you are trained and you reach a certain enlightenment stage in trading, you can smell it a mile away. But that will take time to actually understand. All right. Okay. So one moment. Don't know why my wife is going to handle that. Okay, so that is the meaning of that. So there's a lot. Yeah, you can even smell it a while. Like right now, I smell something's not right to right US 500, right? So I just say, you know what, reduce first. Play safe. That's what it means, right? So we'll continue the class now, right? Okay. So, whenever people tell you about which school of thought you are, this is a question that some people will ask you eventually when you start trading in the markets. There are two main schools of thought: FA, which means fundamental analysis, and TA, which is technical analysis. But for us, we have something called TT, time technical analysis, right? It's not really a made-up term, right? It's time technicals is actually exist, or cycles traders and that they actually have a term for it. But it's just that it's not in the mainstream and people think you're mad, right? If some people if some people say I'm an FA, I'm a financial astrologer, then people will be like, what the hell are you talking about? Also a lot of scrutiny. So what we do is that we just tell people we're time technical analysts. And those people who know time trading or cycle trading, they understand on spot. But this is often not in the mainstream. So I'll tell people, so people ask me, do I do what? FAT, I say I'm a PT trader, but I'm also a TA trader. So our methodology is basically TA and TT. So we will look into TA and TT most of the time. This is what we are going to force upon or so-called focus on this program in the next 14 days itself. But that doesn't mean that we don't really look at FA. Sometimes we do want to look at FA, right? But we are 99% TA and TT. So what does it mean, right, for FA? Most of you guys will probably come across this thing. When it comes to FA, there's a difference between financial news and financial entertainment news, right? So when we talk about FA point of view, we're talking about things like the important stuff, or so-called important stuff for the public, right? Something that what we call event-driven risk. It can be an explosion in some other country, so-called terrorist attack. It can also be a central bank monetary policy. It can be ECB stuff. It can be a FOMC. It can be a non-farm payroll. It can also be a Bank of England movements. It can, and usually these are based on what we call macro data points of the markets, or inflation data, or primary data, retail sales. Often this is how they measure it. But I always mention this thing, whenever they announce this and this and that, often the markets will already move beforehand. That's why sometimes when the news come out, nothing happens. Sometimes when the news come out, right, it will go against it. You know why? Because, I mean, if you're talking about the non-time trading part, it's because the news will come and say, despite the poor data of the markets, the future investors are still bullish because they're pricing for the future. Technically, what they're trying to say is that, right, they don't know what the hell is going on. They just find some stupid excuse to justify when the market is going up, even though the news looks terrible. That's what it means. To me, I don't give a fuck. To me. Because when we do time trade, right, we really know answers already. They pre-read already. Because sometimes when the FOMC happens on the day, it's a time cycle day. So that's why you're in this program. If you go for another program, they'll tell you, oh, you should look at FOMC, you should this and that. Not necessary. Even if this is a very good question, BT. If you look at the incidents in World War II, right? Even a world war couldn't stop and crash the market. Think about that. The World War happened in 1945, right? The whole period, right? Did the market really crash in this period? No. Despite what happens in the actual markets, nothing really happens. It's actually on its own harmonics. Right? The market has hit the point that majority of trading now, right, about 80-90% estimated, is all automated. It's a scam. Right? So you understand, you soon realize that in this program, you realize that a lot of things are crap. I'll show you how to measure later on, right? Day one, don't jump the gun here. Day one, right? You still got a few more days with me. So this is day one, but it's good at asking questions. Yes, there are war cycle and all this, correct. Aggression level, I was saying yes, there is. Right, that's even country life pattern cycles. Okay, let me just show you a quick one. Right, I don't want to show this on the first day, but oh my god. Okay, so what we have here is a EPS system, right? Every single country life pattern on the intersections can be measured based on an energy diagram. Okay, I'm not sure why. Okay, this is zoom. This is my zoom out function. Right. Every single interpoint of yes, there's also earthquake. So it's an interaction between gravitational pull and the molten crust itself. Sometimes it does trigger a point of earthquakes. Or yes, and yes. Depending on the intersection between two planetary bodies. It's actually shown to prove or shown to actually enact certain activities. Same for solar flares activities and all, correct? But those are the advanced program details. I'll just show you one or two stuff. So you can see that even in the countries, right, every single country has a certain point of energy intersection and governing impact. You need a program like what I have here right now to actually do this, right? To actually understand what's happening in the world. Cool? Fun, right? Point intersection of the energy graph of the world planet cycle. I don't want to. This one is SolarFire. It's a $500 program you can buy. The Optima has the Imperial system of it, right? But Optima is for training. It's not for SolarFire is not a training program. I need to stress it's not a training program. There's an open source of it. It's called Astrolog. That's open source, but they won't have this world viewer, right? SolarFire, yes, it's literally called SolarFire, right? It's literally called SolarFire. I should let me show it to you. So there's a lot of programs out there, but the good ones are this one, SolarFire. This one. Right. Astrolog is an open source version. Yeah, like I said, I don't want to jump too much. But if you want to get this, if you want to learn how to do it, you can download this for free. This is open source to the public, right? You just download here. If you want to, go and learn. If you want to go do this, you can learn yourself. Sure. Right. So Kwang, one of my fun, uses this to do. He doesn't use Optima. He just uses calculate. That's what one of my Kwan does. Right. Okay, let's continue. We have really diverged off a little bit. So, because I need to cover the basics, fundamental FA itself, right, does take all this into account. So, like I mentioned, it does take account of the inflation data, employment data, this and that. I mean, technically, in theory, when you see a sales go down, right, it means what the economy is doing bad, right? So people tend to sell, right? And inflation is bad, people tend to sell. But if you go back to incidences like the past, I'll show you one example, one recent example actually. There was a Pluto theta event where both times they issued inflation news, but you had two different outcomes. And I was just laughing at that guy. I say, what the hell, man, the news? So let me show you the answer. Okay, let me get shut for this. Okay, so there were two events recently where inflation data came out twice, and the market acted differently. It was like plus minus around that period. So in an astrological point of view, right? If you go back to my first page, right? Theta is the constrictor. Constrict. So usually it's like slow things down or crash or bad news. Can you see what happened here? It dropped. Because constricted. And then there was inflation data say, oh, there's inflation bad data, this and that here, and it dropped. Then the same bloody news came about again. Inflation is killing the economy. We are at inflation that now. Powell says, okay, inflation is good or something like that. Can you see here? It came out here. It went up. How do you trust FA like that when I even know the answers in advance? Can you see that? Can you see that? Exactly on point. I got the data point, just done. 2 seconds. And I can see the past. The last time when this happened, no effect. But last time it happened, right? Because there's what we call a triple event here. There's a triple astrological event here. Right? Not just one, but it's actually 3. So this one itself came in as the lowest point. And it went up. Jupiter came in override. Look at this. There was a triple event here with Uranus. I remember this one very clearly. There's the Uranus event here as well. The money planet came in. Sorry, not Uranus. Which planet was it? Yeah, Venus, money planet. Can you see it? Can you see how sickening this is? Can you see this thing here? Money and money, expansion of money. It depends on the meanings of planet. That's why I have okay, there's a pre-meaning, but sometimes we don't care. Like I mentioned, this is I will cover more of this in day 8 onwards. This is still foundation. But I just want to explain to you why FA don't work or why FA is total rubbish to me. I mean, that's the whole point. The whole point of me telling you why FA is rubbish. Right? There's even more, something called shadowing. Shadow. There's even more calculation, pre-shadow, after shadows. Right? This is more complicated stuff that I'll explain later on. I can see that after the line appears, something else happened again, right? This one, a lot of people don't talk about it. But I can see that I really know that there's a future event here. Into the future. I know that on 19 June, something might happen, which means I'll probably launch a BMM on 20th June or something plus minus. You see that? But I had to take into account multiple factors, not just one. But I can see that I really know something's going to happen in the future, the date. Cool, right? That's why those of you who are the 7 days, you want to go for this thing, go for the 14 days. So I'm seeding already. Right? So this is just one example. Why we don't look at the FA. So someone was saying that limit direction, right? I mentioned you have to look into more than one factor for this. So the point is, I don't care about news. And I actually found an example for you what's financial news and what's the financial entertainment news. Look at this. What you see on the left side here right now, with the link at the bottom there, is what we call a financial entertainment news. It could be somewhat educational or something like, some niceness. But it says, oh, Bitcoin has dropped, and sometimes the market is still bull, it might be time to buy. That's of entertainment. It's just someone talking, or maybe they say, oh, Tesla is about to launch. There's rumors that Tesla is going to do something. Entertainment. But when it comes to the official, that's 570,000 jobs. These are official data. That is not of entertainment news, not of FA entertainment. That is a financial news. Can you see the difference now between the two? What's a financial entertainment and what's a financial news? This is an example. All clear so far? All clear, clear? See with me, right? See your brain cells, right? Not difficult, right? Good. So let's move on. So for us, very simple. It's basically we are a bunch of crazy people who are obsessed with this thing called two animals fighting between bull and bear. That's what we do all the time, and we just want to say who's right, who's wrong, right? And that's what we call TA, technical analysis. So if you're completely new, this chart you see here may make no sense to you. You just say, oh, what the hell is all this thing, all this line, right? To those who are very new. But those who are not new or those who reach my level, this is what I see. Yeah, I can within the empty chart, when your eyes are already trained or you know how to use the TA, is that right? You can have your trend lines, you have your pattern trainings, your cycle trading, zoning strategies, candle formation, gapping, algo rigging, whatever, Fibonacci, harmonic wave, all that stuff. All these things can be seen in the actual naked chart. And if you're fast enough or good enough, you can actually see it with your eyes without training. I mean, with some training, you will actually see it without even you needing to write. For example, here I can see there's a W pattern here. You see that? There's a W here, right? There's a W here, which is the Fibonacci patterns between this high and low. So this itself is a pattern to trade. It means that's why it comes as a doji as a confirmation mark before it collapses. That's what I see. But you won't see it. You probably draw a trend line or trend line here, this and that. You probably draw something like this. So if you're new or you're quite new, you will have to go through the entire process. That's why when I did this program, I start from ground zero. I said you have to go through the basics again. I don't care if you're a professional, because you need to readjust you. Understand now? This is what I see now. Some of what I see. Of course, it gets a lot crazier than this. Okay? Okay, we move on. So just a reminder that, right? It's a long journey process, and I lost a lot of money when I first started, right? So I was once in the 97% of all the losers. And I've blown up countless accounts in the past. And if you're new, I have something to tell you. It's normal to blow up 1 or 2 accounts. It's actually very normal. It's part of the learning process. So if you have, like, let's say, $5,000 set aside to do trading, and you're completely new, your first account, you do not put $5,000 in, you only put 500 in. Because it's an extremely high chance you lose all $500. And the market will teach you a lesson. Right? what a lot of people do wrong is that they think they are smarter than markets, then they know experience in this and that, and they got $5,000 in, they say, you know what, I'm just putting 5,000 in, and I make it, I break it. And that's where a lot of people die. Right? They don't plan ahead. And I never met a single professional till today who has never lost account before. Not even one. Every single professional that I met in the industry has lost multiple accounts. And sometimes you can make a lot of money at one point and eventually make one or two stupid mistakes and you still lose account. That's where your risk money management comes in. What would you do, right, after you make the first $1,000 from $500? Do you take out and keep set aside so in case you fucked it up, you have extra money to play again? Do you take all out? Do you stop trading? Do you continue and let it grow further? So this is where we are very anal about this program of how we do it and risk management. And that's why some people, I always tell people, if you really lose for half an account, please look for help. Right? I need to stress again, there's a committee involved for you. Right? I'm also available. I never charge you guys for tuitioning for anything to date. I never do any of those things. If you are losing about half or all your account or whatsoever, please don't come to me when you really lost everything. Right? Please come to me when you really lost a 1/3 or half already. Right? Not necessary, Rocky. Not necessary. Institutional has people who fucked up. There are institutions that go bankrupt. There are people who also screw it. It's just how well you diversify the fund. If you're an investor, if you're a smart investor, you won't put all eggs in one. You just say, I put 10% here, 10% there, 10% in a few places. And I won't even put all in the same broker. Right? Even though the broker's super regulated, I won't put all in the same broker. I'll actually diverse the spread a bit. That's all. That's a general fund safety advice. Right? So this journey that you embark on today, that's why I choose Pluto, by the way, is something that you are embarking that could last a lifetime, right? It's also something you can do a long time, 10, 20 years, no problem. So don't give up if you face difficulties. This journey, how should I describe trading to you? It's like dealing with other partner, whether you're a girl or boy. If you have a girlfriend or boyfriend who secretly couldn't make up their mind, but already have who already know what they want in life, or who really don't know what they want to do. So if you ever dated someone before and the person is indecisive, you say like, oh, I'm hungry, let's eat. What do you want to eat? I want to eat sushi. I don't know, you choose. Sushi? Don't want. Too much carbo. KFC? Don't want. Too much oil. I want to eat, like, let's say, Chinese food. Nah, don't feel like having Chinese today. Mexican? Nah, make too gassy. Indian? The chicken is overcooked. Don't want. So it's basically you're dealing with someone like that all the time. The market personality is something like that. But they secretly know what they want. Then after they say, what about English food? Okay, maybe can. I don't know. You choose. They won't even give you an outright answer. But actually, you know the person really wants Western food or English food or something like that. You get my point? So the market, you'll always be given in this scenario. And sometimes when a move is too obvious, it's a trap. Sometimes you'll be like, oh, the person wants to go for English, for like Western food, for example. And they go there already, and the person look and say, I don't feel like thinking anymore. This happens. Right? So it's a very long journey, and you will be so-called cheated and doubt, and you'll doubt yourself sometimes, and you'll feel a lot of emotional setbacks into that, this and that, right? It's a long one. Our statistics shows that 80% of you will succeed 1 year. We expect you to succeed or make a decent amount, or at least get back the whole course fee within 3 months or less. Some of you guys did it in 3 weeks, right? So it's no excuse. Some of your classmates did it in 3 weeks. All right. So just understand that this is not easy. Right? If anyone tells you trading is easy, they're lying to you. No, not necessarily pretty. Sometimes it's quite pretty one, but the getting there is quite tricky. For example, I give you an example. Like, okay, the past 2 nights has been bitch for the market, right? I knew there was a drop, and the best part of my trader was trading against it. So we had a little fight over it, right? I give you an example. You can see that, right? My BMA shows a short. Why I'm so confident that it's a short? I have a moon flush here, and I know that the trap sequence is going down. The markets are confused. So we see the market's been sideways, right? Double doji. It means that the markets really do not know what they want. But I secretly know that they really want here already to short, because I saw the moon and I saw the emotional flush. The big boys have been flushing this. And I dropped a very big hint on the public channel. What did I drop? What did I say on the public channel a few a few days ago. What did I say? I did? Let me show it to you. So I dropped a very, very, very hint because I know that the public cannot access it. I can access this. Right. I dropped this info. See this, huh? You see this thing here? You see this optimal chart with a single polygon? This one? What do you think I'm trying to say here? What do you think I'm trying to say when I draw 1 box, 2 box, 3 box, 4 box using empty space here? What do you think I'm trying to say? What do you think I'm trying to say when I did that? Any guesses? It's coming down. It couldn't break this line. There's a dimension holding it. There's a very strong dimension holding the entire market down. 1 X factor unit. I already dropped the hint. So when I dropped this hint, I knew that something was wrong and the BMM is coming. I knew already. Because there's too many times already, tried too long already. Right? Then after what did I say? So the line, the secret line was somewhere around here. It's somewhere around here. There was a line, an upper line, using this. Okay, what I did was that there was a dimension grid here. Somewhere around here. 1 triangle box, something like that. Something like that, right? There's a dimension grid somewhere around here that was pointing upwards like this. Okay, the scale is a bit wrong, so I just do a rough one. I can see, let me just redraw this a bit. Okay, those of you who are doing dimension, you learn this how I do this. So I just do a rough one. I can already see that there's a dimension grid around somewhere around here. Something like that. Something like that. I already saw it already. That's why I sent a picture to the public because I feel bad that recently the BM is not working. So I just sent a teaser. I say, you know what? Something's wrong. I know something was wrong. So I was very biased there at that point. Then I waited for a moon to confirm. I knew that the moon combination is a T-bar. I said, this will either retest up or retest down already. That's where I know it's going to drop. That's why when I missed the signal, I was so busy at CNC. I was like, oh shit, I missed the signal. I came back at time at 1 or 2, 1 a.m. at the time. I was like, oh shit, I missed it. Then I faster type out, say, hey, signal send, I'm late. Then some of you guys start asking me, King Ba, how? I say short. Somebody actually text me and say, how? King Ba, I say short. Continue shorting. Then eventually it became this big bar. Then it became a BMF4 here, but there's actually a BMF5 done. That's how I knew. And right. It's called moon phase. Yeah, because you guys are the big class. Yeah, this one. I'm reviewing the big boy to you right now, already, Rocky. I'm starting review to you already, bit by bit. The whole it's not a one-day thing, it's a whole process. You'll piece together the whole process. I already started already. I started already. Just say you don't realize it. I started already. Understand? Right, good. So this is why that thing happened that day. So like I say, it's a journey, right? It's a full journey you have to go through. So it's not one day thing. Success doesn't come easy, right? Just like anything you do in life, choose your heart. Everything's hard. Choose your heart, right? Everything's hard. Being poor is hard. Being rich is hard. Getting rich is hard. Getting poor is hard. You know what I mean? Learning something new is hard. Choose your heart. That's not easy, right? You're having a terrible life, it's also hard. So what's stopping you from doing big? Because everything's hard. So you choose training is hard. Then well, training is also a journey that's hard. That's it. Right. So I want to stress that it's not about the money you make in the program, right? Because there's no difference between you making $1 and $10, really. Everyone has the same market. My market is not different from the market. If I'm playing the same thing, right? If the market moves 10 points, if I play $1, I still make the same as you. If I play $10, I make 10 times more, but it's still the same movement, still 10 points movement. So if you get over this psychology, right, you know that the extra zero you put behind doesn't justify anything, just how much more money you make, how much money you lose, right? And something that we always focus on, this is covered on the day 14 programs, is becoming it, right? When you reach a point in your life that you no longer need to think, and you trade also don't really think much, you know it's going to happen. You become it. There's no need to try anymore. You're already there already. And that's where some of us are already at there, right? So a lot of people focus on the wrong thing. They focus on wanting to make money. And for me, it's very simple. I don't care how much money you're going to make. I just need you to understand this thing, because once you understand it, $10, $1, $100, $1,000, no difference. Really no difference, right? And if you get good at something, the money will come. You don't have to worry about it. Money is always a side effect, not the other way around. Not you make money first before you become good at it. No, it's about you becoming good, the money will come. Don't worry about it, right? Does this make sense? It's really, really important that I don't want you to be focusing on making the next $1,000 first or next $100,000 first. I just need to get the things right, because once you make $100 a day, the only difference between $100 a day and $1,000 a day is just a zero. The difference between $100 a day and $10,000 a day is 2 zeros. That's all. Whether you are attached to money is a psychological problem already. How you attach to money, right? So we're going to go into the screening process. So before we go to this screening process, which is a very, very big topic, I'm going to ask this question. Do all of you need a short break right now? Just a quick 5-10 minutes break. Do you need a break? You all need a break? Okay, so if you guys need a break, very simple. Okay, I'm just going to give you guys a 5 minutes break. This is a quick break, and 5 minutes break. Okay, 7 minutes. Come back at 2:30 Singapore time. It's just 7 minutes. All right. So I'm just pause recording for a while. It's just 7 minutes. All right, guys, welcome back. Welcome back from that short break. Okay, let me reply the person one first. Right. So right now we're going to go into the very important point where we are discussing things that no one talks about. Right. This is really important because I don't know why no one gives this education, and I'm actually frankly very annoyed. Why I'm not, because personally, without this education, I personally got scammed. Not one time, about 3 times, 3-4 times I got scammed. And I nearly got scammed 10 times in my life. Anything in finance, I nearly got scammed 10 times so far. So I gotten a lot smarter. Whether or not these guys come out with new stupid shit, I don't know. They're always trying. But we've gotten a lot smarter. But we seem to make people getting cheated. And I heard cases where people look into listing to Google. I got one lady who came to me 2 years ago. She's like, Max, I want to do crypto. I want to do crypto, but I just went online and searched crypto, and the top listing was a crypto place. The person, I put 10,000, I put 50,000. The person gave $50,000. I'm like, that is a scam. And she said yes. And now I technically owe them $125,000. I'm like, how the hell do you get involved in that kind of shit? Don't just ignore. They cannot do anything. But the question is, how do you get there in the first place? So whenever people start doing crypto or this investment, most people will come from this place of desperation or need. That's why we interview all of you before you come. Because any of you who are desperate or anything, you're out of the program. We're that strict, right? We cannot have you being desperate in the program. That we really made it very clear. That's why we have a certain minimum sum to come inside. And that's one way to know. And of course, interview process, the filter process, everything through, then we let you in. That's why the program, even though the program is now is good, but we don't have many people coming in because of this process that we push through. I mean, something sounds too crazy, some this and that before it goes through. So what happens? What happens is that a lot of you guys who did this thing, some of you guys will be the smarter ones who will make the money, then say, okay, I made the money, my friends say I need to invest. Then you start to invest and start jumping in. But you're because you're not so desperate, you are not so what we call trigger happy to go investments. You ask around, you check around because you're not desperate. So these guys, the tendency of getting scammed is much lesser, but they still happen because nobody covers this damn education, which I'm very annoyed, right? And this information I present to you because I not that I hold positions in this brokerage industry at all. My positions are never 100% formal. When we're 100% formal means that I'm not under payroll of anyone. I'm under what we call contractual agreement, which means I can work anywhere in the world, doing what I do, and I get paid better than their employed staff, because that's how I go about things. So I'm not bounded by time. I don't have 9 to 5 stuff, and I'm very happy about it. And yet I get paid better than a lot of the stuff, right? So this is how, if you guys want to go into this industry, please let me know. I've already brought Ryan in yesterday. Ryan, are you here? Ryan, are you here, Ryan? Because he mentioned us here just now. Right, okay. Yesterday I sent you guys a picture, right? I said, look at the smile on Ryan's face. The reason why I brought him there, and why he was here, his dispatch intake, by the way, is because I knew that he is doing something along the finance line, and he's doing quite big. And what I showed him yesterday, if he's back later, he is something life-changing, Ryan. Right? He is given a very special chance to do something very crazy. So if he's back later, I'll just get him to vouch for it, right? So I just gave him something very crazy, and he couldn't believe what he just saw. No, it's not about prop trading at all. There's more than that, right? So the next slide is I'm going to teach you how to filter first, how to choose, and later on, right? And I'll teach you the steps. So by the end of the 7 days, you'll be presented a few crazy opportunities as well. And what made Ryan smile left to right is his face, you know already. We'll be giving that access later on. Right, 7 or 14 days. They haven't decided whether to do a 7 day or 14 days yet. All right. So safety of our clients and clients' funds is top priority, and this is how we also do about it. My stuff or the knowledge about C is based on 5 years plus of holding jobs or holding contractual jobs with these guys throughout multiple brokerages in my life, right? And the only people I work for now are pure regulated people, which means every single person I work with, any company I engage with, carries a regulation, not just a random regulation, at least a tier 2 or tier 1 regulation. There's even different tiering level, right? So I'm very picky with who I work with. So before we want to start, I need you to understand that there's a few terms that you really have to get inside your head now. And this is really important when you start selecting a broker. We have done the job for you to select the best people in the industry, but still, should you choose to venture on or do something yourself next time, right? This is how we give you guidelines. Number one, there's something about our regulation body. A lot of crypto stuff, they do not have a regulation body, and that's a bit worrying. Then that's why you see things like FTX collapse all. Of course, it depends how big you're going into. Could FTX been built up like what happened in 2008? They could, but they wouldn't because they got no ties to central bank, right? In fact, central banks are against them, and central banks is a money creator. Right? This is one thing you need to know about that. And what we need to talk about first is about the regulation body. In the world, there are a couple of tier 1, tier 2 regulations, right? A couple of them. I give you a few lists, it's not a full one, but there's things like SEC, which is technically a US version, but it's a bit scammy, right? Even though they're tier 1. Then there's ASIC, which is Australian regulation body. So most people will always say they're ASIC regulated, and when they're ASIC regulated, right, a lot of the skepticism will drop, but doesn't mean that they're not skeptical. Even if you're ASIC regulated, what kind of ASIC regulation are you on is another question. This is not covered in the previous batch. Right, another SCA regulation, ASIC regulation, what type of regulation of the license is also important. This is why most people do not go beyond, right? And say, oh, we're ASIC regulated, we're SCA regulated. Really? Okay, let's look deeper. So what we need to do now is that, right, we need to see beyond the regulation, because some regulations, they only regulate a certain part. Some places they only regulate on accounts. Some they regulate on the trading, but the full trading process may be different, something else. The internal message process, the ENC processes, and that is totally different. How they do the ENC, which is another term I'll cover next, or is totally different. Who's a hedger? No one knows. You need to ask questions like this. So back to the first point, what kind of regulation body? There's also MAS, which is Singapore is quite familiar. FSCA, FCA, FSC, BDF, and a few others. Right? Do your research. When you go online and Google this, you can actually check on places like WikiFX. They actually does list quite a good number of regulation body. So just want to show you how to see the kind of regulations. One of the fastest ways to check is go to this website called WikiFX. Just put the chat on the corner so you can see when it's talking left and right. Okay, so you go over here itself. You can see that. Let's say let's say look at TradeNation, for example. According to the info here, of course they say exceed this and that, you double check. Right, these are the kind of regulations that they carry right now, according to what these guys check, but it may not be the most accurate. Right, so you can check what license number is and that. And if you go here, you can actually check on the official government website, which I'm going to show to you next. Right, so let's say that they say TradeNation is SCA regulated. So let's go back to our point again. Right, you need to ask what kind of licensing and what kind of audit level, and a lot of brokers now, they use multiple licensing. Like you see TradeNation, they have multiple licensing, right? And the reason why some brokers use multiple licensing or multiple company of licensing, right? It's because some of them need to carry out certain activities that the current regulators do not allow, or the current regulators are too anal. I can drop a little hint right now. CMC has been in Singapore for 35 years, but because of the stupidity in MAS right now, because it's so rigid, that they are opening a Bermuda account regulation. Just let you guys know first. Right, this is not meant for the public, but I'll just let you guys know first. I got internal news already. So, and they're opening CMC Invest soon. Trade Nation itself has also done. They are considering of other offshores as well, because of certain things. Reason why even for DCFX, or they if you see some companies, right, the DCFX is MAS regulated, but they have this other company called DCFX Prime and DCFX Asia. The reason why we do this and so-called under one trading name and multiple licensing is because there are certain activities such as pen management that the current regulators will not allow. Even copy trading, technically in DCFX, because the MAS regulated and they want to offer copy trading, they cannot accept a single Singapore citizen inside, because they had to go through MAS and they must say AI, and copy trading is banned in Singapore technically. But what CMC did was that, right, they provide you the account, they provide the ability, but they will not regulate the copy trading until MT4. So technically, you can actually copy trade based on CMC through a special link. I'll teach you the internal working later on, right? That's why this one needs CMC to take over for teaching. I can get the CMC expert to actually explain one of the ways to do this. So, what some of them do is that, like, let's say Trade Nation, why they hold Bahamas even though they are FCA and ASIC is because of the leveraging issue. Once again, back to the licensing issue. And the licensing issue started way back in 2019 is because they claim that too many people are losing money, but technically the truth is that, right, too many people are actually making too much money, right? And they couldn't tax it. And the person who's actually behind the regulation is China, because China is losing a lot of money to the foreign place, and they're using all these offshore accounts to hide their money. Right? That's how the Chinese people got really rich, because when they move out the money from China, and the China government is trying to control, they are actually influencing all the politics, even at the financial level. Right? And that's why, and Australia is unfortunately one of the victims of that in the ASIC leverage change. Even for Singapore also, they let you do 500, but actually Singapore so-called follows UK. But actually the back door is because China has a gun pointed at Singapore. No one knows about this story, but I'm telling you the answers now. Because too much money of China is coming here. So the Chinese government is doing something about it, and they've been influencing politics around the world for a while already. Right. So I'll explain, I'll give you the full details later. I'll show you all the records and everything, right? So important now is to understand that there is ways to check on it on the government website. So one of the ways is that, right, one of the most straightforward way for MAS regulated bodies is to check through what we call e-services checking. So e-services tracking, right, looks like this. If you go to a website right here, right, just go to MAS e-services, MAS institutional list. You come to this page where e-services.mas, something like that, and you can literally find the types of license. You must understand that even licensing has many different grades, right? Like DCFX is a retail, it's an AI based licensing. I cannot bring guys to DCFX because DCFX, you have, unless you're AI 100K and above, then they can take it as a client because of their strict regulation for the first 2 years. That's what happens in most cases before they get retail stuff. CMC allows retail. So if you type things like CMC, right? You can see that CMC Invest and CMC, they are two different companies. Why two and not one? Why two? It's because I mentioned they are going to offer different products now. And being a CMC license, CMC market, right? You can actually see the license type. The most basic form is what we call a CMS in Singapore, Capital Service Market Services, where you can become a broker, can do stock trading internet. Yes, AI stands for accredited investor, not AI, the artificial intelligence. Accredited investor, right? Accredited investor stands for this. In Singapore definition, you must understand accredited investors have definitions around the world, right? So this is one definition of AI, right? In Singapore, to qualify as an AI in Singapore, your last 12 months income must be more than 300,000. And your personal assets must exceed 2 million or more, right? With only your house as the first 1 million, which means that you must have a lot of money. Or your trading account must be more than 1 million and above. Any of these three, you see, you're considered an AI. That's in Singapore. If you go overseas, let's say you do accredited investor Malaysia, right? What's the requirement? So when you go overseas, right, they give you a requirement like this, right? Something like this. This is Malaysia's requirement. They say high net worth people, more than 300 ringgit, this and that, last 12 months, or someone who has joined Sprouts exceed 400. This is a Malaysia version of it. Of course, I don't qualify for this, you know what I mean? Right? They also can do what we call a corporate version. So there's also a corporate AI, even for Singapore. If I'm not wrong, it's 12 million or 20 million, I forgot already. Right? So some people, they'll try to do a corporate, they try to wiggle around the thing, and they want to invest, so they'll do through a fund. So the fund also, to be considered as a single entity that is regulated, must have exceed a certain amount of money. So this is more complicated stuff on that. I will not talk much of that for now, right? So there's many different criteria that a person can hold, and of course, different kind of licensing. So Malaysia, you can do this if you want to. This is another one. Then if you are, let's say, anyone, Indonesia, right? Indonesia, a lot. Some of you guys are from Indonesia. Again, I'm not familiar with the stuff there. So Indonesia also has its own level of AI. What's the Indonesian version? Right. Okay, it comes in Singapore right now. They never give Indonesia version there. Never mind. Okay. Okay. Even if you look at Australia, right, we've got very few Australian students here, but we still have Australian students. Aussie AI, right? If you are Aussie, then you're looking at somewhere between, you're looking at about this minimum gross of 50,000 or over. Last 2 years, it's actually easier to become an Aussie AI than a Singapore AI, right? Net assets exceeding 2.5 million. So that's one of them. Or they also have tests as well. So you see, different countries, they have different requirements. It's like Australia now, they have tests. It seems like they have a test requirement, right? So that's another example. I said. So now you understand that the first thing after you do well at this trading, the good thing for you guys need to do is that you need to become an AI ASAP. Once you are certified as an AI in the banks, right? Let's say it's Singapore AI, you go to any other country, the AI, or you want to do any of the trading, very easy. A lot of stuff will be instantly approved for you. Instant approval, almost instant approval. That's why it's good to become an AI. Some jobs also, for like you work in a certain, let's say you want to work with a brokerage or your AI, they instantly approve you to join them. It's damn easy one. Like for my case also, it was a bit wiggling, but I joined them. That's how I joined CMC. One of the ways to do it, right? So I'm just giving you some of the solutions right now. So let's go back again to the tracker. Yes. So MAS itself, CMC has a license. CMC Invest is another company they just came up with, launching in, I think, June or July. They mentioned already, June or July. The CMC boss is coming to Singapore. If you guys are in Singapore, and I might, if you guys want to arrange a meetup or something and go to CMC office, I might be able to bring you guys down. Instant internal access. If you guys want to go with me, right? I'll talk to CMC whether they can bring the whole kampong over. Anyone wants to go down with me to CMC office? If you got a chance to go inside the office, anyone wants to do that? But I can only do it in Singapore for now. Next time I can do that. Right? If you guys want to do that, I can arrange a special tour. You guys can sit down and discuss. Yep. I'm planning already. All right. Like yesterday, I brought Ryan in because we had to discuss some stuff with one of the big guns there. So I have the CEO access, so don't worry. Direct CEO. So I can bring guys in if you want. DCFX is also open. But DCFX, they are a little bit more conservative because it's a China company. So I can do that. Trade Nation, if I'm in Australia, I can bring in. Right? Right. So that's another thing that I can do for you guys. So this is how we check. So as for DCFX, same thing. financial register list, just like DCFX, right? You can see DCFX Prime is on the list here. So they carry a CMS license. In fact, CMC carries more licenses in MAS than DCFX, because DCFX is currently a new broker in town. Technically, it's owned by a China guy, right? This China guy drives a Ferrari. So then it all started off with ID. I know that story how it started off. So this fun fact. You see this CEO guy here. You know what's our nickname for these guys? You know what's our nickname for these guys? When they put a CEO here. You want to make a guess what we call these people? Do you think this CEO has power, honestly speaking? Do you think this guy has power? This guy Patrick Collis. No, right? MAS requires a very stupid rule, is that they need to hire somebody to be on a board that has so-called 10 to 15 years or 20 years. Usually these guys don't make it one. They're just there because they're there to what we call the local term bai sui. It means that, oh, this guy has 10 years in the management role or 5 years in management role, this and that. And usually when we put a guy like this, right, that's why Singapore is very weird. They require you to put someone like this in the company to sit down and pay them $15,000 a month. So if any of you guys who are in the FA role or this and role, right, if you are a financial advisor, some of you guys are financial advisor, if you really want to become a so-called Sterling Buddha, a role, and you're holding up the FA license and that, I encourage you to go for all your management. Get the management takes ASAP. Because once you cross the 5 years threshold, and you are so-called managerial material, you can actually apply to become a Sterling Buddha in all these companies. And they pay minimum of 15,000 a month. Minimum. And all you need to do is just go to work there, sit down, just laugh about, meet people, talk a bit. And you get paid 15,000 a month. I'm teaching guys tricks now in the industry, right? And these guys have no power one. The guys with the powers are all the bosses and upper management. Like these guys have just for fun. It's just to put an MAS to do this. In fact, there are also what we call compliance role with the compliance strict role. So you can also go through, if I'm not wrong, by a lawyer's route, through something called compliance rule or something. I'm not very sure the full details, but there's another route for that. You see, so the finance industry, right, it's not just being a trader in good. You can actually penetrate with a lot more other paths. It's just in the ask. Like you know which exam to take, this and that. You can actually go through that. So some of you guys who are looking for a career transition, this is one of the ways to go through it. I'm just teaching you some of the secrets now, right? So you can try, but I'm telling you that if you ask me, right, I got no respect to this batch. I met him already, and when I talk to him, I feel like vomiting blood because I know that he's just a Sterling Buddha. This guy, because the boss will bring me there. Then I talk to him a while. Then the boss won't say anything. This batch guy talk, and I to tell the truth, I'm born. I half the time I'm moving to say, what the hell am I not going to this guy for what? then I found out he's a Sterling Buddha. Then my other guys in TCFX told me. Then that's why I don't work with the Singapore team. Even though I can get SS, I work with the Jakarta team much closer and the Thailand side. And that's under DCFX, under DCF Asia, which is the same company, but another licensing through another method, right? So that's one way to check. But right now we are still in the checking phase. So I'm just teaching you how to check. Right. I don't know. I don't know why you're so the man. You can always check the others. I mean, these are the people I work with, right? These are the people I work with directly, right? Even in, like, say, CMC Singapore got key personnel one. Actually, there is. I know who, but they don't really list it, right? They don't really list it at all. Why? Because they are more than 2 years in the industry. MAS don't care really. Or this so-called they never treat people, so they don't really care. That's why they never put a key personnel at all. But if you're new, like DCFX, MAS will scrutinize you for 2 years. So these are industry secrets, right? So you can always check through here who are approved ones. And apart from being approved ones, right, there's also a alert list as well, right? MAS this thing called alert list. I hope that none of you guys end up in this alert list, right? So there's this here, you can see here, is where they alert, so-called alert, or these people are claiming to be regulated but not regulated, that kind of stuff, right? So they will put a warning sign. So do know that there's also alert list. Please be very careful. If anybody ends up here, it doesn't guarantee they're a scam, right? Because they're a guaranteed scam, they will have taken action. So some of these places may not be scammed, but they might look like they are doing investing on the offshore shit, basically, right? And you must understand where they are. So this is what we call the alert list itself. So I think Centric was on the alert list at one point. Let me see. What, are they still there? Oh yeah, they're still there, right? You see this thing? I'll tell the story of Centric later, right? I can see that they're still on the list. Get it? So you want to be very careful with what you're doing. So this is one of the ways to actually look at it, right? Like I say, there's a lot of scams out there, a lot of stupid things out there. I'll talk about Centric after this shortly. So this is just number one, right? So this is a Singapore version, but what about the overseas version? I have something called the Aussie Connect, Oz Connect Online. So let's say we look at Trade Nation now, right? We go to Trade Nation website. One of the easiest way to know what kind of regulations they do is what we call scroll down. So scroll all the way to the bottom. If you zoom in here, this is what I always want to see. UK regulated brokers, right, will declare a leverage. How many percent are making and losing money? They will always declare. Why? Because it's by law. So if you see all that declare, right, some brokers they won't declare, but those who are with the UK, which is the FCA side, must declare by law. So that's one way to know that this guy's FCA. One of the quickest way I know that is that they declare. Right? Then they'll start talking about their reference number, their trading name, their address, their company numbers, and their license number. And depending which country licensing, right? So if you go to, let's say you go to ASIC now, ASIC, right? You go to government ASIC there. You want to search, click on this thing, click on the search function. Right. So there's this website here. I placed it on the chart here. You can actually see. Where's my where is it? So right. What the hell is this? Hey, where's my search function? Okay, for some reason I can't find the. Oh shit! No. Okay, I can't show you. It looks like the service is down. I can't show this to you today. I went on the website and their AC connector is down, so I can show you how to check. Right, at the moment it's down, so service unavailable. Sorry, can't show it to you. Right, so we can do it next week again. We're back. Right, big ones may do through multiple entities if they want to mask their trade or volume. They do that sometimes. Yes, they do. They do. Right, they do that. Okay, so unfortunately, looks like the government website for Australia is down. I'll go to UK one. So we go to FCA website. FCA tracker. So another way to track is to go to this thing called FCA tracker, right? So usually it has something like this, either reference number, postal code or something like that. Reference number, you can search for firms, right? Oh, wrong view. Sorry, thanks for reminding. So okay, earlier the Australia website is down. The service was placed as unavailable. I think they're doing some updates. So one of the ways is to go through here, right? Since the Australia is down, never mind, go to UK. You check over here. Reference number, this one, right? Copy, paste it here. Never ever believe a website on face value until you check the internal working, right? And the moment you click on it, can you see when you search, we found one matching search on this number. Click on it, the entire details will start coming out. This is how you know whether the person is legit or not. But now they're also smarter. They say already some activities may not be protected, right? I already mentioned before, because nowadays a lot of firms, right, they use accounting standards and not accounting standards, or they do offshoring. So even they put a disclaimer now. Can you see that thing there? Right. And usually happens because if people file complaints, they will say, right? And so they say clones, these are all scams, right? These are all scams. People's complaints say that these are clones or these are scams. Right? So what happens is that some people, if they attack a broker, they will use something like this. That's what I can see here. And the company or FinSA or this Trade Nation is under FinSA, they'll file a complaint. Then they'll go into what we call an alert list or what we call clone firm. In the WikiFX also, they have the same thing, suspected clone. It's a term. So you go to WikiFX, right? They actually did some job over there where they do something like suspect clone. So let's say we talk about prospects. Let's see one example. Suspicious clone, right? They'll put a note there, clone or suspicious. Then where got China? CN. It's a scam, right? So you must understand that even some companies, right? You have a good one, right? You can see that they have some clones remark. So this is another way to check also. So a lot of companies, right? They like to name after some of the big brands, like let's say CMC, right? So it's CMC alone. Some people they will so-called come up with their own brand and they say this is a regulation or these are all the scammers. They'll say they'll do the same name, but they do something else. So please be very, very, very careful when you look at websites. Even if you're trading through a so-called proper website, but you always check the link. Like this one. CMC CHKFX.com scam. So you must understand that it's not just Singapore has a lot of scam recently, like fake DBS website, fix everything. It's the same for brokers as well. They face this problem as well. Understand? So it has gotten a lot more dangerous. It depends, Rocky. It depends on what kind of regulations. Like I won't take a Metoda's regulation broker only, unless you know a person. And the reason is because it's very easy to do hanky panky. So what we like to do is that we like to use brokers that has multiple license, right? Not multiple licensing. Like let's say Trade Nation, right? I give you an example of Trade Nation, right? Trade Nation itself, right? You can see that even they have all the clones, all the reports. These are all the fake ones, right? And this one they haven't, I think they haven't updated yet, so we'll check later. But you can see that they usually have an AC or FCA. So my minimum requirement, right, what we call tiering system brokers, right, is that they must at least as a tier 2, minimum tier 2. So what is a tier 2 broker? Is very simple. You go to forex.com, forexbroker.com, they'll actually explain to you. One example here, right? So go to forexbrokers.com. You can scroll down. They will have a tiering report. If I'm not wrong, where's the tiering report? Where's the tiering report? It's forex.com website. Not sure it's forex.com or forex. Let me check. One moment. Okay, this one should be the one. Let me just check. This is the one. They actually explain to you how they give the rating. Yeah, okay, here, this one. Can you see here? So I'm going to copy this. I'm going to give to you on the list here. So this is what we call tiering jurisdictions, right? Can you see the list here? I think I should copy and put this in the main slides. So when we go to brokerage, when we talk to brokers, right? We want to see this tiering system. So even though you are regulated, we don't care because this is where they give you a tiering jurisdictions. How many of you are actually learning something that is not taught out there before? Seriously, how many of you actually know this the tiering system or till today learning something new or the rest? Because I want to know how deep you guys actually know. Because you guys are asking all these questions now, and Okay, simple. I just have a quick one. If you never heard of tiering system before, say you're new or something like that, what people say now. So I just want to know roughly how many people actually know about this. It's very important. Okay, so you now understand that there's also a tiering system. If you want to get a good broker, right? If the broker may carry one or two very offshore license like a BVI, Bermudas, right? Or Bahamas. So what I will ask is that, do they have at least an FCA minimum? If they do, then we will discuss. If they say, oh, we are only a pure BVI, I tell them, fuck off. I say, I don't care if you're regulated, fuck off. Because a lot of these places receive the most complaints. And there's no legal recourse actions they can take in most cases. So if you know a person personally and you want to do their training with their Bahamas regulation, you may, provided you know them personally. What CFTC? Not really sure what's. Okay. What they do is that, right? They regulate different aspects of the activities. Some of these places, they only regulate based on the, let's say, trading activities. Some they regulate based on accounts. So a lot of these people, right, when they want to run activity, let's say they run 10% of business through FCA, accounting done through FCA standards, and they get audit every month and report every month. Then they will route the rest of them to offshore, and they do the same thing. But because they will usually have a single segregated account that is mixed between both sides of the regulations, that accounts get regulated and gets checked. That's how we know that they are safe or not. One of the ways. So they sometimes, right, what they do is that they route all to the same, because they're using all the same broker or same platform, they all route to the same bank account. Then from there they will it's because all the company clients all put the same account, they will check and audit the account. That's one of the ways to check. One of the ways, right? So, okay. I would say some people say that it's a group, it's a thing. Yes. There's a way. I mean, it's just the different names, right? Because within the SEC or whatsoever, there's a lot of branch. So you must know which side which. And unfortunately, I'm not a US. Like I mentioned, I'm not in the US side, so I don't know as much. I'm not going to say I know. Okay, you know what I mean? I don't work in the SEC, so I don't know. So there's a lot of more information that even I myself have access. But this is what we do that you guys do not know. I mentioned already. I said this is based on 5 years of working with brokerages. I never worked in the SEC before, so I can't tell you. The guys I work with are MAS. The guys I work with right now, MAS, FCA, and ASIC. So that's why I have better understanding of this structure, and that's why I'm here telling you right now the answers. So in there's MAS is just the authority, right? And issue licenses. Then there's different kind of licensing, right? You understand? You understand now? Yeah, I think you got it. So you must understand that, right? The entire structure itself is damn deep, right? There's a lot of complication. So my experiences is with MAS side, those guys with MAS, with ASIC and FCA. I don't know anything about China regulation, but according to this website here, they're looking here, they rate China as a tier 2, right? And so far you don't really hear much about China side, but you hear a lot of things like BVI, Cayman, Bahamas, all these things, a lot of this, because and they are tier 3, what called low jurisdictions. All right, you understand now? I only say things that I know that I'm very sure. If I'm not sure, I don't say it. Usually, I will take tier 1 or tier 2 is usually okay technically, right? But personally, the guys I work with, I have tier 1. All the guys I work with too today. CMC, DCFX, TradeNation, all tier 1. All have the tier 1 minimum. Usually there's no recourse. Or they tell you, you want recourse, can you go to Bahamas? Then what happens when you go to Bahamas, right? Is that you find that you go to the address there, it's just a PO box. Then you're like, how the hell they go complain to Bahamas there? Then whether they want to do anything or not, it's up to you. You're at embassy. Yeah. Usually what they do is that they get a PO box there. They may not even have an office, they just have a box, a mailing box. It's okay. I have a company like that as well. I bought a BVI company, right? You guys know about it. I bought a BVI company, but it's just a mailbox. So I can run my trading activities through that company now, legally, without MAS touching me. That's it. So this is my trading file, my stuff. Reason why I have a Bahamas myself is because I'm setting up a full fund, right? So I have a Bahamas entity. I bought over the company, this one. So they got stress vacation, as you can see. And this is a pure Bahamas entity. You see? See, right? So this is one of the ways where, and this address that they put, right, they're all PO boxes as well. So yes, I have an entity in Bahamas myself. That's one of the ways. So I just want you guys to understand that I'm planning that route too, because that's the easiest route to start in this industry. That's the easiest, right? It's the cheapest and easiest to start. $500,000 you can start already. That's the only way. One of the only ways to do it. Any question on that? Any questions? Shall we go on? I'm not sure about that part. Let's see. Euro-rated countries. Nah. UK. FCA is only only tier 1. Yeah. There is. Switzerland is technically Europe. Some people say it's European, some not. Right? Yeah. There are tier 1s. There's always tier 1. Okay, I think we wasted a lot of time here already. Let's move on. Yes, prop firms also apply to this as well. Correct. Prop firms also has regulation of this. Correct. Yes, and yes. Right. There are prop firms regulated ones. Just sit down for a change. It's getting so long. Okay, let's go. Move on. Right. So I delved in this quite a while already. So now you guys know how to check already. One of the ways. So number two things that what I like to always check is that I like to ask this broker this question. Do you have a man desk or 24 hours support service? Only good brokers will provide this thing. And this is my main criteria whenever I work with any brokerages. So if you go to Trade Nation website, right? You go to this frequently asked question. Let's say the frequently asked question part. Where is it? The man desk. Okay, man desk, there's two types of desks. Very important. The man desk, right? When people say man desk, they got two types. I explain what are the two types. Where's the frequently asked question part? Anyone want to join in? Regulations, committee insights, students trading. This one. Anyone apply for careers? I think they might have an opening soon. Okay, regulation stuff. Okay, why ask? Very simple. Okay, something called negative product balance protection. I never talked about that before. Yeah, here. Good brokers, they have something called this thing. When I talk about man desk, right, they must always provide a 24 hours desk or support services at least 5 days a week. Why 5 days a week and not beyond is because markets are often only open from Monday to Fridays in the traditional markets, not crypto. That's why it's Monday to Fridays, 24 hours. So the man desk is where like a support office, and there's something called a dealing desk. Dealing desks are what we call our trading desk. So we can call it like the traditional brokerages. That's what we call dealing desks, right? Like let's say in the past you take a phone and say, hey, hi broker, please buy for me this thing or something, lock my account now. And this and that. that is what we call a dealing desk. Or let's say you cannot log into your trading account, but you have a position open and need to close urgently, and you cannot log in, you try the phone, you cannot access, you try the computer, cannot access, then the last alternative of defense is a dealing desk call. That's where you call them, say, this is my account number, please go inside there, close this position for me now. Then the agent will reply that, okay, sure, we'll close it for you. It's like the old days of trading. That's what we call a dealing desk. So the bot services, this thing, they are not considered 24 hours. When we talk about 24 hours, we're talking about live agents sitting there. So if you go to CMC office, which I am, when I usually leave at around 9, 10 o'clock, right, when I go CMC, there's always one or two guys sitting there facing computer all the time. That guy is a live agent. So they are being so-called given the duty to answer all the customers. And depending on the countries also, some countries they'll take over, they have what we call a cycle takeover, where some officers, they will take over the region, or they can be a specific region man desk, or they can be multi-country man desk, which means that UK will handle from X time to X time, then the Australia team will take over from what time. So some countries, they do this, they follow that, correct. Some countries, they will follow that, some brokers, but some brokers that are bigger, when they have a lot more clients, they will have what we call a single country man desk itself, which means that one country alone will have a lot of people manning desks. So it depends on how the brokerages set up their system and how much financial money they have, financial power they have before they do this thing, right? So this is a case of what we call a man desk. Every broker I work with right now must have a 24 hours man desk. Must. If you don't have it, I'm not working with you. That is my requirement. The other requirement that I have when I choose a broker is that, right, I will have 2 account management assigned to me. Apart from the man desk, which can intervene for me, I have 2 account managers, usually a director or at least account manager level and above, usually for me. Right? I don't know about you, but because when we are doing more institutional and class and this and that, right, when we have a flowing or you guys are here, I will have a direct access in all the brokerage I work with. I have a direct access. That's why later, when we're not open account with me, this and that, right, I will pass you guys the link to open the account. Because all the accounts that I pass the thing to you will be tagged to my name. And my name will be tagged to the internal team because I'm in the company. Right? So anything happens, right? If you cannot get hold of the agent or whatsoever, you can get hold of me because I can get hold of the directors or any of the account managers there. That's the reason why it's good to work with people who are inside the company. And this guy here, like one of them, right? This is one way to know. So for myself personally, all my connections, minimum 2, in case one guy away, holiday or something, I still got another guy inside that has direct access. Right? Direct access, they can bypass the support. And still the support desk to support me in case anything happens. This is how I pick my brokers. That's number 2. Number 3, this one's very tricky, right? This one is Singapore, not so much problems, but when it comes to Malaysia and all other places, this one's a little bit trickier because of the religious banking shit, like the Islamic banking or I mean Islamic banking, fine. But we're talking about like Islamic accounts in that, right? The banks might become very anal. And some of you guys actually face this problem trying to pay us or trying to pay the brokers where you cannot get the money because it's being blocked. Whether is it by religious reasons or whether is it by the banking policy, this and that. Singapore is quite free in this. So a lot of Singaporeans actually enjoy this flow of money easily. If you do a country like Vietnam, all these things, right, it's actually quite annoying. Because even for China, because sometimes, right, they have what we call they use things like UnionPay or things to bypass the problems. Right, that's one of the ways. But some countries very easy to send money in, very hard to take money out, and that's sometimes it's based on government policy, cannot do anything, right? So Indonesia also has Malaysia also have this problem also, and this is where we need to ask the broker if they have any of this problem or not, right? Very important to ask. Good news is that one of our current batchmate here, I haven't reviewed him yet. I'm not reviewing him because he never said it can. It's actually a specialist in this, so I'm discussing with him right now about this setting. Yes. Of course can. The government approve it. The government approve it. The government said yes. What do you think? What do you think? They already said yes already. They approve it. Obviously, it's allowed. One of isn't it? Yeah, it's a shortcut. Definitely a shortcut. Oh, you must be playing my access codes for a while. Huh? Realize they got SingPass access instant and all. Yeah, they're all allowed. They're all allowed. I knew when they asked you the question, I know that you're playing it already. Yes, yes, yes. You know how much I scrutinize these people. I really scrutinize all my brokers, right? So this is how I scrutinize. Then another one, number 3. The third thing I always like to scrutinize is that, right, I always like to do what we call test withdrawal or test money. So when I withdraw the money out of the broker, I can see which bank they use and this and that. And I want to know how many days the money takes to go to my account. Most good brokers under five days or under. Most good brokers. Some brokers are almost instant. Sometimes they have 1 or 2 days. Sometimes it's not because the broker is delayed, but because your bank is a problem. Your bank receiving money is slow. You can't do anything about that. You can, but make sure that the bank account you open up, right, allows you to do overseas transfer and broker funding. Some of the brokers or banks actually block such activity. They say, oh, because people are getting too much scam. No, not true. It's more like people are making too much money and trying to find a way how to block it. Because in Malaysia, technically FX is blocked. FX is banned in Malaysia, and they only reserve that for banks and all to do. Usually in Malaysia side. But I'm not a Malaysia agent, so I don't have the full details. We have students who are more familiar than me in Malaysia because they're from Malaysia. They can actually advise better than me, right? So for me, I'm advising you guys based on a overview worldwide, right? Or how I test them. So usually 5 days or less, must reach your bank account when you withdraw. And you must see also how fast they approve the transaction. And another one is who bears the cost. So for shit brokers like eToro, all right, what happens is that, right, they'll say, oh, we are giving you a welcome bonus of $25 or $50. Sure, it sounds good for you to try, right? But in the moment when you take out this $25 bonus, right, you know what eToro says? Oh, for any amount of money you decide to withdraw, there will be a banking charges of $25. Can you see the problem now? Sign up with eToro today and receive $25 with any amount of money deposited into the account. Then after you want to take out the money, oh, there's a fee of $25 to withdraw money per transaction. So let's say you go with eToro and they give you $25 to start. Your friend say, hey, come. I give you the thing $25, then you also earn $25, right? So both of you get $25. Happy, right? So he's sending $500. Then $500 become $1,000. They say, I take out $500. Then eToro say, oh, you want to take out? Sure. There's $25 charges, by the way. Take $500. Then your next withdrawal, right? We'll withdraw again and say, I want to get out. Right? So they say, yeah, all scam one. It's not really scam, but it's more like the word is called 操换. You know what I mean? Or play punk, or more like play smelly, the direct transaction. That's how they screw you up. So that's why we always ask this question: who bears the cost? And not only that, they charge you this fee, and your bank will charge you a fee on top of that some more. So who's the one who bears all the costs? Do they bear 100% bank for you as well, or do they bear the cost for you on just the transaction, or do you pay everything? Some brokers, they will make you pay everything, and they just give you a welcome bonus one time, but the rest of the time you pay yourself. Too bad. That's what they do, right? Then another thing that you need to always ask is what we call whether there is that intermediary body of transfer. So if you are a big investor or you reach a certain size, this is very, very, very important. There are some countries, once again, I need to Malaysia, that do not allow a transfer, direct transfer. So what they engage is that they engage a local company where they can send the money to transfer out. But the question is that who owns this local company? Sometimes they engage a third party where they pay a commission per transaction for the country. So if let's say today I got customers from, let's say, Thailand, for example, and the regulation there is being a bitch. So they cannot send directly from Australia to Thailand. So what they do is that, right, they might actually send to a Thailand company, and a Thailand company will disperse the money to the local person. But there's been cases where the broker, which is regulated or send the money out to this third party, and the third party actually take all the money and run away. This is a very big problem for a lot of small brokers that are coming up. They actually get scammed this way. Who bears the cost? Sometimes if the company starts, right, the broker starts, they don't bear the cost, you bear the cost. So even though you make the money, you draw out your profits, you get $0. So it's very important to always ask the broker, direct money transfer or third-party fees, or third-party transfer. This one you need to ask the broker. By the way, all my brokers are all direct. All the guys I work with, all direct. I will not work with anyone who uses intermediary bodies. I cannot say it's the same for overseas. Some of them, they actually use intermediary bodies because of legal reason. But all the brokers I work with right now, based on the Singapore one, all direct. I got no intermediary bodies transfer. This is another way how I determine whether the broker is good or not. Any questions so far? No. And I don't use Philips. I mean, the Philips Securities. I know that who's the guy, Robin Ho or something, right? The guy at Philips so called one of the best traders. He's not very. I mean, personally, I look at his way trade. I try. He's not good. To be frank with you. Yeah, correct. He's not great at all. Honestly, he's not good. I mean, personal opinion, he's not good. I see the way he trade. Right. Yeah, but yeah, he's under Philips Security side. If I'm not wrong. Right. By the way, what my comment is just based on my personal experience with him. I do know him. I got his number, his direct number I have, right? I just personally, I don't want to work with him. All right, that's my personal choice. Okay, let's go on to the next topic, next section. Okay, this one very important. Number 4. Number 4 is that you need to ask the broker. They may not disclose it. Some brokers at CMC, if they have a local office, they'll use a local bank. Like CMC Singapore or CMC side in Singapore, their segregated account is based in DBS. Fucking safe, right? In Trade Nation, if I'm not wrong, they use 2 banks, Westpac and Barclays. I think it's on the frequently asked question. You can check them, right? I remember I saw it somewhere in the Trade Nation website. One of the ways to know whether they're safe is this. They, apart from the negative account protection, they have something like segregated account. Where is it? Where's the rules? Okay, can't seem to find it right now. Where's the? They will usually put where they kept the money at. See if they get that. Okay, you can actually check on the website. I seen it somewhere, but I didn't prepare before I opened today's class. So I usually prepare all, but I didn't prepare today. Our place don't have. Cost. Thanks. I can't seem to find it right now. If I can find it later, I'll show you later. Probably do a break time. So what we do is very simple. Why I brought this up is because we only work with brokerages that use international banks or banks with very good reputation. Sometimes it's not the broker died or not the broker cheat you, but rather it's a national crisis. Like China. Can you see what the article there I put there? Right? People are losing their life saving because they cheat the bank, or what? Because the bank cheat them instead. Or they mismanage the funds, right? And it causes panic withdrawal. This don't happen just in China. They happen in other countries, like UK or before, and some countries with conflict. So even for myself, when I have a BVI, my BVI right now, when we use our accounts, we are using HSBC, which is a global bank. So if Hong Kong something happens, we can get out our funds or HSBC can actually honor the thing because they have presence all over the world. So that's one way we know that they are safe. But if you have a local bank that's only localized and they do business overseas and they die, you are dead with them. So the brokers that we work with, right, preferably the brokers I like to work with is that per country they have their own bank, or they use very good banks to run the whole operations. Then yes, they are safe. That's one way we track as well. And some of these banks are what we call government banks. So like one of our brokers with the DCFX side, the connections, is this guy called Maxco, like literally called maxco.co.id. So these guys, right? These guys, not sure why they have this thing now, right? They have the license in Jakarta at all, and they're actually backed by the government or one of the banks, the bank itself. Right. So these are ways where we know whether they are good or not good. This is one of the ways. The bank itself, where we check who they hold, right? Who they hold, right, is really, really important. So this is just one way to check. Any questions? By the way, if you are a small fry, usually they won't care about you. So it depends on who you are also. Right. And of course, the basic one is all accounts are segregated. Best that they have a government back or guarantee, and not all of them will actually do, but if you have regulators like tier 1 regulators like MAS, you know they're safe, right? Of course, the bigger you are in the industry, the more questions you can ask. So like right now, for my level, I can walk in the broker and say, you know what, tell me all these things. Please tell me all these things now. They will tell me, but they may not tell you, right? So, but if you ever one of you guys become my level, or you have a following or this and that, you can actually demand for answers from there. And usually the brokers will be more than happy to work with you because they know that you're bringing them business. Get it now? Oh, okay. Do you need a break? Do you need like a 5 minutes break from all this information, or you can go on? Pepperstone is very safe. Don't worry about that. Pepperstone is damn safe. Do you need a short break, or we can continue? Continue or short break? Because I'm just vomiting information now. Okay, so okay, I push on. Most of you say continue, or we just continue first. Let me continue until you finish this part, right? Finish the whole screening part. So another thing that I like to check with brokerage is what we call the ability or flexibility of trading and the cost. So this is where people will get very upset. Some of you guys will be very upset with your broker, and this is where I come and save your ass, right? So like I said, my job is saving asses all the time. So what the hell is something called spread, cost fee, swap fee, hedging, isn't it? What the hell are all these things? Very simple. If you go to a broker, right, we compare apple. You can see that right here, I have Trade Nation, right? Of course, it's after market, so really the spreads may change, right? So some brokers, they follow what we call after hour spreads, or some brokers, they choose single spreads, or some brokers, they use dynamic spreads. Some brokers also use commission or no commissions trading. So let's take an example like Dow Jones, right? Right now it shows 2 because it's after hours. You just close the time, after hours 2. In the Asia session, Dow Jones charges 4 pips, UK 2, US 1. Now, if you go into a CMC, right? I have CMC open, so I like to compare apple to apple. Damn it, why are they having it? Epic, right? They give me spitting. Bloody hell. Let's see if they still open. Okay, apparently CMC is in maintenance. What a horrible time to be on maintenance. I can't show you. It's not the one. I can't show you. I'll show you another broker. Right? I can't do anything about this. Call and say, what the hell, you blocked my CMC. Okay, then I'll show you another broker. So CMC and Trade Nation. CMC offers about 1.3. Trade Nation offers 1. CMC leverage is about 20 on default. But if you use the guaranteed stop loss, it goes up to 500. Yeah, I want to show you what's terrible. You know, the reason why I'm doing this is because I want to show you what is terrible. I know you say it's terrible. I want to show you what's terrible. How terrible and how much people get cheated and they don't know they get cheated. I want to show you the difference now. That's why I'm opening up the terrible and the good. Right? That's the reason why. It's for me to show you how easy that people get cheated like this. Okay, that is the verification code first one. Let me just check. Come on. Let's see. Okay. I want to show you guys on CMC, but I can't. So annoying. Probably on Friday class, I can show it to you. Block. I don't want to use the Swift platform. I just want to use your platform to bash you up with me. Okay, let's do Apple. To know whether they're terrible or not, right, is to see whether they even tell you the answers when you buy and sell the difference. Okay, so look at the number here. Look at the number here. 32791.95. So let's write down. Let's write down. If you go to Trade Nation, because it's two spreads now, it's one on default, but because after hours, right? Okay. There's the first. Can you see this thing? Good. So TN, 1 pip, US open, US session. Right now, because after hours, it's actually 4, not 2, because they factor in, but they update the bottom and they update the top part because after hours always 4, right? 3278.9.5 to 3273.5. This number to this number, the difference, 93. My 9 look aside of it. I should just type it down. It's 4 difference pips. I may put it after hours, right? Normal session, it will be 327. Should be 32791 or 991.5 to 32792.5. Should be around here, even not wrong. Plus minus around there. If I click on the chart, that actually tell me the exact price. One moment, let me just check on the exact charts now. Yep. Now, okay. So the actual price is this. So I got a price now. You see from my window here. You see here? They will write to you the actual price. This is the actual quote price. So it's plus minus 1. So at this moment, it should be 0 to around 2. So this should be correct. Right? This should be correct. Right? This should be correct now. Can you see here? This is the Trade Nation. CMC, if I'm not wrong, if I do the same thing, Apple, it should be around 3.90 to around here, about 1.3 or 1.5. Forgot already. I need the CMC to be up there. I can show you exactly. So this is okay spreads. Why they charge more? Because CMC better is because your trade has MES to protect. So that little differences is fine, right? Your MES protect you, it's fine. You pay a premium, slight premium only. Why eToro is terrible? Very simple. You go to eToro website now. Please don't ever use eToro. Please don't ever use. That's my eToro. That's my eSheet. Okay, can't find my eToro in my login again. Okay, look at this. Not only does the pricing so much more dynamic and different, they don't tell you the spreads because they know they got shitty spreads. So the only way to check is either here, buy, sell, or click here, you can see, right? You can see the difference here. So what number do you see? I write down on the screen here. So here, what you see from eToro is three two seven five eight 5.95 to 32791.95, right? Their default difference already, the default difference already is already 6 pips. That's the default. It's 6 already. eToro. So 6 pips minimum. If you're talking about IG as well, I don't know IGSS, but IG is also as expensive as this. But IG is safe in terms of the security, but they are as expensive as that for IG. So that's why we don't use eToro. But you want to know where it gets outrageous, where things get very outrageous. This is where this is where you can get very angry. This is where you see the big difference. IC markets, I don't have enough information. You got to track them already. I'm teaching you how to check now. Why I don't use eToro at all is because of this. Look at the difference of price here. Let me type for you now. 22851.87 to 23327. Let's say 0.60, right? Just plus minus. How much do you think 22851.87 minus 23326 is? Let's do the quick calculations. Right? So 22851.87 minus 23326. 228. Can you see how much money this is? What's this? 474 pips. 474 pips. And you put it here. 474.13. Now we take apple to apple. Let's go to Trade Nation. Same product. Same product. Look at this thing here. Same product, right? We only do apple to apple comparison. Can you see the price here? Here's the price, right? Can you see the difference here? Buy, sell? What do you see? I typed out for you. Two 23185.98 to 23245.98. Tasting. Do your little maths. What do you get? 6T. What does it mean? What does it mean as a trader to you? You look at the maths. What does it mean? It means this. Should you take a position? Yeah, correct. The broker takes more money. So let's say we do apple to apple, right? The odds of you to make money, you need to bypass $400 first before you make $1. So if this thing goes up by $400, $474 in eToro, you will only move, and anything above you make money. If you are trading on, if let's say both of them are same price and the market's open and same price now, right? Same price, same, everything same, right? But then run. Where is it? Okay. Here it is. If you happen to buy, if both of you happen to buy same timing, let's say all of you bought at 23326, right? You buy at eToro. It goes up by $60, right? 23386. You're still negative, right? 414.13 compared to Trade Nation. You buy at 23326, goes up by $60. Your P&L is $0. By the time it goes up by 474, let's say same case, 23386 plus 474 equals what? That's the maths here. I don't even know the calculate the sum. By the time your account hits this amount or the market hits this amount of money, what will happen to you? In eToro, P&L, $0. If you are buying this thing and it happens and it goes to the same price, right? 23386 plus 474.13 minus 60. This price, right? You get this thing. You are not this price. Let's see. Okay, this amount minus 4. My math sucks. You know what? I just do really quickly. Both of them end at the same price, 3-0. In Trade Nation, you already see a positive of $400. Can you see the difference now? Why we don't use eToro? Because if it goes up by this break-even number that eToro charges, which is 474. When by the time you enter the same price and it goes up by 474, eToro will be $0 on a P&L, but on Trade Nation account, you have already made $414.60 just by playing a dollar difference, $1 one lot, $1 size. Can you see the difference now? Why you cannot take eToro? It's technically a scam or daylight robbery. And then you see all the idiots talking about copy trade and this and that. Who is the winner in this case? eToro is the only winner here. Even the copy traders also, they are at disadvantage. You'll be scammed. If the copy trader sucks, you're dead. So if you take a platform like Trade Nation or CMC, you are at the advantage where you get the most fair pricing. You pay the minimum. Because all this transaction needs money. You need to pay the gateway, you need to pay your staff, electricity, licensing, lawyers fee, IBs, and all the stuff. So it's fair for the broker to charge money. But it's not fair if your disadvantage is so big to the broker. That is why I screen out both CMC and Trade Nation, and I'm working with them, is because they have one of the lowest spreads in the entire markets. Trade Nation, Dow Jones is unbeatable in many brokers. I've never seen anyone go as low as 1 pip. 1.3 have CMC. Even CMC and strong fighting with Trade Nation. I explain why they can offer that, even though the Trade Nation is actually CMC's Trade Nation LP. I'll explain that shortly later. But I don't understand now. This should be a wake-up call to all of you who are having trading accounts. Why I don't use IG, or because of the cost. Okay, that is a good question, Rocky. I'll explain later. Some brokers, they use what we call commission-based only, or STP or ECN style of trading. I'll cover that after this, right? So I'll explain that how they charge, how they make money. So you must decide what is your style, right? If you want simple, fast, without all the crazy stuff, direct, quick money, then low spread brokers are the best, because you can scalp. You can in out the markets 10 times, 20 times, 100 times. They don't care. In fact, the more you do, the happier the broker is. They make more money from you. You're just paying a toll. But if you do like a eToro style, you are screwed, because you only make eToro rich. And that's why I'm against eToro. Right? Even their normal Dow Jones is already very bad already. You wait to you see the Bitcoins even worse. Understand? So all clear? So that's what we call on the spread fees, cost fee. Of course, some brokers, right, they will charge something like futures. So here's another thing that you need to understand. You can have the same product and you get 2 different fees. So if you look at Dow Jones here, rolling cash, which is what I call cash CFDs, right? You will pay a low fee, 1 pip, 2 pip, 4 pip. But then you have something called rolling futures and futures. Rolling futures, right? Interestingly, I don't know why they don't charge more. They charge about 4 pips only. They say 2, but it's only for 4. And there's something called futures expiry. Usually they charge higher. So futures itself is a little bit of options. They have expiry dates in the CFD. But why do people buy futures then? Because in the futures, they have no what we call overnight fee. So the swap fee or overnight fee is something that you must consider as well when you choose a broker. How much money you charge you, this and that, is very, very, very important. They will say that you can see here, futures March expiry what time. It is traditional for brokers to charge a holding fee and a weekend Sunday double fee. So if you hold a trade overnight, right, they'll charge you a fee. Let's say I give you a history. Let's say I give you a transaction history, right? Let's say we talk about history, right? Okay. Let's say here, right? Funding fee, $100 here. This is what we call overnight fee. You might know that. Can you see here? This is what we call overnight fee, $100. So you can see the difference now. That's what we call a holding fee. It's usually not. Usually it's some brokers, they consider overnight fee as long as you hold past the opening and closing, even though if you buy, let's say 3 hours to closing and you hold to the next day. The next day can be 3 hours later, 4 hours later, they still charge you a fee. That's if you buy the rolling cash. If you buy a futures, right, then they will not charge you a fee, but they charge you a higher spread. That's what they meant. Because it costs money to maintain a contract for you in the system. Because this contract, right, will be backed by LP, which means that there's actually a connection to a provider of liquidity or prime broker. So you're actually paying them also, or the flow to go to them. And when they hold an order for you, right, because they guarantee your contract. Because you must remember, you are not buying a physical stock. You are buying a paper. This paper has to go through regulations, has to go through licensing, has to go through someone's bidding for you. And you're going to go through the system maintained. this thing costs money. So when you buy a piece of paper like that, the holding fee is to cover the cost price. And on weekends, these people make double. So on a Sunday, they charge 2 times. Saturday charge 1, Sunday charge 2 times. It's traditional. This is across the board on all brokers. They actually charge you this way based on CFD providers. Does this make sense? So you want to know how much they charge you is very important. And that's what we call swap fees. All clear? Anyone lost maybe? Okay, right. Okay, good. So the brokers charge you must be very fair when they charge you, of course. They will have to declare to you how much you charge. Usually I put the charging fee. I think you charge here. Where's the charging fee? Okay. Usually they declare a fee here. It's usually it's usually only one lot. No, this is not lot size. Where's the charge fee? Okay, they never state here. I'll try to find again. They usually state the charging fee. I think because the market is closed now, so they don't show it to you. So usually the charge fee is about 1 pip or 2 pip. Most cases. 1 pip, 2 pip for the fair brokers, right? So please check on that. Then another thing you need to understand is this thing called hedging. So on a CMC, you can hedge. I can't show it to you now. But the hedging on CMC, right, got 2 types. If you do MT4, you can do direct hedging, which means you can use MT4 to buy and sell. Right? Means you have one order that's buy, one order sell. That's called hedging. Why do people hedge? You might be asking me the question now. Why do people hedge? Let me explain why people hedge the things. Okay. Let's say you saw this little thing here. You manage to buy a position here, long. It goes here. You say it looks like it's a little bit too, overbought. You believe it'll come down here. Then you believe it'll go up again. So if you buy, let's say you buy here at, let's say you buy a $10 size, $10, right? Let's be accurate now. Let's say you manage to get a price at 33091 and play at $10 a pip. You manage to ride all the way to the top here, right? That is 1253.6. 1253.6, right? Times 10 equals to $12536. You say, okay, you believe you got higher. But before it got higher, it must come down first. But you tell yourself, I don't want to lose this money here that I gain. Or how do I make sure that in the worst case, I will not lose so much? And you believe that it's time for the market to reverse. So let's just say you manage to short here, right? Before you short there, and eventually hold to the timeline, you manage to get out at the top. Let's say here, right? This is 1426, right? 1426, you make about 14,000. 1426.0. Let's just say this is the top. You can get out potential here, right? But in between, you can just buy and let go all the way and get out at the top, 1426. Then you make this money. But some people, they like hedging is because, let's say you manage to short the market here at 34154.15. And the market happened to drop a little bit. You enter what we call a feeble retracement. And it got out around here. You don't have to go out on the bottom. But if let's say you play at $10 again, it's 5544. 554.4. Right? Which means that how much money is that? $5544. You play $10. If you don't hedge the thing, or hedge, some people call it hedge locking, and you happen to short here, you can do one buy and make this amount of money, and you can short and get out here and still make additional $5,000. It means you can take 2 trades together. And your exit point is quite important. Some people do that because they want to preserve the money. Because when this thing comes here and they hedge lock, which means that one side $10 buy, one side $10 sell. We call this hedge locking. No, it's called hedge lock. No matter what happens in the market goes up and down, right? This amount of money is secured. Some people do that. They hedge lock. So even if the market go to this area here and you're not confident, you think I'm not sure whether to go up or not, right? You want to take profits. This position that's 12536, right? Dollars will be minus 5544, right? Which is how much? 536 5, right? You only make 6,992. Right? This is how much money you make. Your value of here, if you hedge lock it, this will become 6,992. But on the other hand here, you will gain an additional $5,544 over here. And when you plus these two together gains, one sell and one short, your overall will still be earning $5,544. Your overall still be making 12536. So this is the advantage of having what we call hedge locking. Is to preserve a position to let the market give you a clearer signal. But hedge locking is not recommended for a new trader, because what happens is that some people go into what we call hedge locking panic, where they hedge lock this and that. They say, oh my God, I'm losing $100 now. I play at $1, goes up. But the market dropped down, 100. So minus $100. They say, never mind, I will short down and hedge a thing. And since $100 momentum is so strong, instead of going at $1, I go at $2. And instead of dropping further, right? Let's say it goes to $2, right? You believe that, and your break even will be at the 100 points later. Because why? This thing $100 become minus 200, right? And this thing here, you go down $2, 100 points later is $200. This is what we call your break even point, or what we call position rescue. Some people, they are just attached to this money here. They cannot let go of the position, but they don't realize that if they let go, you drop further. So what happens is that, right? Imagine if you're going short $2 here, and instead of dropping another 200 points, 100 points that you're hoping, it reversed by 50 points. So what happened now? It goes back up by 50 points. So you have the $2 that's negative 100, and you have this other position here that is negative 50. So instead of losing $100 now, you are screwed because you have a total loss of $150. And then you will think, okay, never mind, I'll do a third position. I believe the market will still go down again. Let me try to be a smart person, right? Oh, you panic. You say, never mind, I buy first. I think you go up again. So you decide to buy one more time. You buy again. You say, never mind, $1, I buy another dollar here. I lock it now. Or I want to try to gain back 150. Buy. So now you got 50 cents upstream, right? So at one point it goes up. Let's say it goes up by 20 points again. 20 points again. Then this $50 loss will become what? Your first position will become minus 30. Your second position will be at 20 times 150, $30. But your bottom position will be what? Your bottom position, instead of minus $100, because it go up by 20 points, it will be negative 140, right? Then you'll be like, I'm smart, it's going to go up instead. I beat the system, you think of yourself. But you only beat it by 50 cents, right? Because you got a 50 cents factor. Then the next moment, the market screw you again. It starts dropping downwards. Goes down by 60 points again. Oh, someone say it didn't. I'm showing you a real scenario right now. Yeah, correct. That's why I said I don't recommend people do this. So now you have this $30, right? Drop $60, become $90. And you have this $30 that was what's positive becomes what? 40 times 1.5 is how much? 40 times 1 $60. And your this position here recovered by 60 points, right? Because minus $120. So from $100 loss, when it goes up by 60 points now, drop down, your overall, right? Your overall is a negative 90, 60, 20. So you can see that now your minus negative is 170. It's way bigger than it first started here. It's way bigger than first started with $100 loss here. Then the next moment, it shows its true side and you panic. It drops down by another what? It drops down by another 50 points. Go down 50 points again. Right? Go down 50 points again. So what happened to all these two positions? Position 1 will become negative. Yeah. Position 1 will become negative $140. Position 2 will become negative what's it? 75 plus 60, how much? 75 plus 60, how much? 75, 67, 137. And your position 3 will be how much? $20 negative, right? 50, another month, you'll be positive 80. But when you add the max together now, when you add the max together, right? 140 plus 135 negative, right? Is 275. 275, right? 275 minus 80 is what? 190, 195. So can you see that even though this happened again, you try to be as smart, Alex. This number from $100 become 140, become 170, become $190 loss. And we haven't factored in the spreads yet. And then you decide to hold it overnight. You say, never mind, fuck that. I'll wait for tomorrow. I don't want to close my position yet. I see what happened. You get my point. Then after the market drop further, and you pay the overnight fee, you pay everything. Then the next thing I know is that I'll get a phone call from you, and you say, Max, help me. How? This is what some of you will walk into when you try to beat the system, and you do not know how to do it, and you become a hedger. And if you continue to hold some more, the next thing you get is called margin call, and your whole account becomes zero. This is how you die. So what just happened? What I just described to you, right? Is that the market just did this, right? You decide buy. So if I translate this information to you, if I translate the information to you, this is what the market look like. Red bar. Let me just try to visualize. Enter, drop 100, right? After recover by 20. Then after it goes up, after recover by 20, then goes up by 30. Then after it goes up by 30 again, go up 20 first, go up 20 first, then go down 60. Right. Then go down by another 50. Goes up, go down, and go down another 50. This is what the market did to you. Because of this part here, you thought you got to hold, you try to buy in. Because you bought here at the start. And chances are, when you see this pattern forming like that and trick and drop, you will flush. Usually this happens. Get it now? This is what usually happens. So those of you who hold a position and hold, this is how you die. And you got to buy 250 up. You got $2 down. Right? This is how you die. Because you never plan. This is what happens when you over hedge the market. Some of you guys will try to play, say, oh, I will short another $2 here and become $4. Can. Then you go down, right? You make money. You rescue your own self, but very little profits. But what if the market decides to do this? Instead of going down, up, down like that, right? Instead of doing this and like this, right? What happens if it does this thing instead? What happens is that instead of this, then it goes up, then go down, then go down, right? The next moment, it does this again. Go back up, then go down, then go down, then go and do this. Then after you do this already, the next thing you know, reverse bar, then after you do this. What will you do? You're dead. Can you see that? You're dead. Then you buy some more here, you sell some more, you buy here, you sell some more, then you buy again, then you buy again, then you sell again, then you sell again, then you see this thing, you buy again. So that by the time you come here, even though you pay $1 or $2, right? And you got all the bad position, you bought all the top here, you short all the bottoms here, you short all these places here. What did happen to you after that? What did happen to your account? From your $100 loss, it becomes easily to $1,000 loss with your stupidity and more. This is how you die. That is why we do not recommend people with low experience to do hedging, because you start fighting the flow. Yes, exactly. That's what happens to you. And it's just a simple flow. It's just up, down, up, down. But this is how you die. You know why? Because I'm guilty of this. I did this in my early days. This is how I died in my early days. Next thing you know, margin call. You screw up, you lost another $5,000. I did this. So it's not like I tried to beat the system in the past. I tried it. I died. Get it? I don't want you to go through this. That's why I say, you don't do this, you just let go. You don't fight the thing. You can cut the other side, then it hits, you know, get out, plan ahead. But this is how most of you will die at one point in trading. It's a very common thing. Correct. You can do it instead of stop loss, yes, you can protect you in the first place. Yes, yes, and yes. That's how I prevent serious death. That's why training discipline is very important. I just gave you one of the worst case scenario of hedging, where people try to hedge the market and be smart about it. It's one of the worst case. And therefore, even though we are still in the start, and I'm not supposed to spend so much time there, but a good broker will usually allow hedging. So some brokers, they can do a both sides play, can do one side play. And if you want to do this on the trading screen, right? On trading screen, all you need to do is come here. Of course, this one, because market closed now, you come here. All you need to do is to simply allow this thing called, when you place the order here, can see this tick here? Can see this tick here? It's called allow hedging. Usually by default, they will allow hedge. I'll set all my always allow hedge, because in case I want to do a flip side trading. Because if you don't allow hedging, right, what happens is that when you cut the trade without allow hedging, it instantly removes the other trade. So if you don't click this button, if you don't click the hedging button, right, you don't click this button here, what happens in the trading account is that, right, when you buy, right, $1 up, right, you say negative by $10 already. Then you short $1. Instead of having $10 negative up, a 1 and $0 down, right? When you don't click the button, when you click that $1 and $1, this trade will become negative $10 on spot. They just charge you to the account already. If you do not click the hedging button, that's what happens on the spot. That's why it's very important that we always click hedging in case you don't do something like this, right? We always click the word allow hedging. That's my default. Personally, my default. All my trades or what? All hedged. You can do this with CMC as well, so not just here. But CMC is a bit tricky on the web trader. On the MT4, no problem. On the web trader, when they do the trading, it's under maintenance right now. You can do what we call Euro US US Euro. So they have this function where you can actually search the opposite. So there's no difference between Euro, US, and US Euro. Right? There's no difference. So if you buy one here, you're technically hedging. This one buy up and one down. You're auto hedging, because one's against US against Euro, the other is Euro against US. Does this make sense? If you're doing this on a CMC platform, that's the only way you can hedge. One of the only ways you can hedge in a CMC platform if you're using non-MT4 platform to trade. Okay. It depends on the broker. I mean, it depends on the broker that you're using as well, right? Futures, of course, futures usually are expiring, and the brokers that we trade, let's say, CMC is rumored to be using TradingView soon. For Trade Nation, they're using this broker called IQ Charts.
But most people now traditionally they use TradingView. That's why I asked you guys to get TradingView. But by the way, who doesn't have a TradingView account yet? Who doesn't have a TradingView account yet? If you don't have a TradingView account, I do ask that you get okay. If you don't have a TradingView account, let me just get this for you. Not big. Where's my okay? Because I have an agreement with the TradingView lately. So basically, if you don't have a TradingView account, can you please do yourself a favor? Just get the most basic pro first. Only buy TradingView during Black Friday is the cheapest. So if you don't have a TradingView right now, get the Pro. It's more than enough for this program. You don't need Pro Plus. Right? I'm using Pro Plus. I'm not even using Premium because I have Optima to support me, so I don't need Premium at all. I'm only using this myself. I still pay for it, right? So that's the only thing I ask you. If you want to get this thing, you don't have a TradingView, get this one, get a Pro. Because the Pro, right, you get access to certain indicators that they don't have in the free accounts that the TradingView won't give to you. The Optima side, no, not Optima. The TradeNation one is not powerful enough. They don't give you all the function. So that's something you need to bear in mind as well. All right. So like I say, if you don't have it, get it. It's about $12. Shouldn't bother too much. About $12 a month only. Just get a basic. Don't have to get anything fancier for now. Right. Let's see what else I need to cover. Okay, so hedging, hedging is one thing, swap fee, holding fees. So we talk about swap fees already, holding fees all. Another thing that we like to talk about is what we call, wait, someone say, if I have free, can I use my ID? If you never paid for the TradingView, then use my ID, the one to sign up. Then can. If you never paid for TradingView. Right. Okay, here's another thing. Guarantee stop loss, guarantee stop loss, guarantee stop loss, guarantee stop loss. Very, very, very important. CMC is down, so I cannot show it to you. So here's a trick for CMC. If you want an MAS trade that allows 500 average, all you need to do in a CMC platform is to click allow hedging. Oh, no, around guarantee stop loss. And instead of using a high margin requirement, can you see there's something called margin requirement, right? You'll be instantly given an extremely high leverage given on spot. Let's see if let's see if CMC platform is up again. See if I can show you 1 or 2 live trades. Nope, still under maintenance. Can't show to you. I'll probably show to you on Friday next week. Or maybe I see tomorrow can or not. Right? I can't do anything about this under maintenance. So I can show it to you on TradingView that you can do what we call a guarantee. So a guarantee ensures that you don't lose more than that. Why? Let's look into some real life scenario. Right? You can see there's this function called guarantee here. Guarantee here. They have a minimum guarantee amount. Right? They're not stupid because who bears the cost of guarantee loss? The broker. Why do we have something called guarantee? Oh, wrong view. Sorry. Thanks. Why do we have something called guarantee? There's a minimum guarantee amount, right? There's a minimum guarantee distance. You can see the brokers here, right? Guarantee stop distance 2%. That's what I call a minimum guarantee, right? Because the brokers are stupid. You guarantee too low, and the market hit the thing and it gaps. The broker is the one ending up having to pay for you. So so most broker will always charge a fee, so-called insurance fee. For TradeNation case, for a $1, they charge you $3. You're playing at $10, the insurance is $30. But they give a minimum guarantee this amount that no matter what happens, you get that guarantee at 797 loss. Guaranteed. Why do we do guarantee? Let me show you why. So this is very important for stocks trading, especially popular stocks they like to get. So now let's go to TradingView. Can you see It's over stock options. Okay. I'm like I mentioned, I'm not very well versed in stock in options, so I'm not the best person to ask option with, right? I'm not the best. So that one you need to ask more option, but I'm not sure whether you can do a guaranteed stop loss for options. I'm not the best person to advise that. So I don't, you know, I don't tell things that I'm not familiar. That's my stand. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I know. I don't. So why do we have a guarantee? I explain really quickly now. Can you see all these little gaps? What we call is called gapping, right? Gapping. See here? Gapping. So let's paint for you a scenario right now. Let's say that you do not guarantee, and you saw this little rush here. You saw this little rush, and you're still bearish about Tesla. Say, oh my God, Tesla's news is so bad. It should go what? Down, right? It should go down, right? You are saying, oh my God, it's too long already. So you tell yourself, okay, I managed to short here. You got a damn godly position. You see this long thing, 3 days of resistance. We call it 3 days of resistance, which means that decision is going to make, right? 3 days resistance. Somehow or another, you managed to get a damn good price to short. You managed to short at this price here, this blue area. And you say, it must go down minimum this to around here. And say, oh my God, Fibonacci so nice. So let's do a little quick Fibonacci test. Is this a valid Fibonacci point? Take here to here. Yeah, it is a valid point. 382 is a valid point, right? It's a valid point. If you are bearish, you're very hyper bearish, this is a valid point for you to reverse drop. No rules broken, right? So what happens? You only got $2,000 here. Your cost $2,000. And you take this trade. I don't care. Don't assume, right? Never assume. Remember, that's why BMM comes to play. Never assume, because that's where BMM is governing. Let's say that you are a very smart trader, a very safe trader, right? And you put a stop loss here. If you short here, what do you think is a good idea to put a stop loss? You put a stop loss around here, right? Agreed? This is a good stop loss point, right? This red line is a good stop loss point, right? And he calculated that, right, from here to here, which is about 504. Let's say 504 or 507. Right? Let's assume that 507, you're playing on a less than dollar pip. Right? You say, okay, I shall short here. I short here, and my stop loss is there. My short price is this yellow line, and you plan to cut. You know something's wrong when the red line appears. But you forgot one thing. You forgot to put guaranteed stop loss. Let's say here's negative 400. You only lose $400, right? Agree? The next day, jump. Do you think the broker will honor you at $400 loss? Or do you think that you'll become a nightmare here? 1538. That's 3 times now. Instead of losing $400, you end up losing 1200. Would you panic? Would you panic? You have seen this thing appear. You're like, what the hell? I only got $2,000. Instead of losing $400, I lose 1200. And you call your broker, say, how can you do this to me? You do that. Who will do that? You probably do it, right? And the broker say, it gap. They cannot do anything. They are not the one behind this. They are not behind it. They are just the brokerage doing it. And he set an order to cut loss. But imagine this. What if you are somebody who cannot cut loss. You got $2,000. And then put in stop loss. Can you see this little long thing here? How fast do you think you get for your account to go to zero? Here. Here's a margin call. If you don't cut loss or no stop loss, this is where you die. Get it? So the tails of stop loss, guaranteed stop loss, and those who don't put stop loss. Can you see the difference now? Same trading, same area. Is it a good position to short? It's damn good to short here, right? It's a valid point, but the market disagree because it can go down here. Is it structurally correct? It is. It's structurally correct. So when it comes to dimension trading class at time, right, you understand that, right, this can be a lower dimension, and this can be a, I give you an example, this can be a lower dimension, this can be upper dimension. That's why in our advanced trading, the full program, we don't look at up or down one. All we care is when the dimensions are. Right, something like this. This dimension 2. This should be 2.6. Dimension 2.6, 2.5 or 2.6. See, if I take this high here, over here. Oh, it's off by a bit. The dimension is here. Can you see how close this is to the 6.8? That's the dimension 2. This is what we call dimension 2.6 move. You will soon realize that, right, we don't care about the highs and low one when it comes to substitution. We don't care. That's why most of you will focus on price. We don't look at price. We look at time. But that's your day 8, day 9 content, right? I'm just giving you a sneak peek of what I see, right? So that's our day 8, day 9. But can you understand that, right? If you don't put stop loss, this is how you die. $2,000 wipe out. If you don't put a guaranteed stop loss, you, instead of losing $400 that you plan, you end up losing 1,200. That's why we put a guaranteed stop loss of this kind of case. Even though the price get like this, but because you paid the broker a guarantee, the broker will honor the $400 loss and they'll personally pay for your $800 loss themselves from their own pocket. Because you chose a guarantee and paid their mini insurance of 3 pips, which means that you probably paid about $3, but you are guaranteed $800 of protection. How cool is that? That's why when guaranteed stop loss is available, sometimes it's better that you use a guarantee. Get it? Any questions? So this is a classic case of gapping and how to kill people. Classic case. Any other questions? Can we move on? I mentioned this day 1 only. Good brokers will offer that. Good brokers will only offer that. Lousy brokers will not offer that because when they guarantee, they actually lose money. Unless they've taken a lot of orders from guarantee, they hope more idiots don't put guarantee, then they don't do that. But usually, because guarantee will have a minimum distance, they have like 2% minimum, 3% minimum. You cannot just guarantee anything you want. You must have like, because the brokers know that if you guarantee too low to their jump points, they themselves also will lose money, and they lose a lot of money. So the money they pay, the spread, is just the insurance on the risk they tabulated for you already. They really pre-calculated everything in advance to know that based on the history, this one will have how much guarantee, how much distance. Then they set a risk factor like, okay, we can only guarantee is 2% and above. Some they will lower to 1.5, some they increase to 3%, then they guarantee you. That's depending on broker, really depending on broker, right? So not every broker will have guarantee, not every single one. Questions? Anything to ask? I hope I can finish today's content by end of today's class. No questions, then we move on again. Okay. No questions, right? No questions, right? All still alive? Heavy, right? Day 1 only. Day 1 only. Day 1 only, and we are at this level of details. So let's move on. Okay, what else do we need to cover? Commission fees are simple. Because a lot of these brokers are tied to the actual LPs, they actually get commission dividend payout, right? So when it comes to commission payout, right? If you are shorting the markets and there's a commission call, you actually lose money. You actually lose money because you're shorting markets. You know, when you're buying, when you buy and you're buying outright, and there's a commission pay, you actually make money. Do you know that? Do you know why you lost and why you make money? Everyone want to make a guess. I never seen anyone explain this before, so I want to know. And have anyone actually understand why when you're shorting and there's a dividend, you lose money? Anyone? Seriously? Anyone knows why? Because it's not covered anywhere in other programs I've seen. Not about you don't have stock. Wrong. Okay. The reason is because indices is like a big bottle of water. Right? This little tank, this is a tank here, is a money tank. Money tank. Money tank. Right? Inside here, there's different levels of water level. And let's say it's very full. It's around here now. Right? The water level is here. And this is, let's say this is US 30. So inside here, this pool has a value of all 30 companies inside this tank. Let's say today we came up with a new index. Let's say we come up with this index called CONUT KN6. So this water tank, this is the water tank, has 6 components of different companies involved. One, two, three, four. 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So we had a new dividend product, it's called KN6, which means the whatever thing with 6 products. When they take a dividend to pay the investors, right? They have to take the money from somewhere. So the LP always think they'll take money from a pool. Let's say this is all filled to the brim. These are all water filled to the brim. And let's say the entire thing here, per share is worth $100, right? But because let's say company A, this is company A, then company B, right? Company C, D, E. Okay. Company A, let's take someone in company B, right? Company B says, okay, we had a very good year, time to declare dividend. So over here, there's this level, right? This is $100 mark. Over here is 90 mark, 80 mark, right? So when company B calls dividend, this money will be taken from this pool. So this will reduce, right? Which means the entire pool will also reduce. Which means that the money, $100 of value, will technically decrease to maybe $98. Does it make sense? Because dividend must come from somewhere. Because company B took out $2 worth of dividend out of the entire pool to pay all investors. Make sense, right? So if you're on a contractual or long or short, it means that, right, the natural price of the market will drop by $2 naturally. But because this is what we call an unfair advantage. So those of you who gain from that artificial drop, right, will then have to pay a fee. Will have to pay a fee that is valued on $2 per share back to the market pool. So you, as the investor, will pay back the share so that this thing here will remain at $100 on its original value, despite B calling for dividends of $2. And that's where the dividend charges comes in if you short. And vice versa, if you are buying this share that's $100, and because there's a dividend call, you face a unfair devaluation of $2. Therefore, if you buy and there's a dividend, you will get a share of the payout from here to pay and compensate this unfair disadvantage that you lost because company B caught a dividend. Now, does this make sense? Why they charge you a dividend if you're shorting? Does it make sense? Does everybody understand this theory now? This is what happens. And it's not theory, actually. It is fact. Right? I've never seen anyone explain like this before. Just that I always got people complain why they got charged commission when they short the thing. They say, why the dividend the broker charged me? Because of this thing? Because you got an unfair advantage of the market going down, because it's forced to go down, because company B calls a dividend. Understand? Oh, good. So don't complain they charge you a dividend unfairly, because they don't. It's because there's a payout. Good. You guys learn very fast. I will say something insurance. Forex, no, Forex is that there's no dividend from Forex. I see. I don't see any Forex dividend at all. Today, I never seen any Forex dividend. The only dividend I saw is only company or insist. There's no Forex dividend. Correct. Always say dividends. Always say dividend. See if I have a dividend charge lately or not. One moment. Let me see. Let's see if I can find for you. I should have one dividend. Let me check if I have a dividend charge recently. Wait, I don't see any. Have. Look at this. Let's see. Let me. Why did it run away? Funny. The thing ran away the moment I open back the tab. Okay. There was a dividend charge here. Can you see here? Can you see this thing? Not adjustment. Where is it? Sorry, I'm gonna go. Adjustment and dividend are not two different things, by the way. Okay, I can't find a dividend charge now. I don't know where it disappeared to. That's how they actually did show a dividend charge or dividend payment. Yeah. I couldn't find it. It's okay. You move on. So basically, that's how they pay your dividend itself. Oh, there is history. So no history don't have. Yeah, I don't know why my trade nation is acting weird. Sorry. Oh, no, let's transfer out. We withdraw money from this account. That's not dividend. I saw it just on page 7, but I don't know why it can't disappear. Because you're drawing out some money from this account. Because this account is the swing account. This is one of my swing account. Oh, yeah. Can I see now? I was looking here. There you go. Dividend gain. Correct. Thanks. Yeah. This one. Can you see here? So that's why they pay you dividends if you hold a position. All right. Okay. Let's see what else we need to cover next. Okay. Guarantee hidden. Okay. So commission based, all these things, dividend adjustment, all these things. A lot of programs here, right? They will have something called a loyalty payment service. I can't see my loyalty report. So what brokers like to do is that, right? They have something called a loyalty program where they give you money back for trading. So here's the good news. All of you who sign up with me, be it Trade Nation or CMC, will be enrolled into a loyalty program. How cool is that? Which means that as long as you trade with Max, right, all of you guys will get some form of kickback. The broker will pay. All of you will get it, right? So for us, so some brokers, they very 超快. What they do is that they give you what we call a paid markup, but we don't do this paid markup method to you. Some brokers or some fund houses, they'll do a markup, but we don't do a markup. So when some people, they'll do like an IB or something like that, right? They'll do, okay, I want to bring all my clients into this broker, but I'll mark up everybody so they pay more money, so I earn more money. We do not do that, right? We are very strict on this. We do not do such thing as markup at all. There's zero markups. So the brokers will give you guys money from the transaction based on the amount of money you trade from their pocket, not from my pocket, from their pocket, right? So that's why I'll give you guys a link later for both brokerage. Which you can take both, you can take one, I don't really care. But this is how we do it. And what they do is that they'll give back a certain amount of money based on how much transaction that you paid to them, they give back to you. They call it loyalty program bonuses. For Trade Nation, I think they start from 2% or 3% up to around 15%. But you must be a damn big trader to do that. For CMC, I'm not very sure how much is it. Yeah, I don't know what it is. Okay, for CMC, there is also a certain percentage, but I don't have the full thing. Swap and holding fee technically the same, but depends because sometimes. Okay, that's a good question. Swap holding fee. I also starting to forgot already. I think it should be the same thing. Definition. Yeah, correct. Swap and holding fees are the same thing. Right, there you go. So over here. Let me just place for you the link here. So can you see the link there? That's how. So you must understand, ask this question about swap fee holding fee. Okay, so here's another thing that we need to discuss. It's called hidden cost. A lot of brokers, they charge something called inactivity cost. Right? Trade Nation doesn't charge inactivity cost. I'm not sure about CMC, but Trade Nation doesn't charge you inactive cost. Some brokers even worse. If you have money inside the broker, if you don't trade for them for 1 year or what, they'll start taking money from you. I think this is seen in brokers like Ava Trade or whatsoever. If I'm not wrong, Ava, what they charge you that, which means that they have something called hidden cost account maintenance fee. And sometimes, right, if they want to be very terrible with you, they don't charge you based on a fixed fee. You know they charge you on? Anyone make a guess what they charge you on? Some of them. The very horrible brokers, you know what they do? They don't charge you a fixed fee or holding fee. They not on inflation. They charge you on a percentage of your account. Imagine if you got $10,000 and you didn't trade it for 5 months. 5 months, they start charging you 5% a month. After that, 10,000 becomes zero very fast. Some then they charge you like $20, $30 like holding fee. Fine. But some then they charge you a percentage. You're fucked. So it's very important to know your brokers. What do they do if you don't trade? Let's say you go to hospital. Let's say you end up hospital one day and you coma or something. What happens to your account? You must ask questions like this. Yeah, I mean, I don't hope anyone gets in trouble or anyone like accident or whatsoever. But what happens if one day you end up in a coma and you're out for three months? And because the system detects as inactivity and they start charging you a percentage. Anyway, you get up from the thing you recovered and you see your account being negative by 15% or 10% because you didn't trade. Is it fair? you need to ask questions like this. Right? So I'm just telling you that some brokers will play you like this. Don't do it. Right? Then now we move on to that point. Number 5. Anyone feel the yeah. Starting to mention. The management fee trading is okay. If they manage to trade for you, it's okay. It's fine to pay a management fee. It's really okay to pay a management fee. Right? Because somebody has to make money. Right? So management fee for auto trading what is normal. Don't worry about it. It's normal. Right? It depends how much money you pay. So point number 6 is that, right, your data provider, your tool, your LP, this thing, a lot of them won't be able to tell you directly who's the LP, this and that. If you're quite big, they'll tell you like, oh, I'm using this guy's LP, that guy's LP, this and that. Usually guys internally will know. Whether you're using an MT4, MT5 or platform to trade, it's a platform. Then whether your provider is IQ Charts or TradingView or who provides your data point, these are all account provider. eToro has one of the worst technical chart platform. Let me show you how terrible it is. One of the worst. How do you trade or chart on eToro? I don't know how people use this. Let's say you want to you see a drop down trend. You want to add a measurement. Let's say I'll put a vertical line here, right? Can you see that eToro doesn't really give me things like time technical tools? Where got time cycles? I can't even draw a time cycle on this. I can't draw a time cycle. What can I do? Let's see what is Eclipse? I can only do this. It's damn stupid. If you want to draw a line, I will draw a line, touch here, adjust right, go back here again, touch here, adjust. Something like that, right? Then you see a tool like TradingView. Not TradingView. You see a tool like Trade Nations one, IQ Charts. You do a line, you can do it fast, right? This is what we call ease of use. And you want more complicated tools like, let's say, apart from indicators, let's say you want a MACD. Everyone uses MACD on the default, right? Very fast. You can have the same MACD in here. Let's say I come here, I want to find MACD, which is a damn stupid indicator. Scroll, can I find? MACD is here. They ask the settings, create. Then they do like this, right? So this is standard. Then what if you want to do something more complicated? Like let's say I want a time cycle analysis. I want to do a time cycle, basic time cycle of I want to use time cycle from here to here. Say 2 down bottom here, right? Something like that. So the what's it called? The IQ Charts can do this, but eToro cannot do this. Then if you go to TradingView, right? Why buy TradingView pay? It's because not only can you do time cycles analysis, you can also do wave cycle and all the signals. You can do what we call cyclical cycles analysis, something like this. Let's say, for example, here to here, right? Cyclical cycle, and you have to do a double cyclical cycle, dimension 2. We call dimension 2 cycles, 1, 2, right back, something like that. Then, if you want to convert this data into something more time cycle based without the lines or distractions, in the TradingView, you can also do something called cycles, something like this. Or you can do something called cycles of cycles. Cycle 1, something like cycle 2. Let's say we take this here. Here's cycle 2. Can you see the difference now? So the power of the platform provider and what they use is also very, very, very important. Any questions? I am not sure about that. The dots are what we call, they're called, the dots I just used is called a cyclical lines. This one, this thing here. I'm not sure it's a pro or what. No, that's not moon phase. Oh, I mean these dots. These dots are the moon indicator. Okay, so ask what's RRMP LP. Okay, I'll go to that shortly. Okay, RRMP LP. RR means RP. What's RP? RP. Okay, I'm not sure if I say RP. MP, LP means liquid provider, or market provider, or you're talking about prime broker. So there's a lot of terms. So I need to know which one you're asking, right? MP or MP means moon phase, by the way. MP is moon phase. This one. I know you're asking already. Like I say, I get confused because I don't know which you're asking. Are you asking based on the brokerage? Are you asking based on the charts? Or are you asking based? So there's a lot of short form in different parts of things. So you need to be very clear with me. Which part did I mention it? Because sometimes I just think I forgot what I'm mentioning, right? The slides here are just a guideline for me to know where the class is, roughly what I need to cover, right? Okay, so apart from the tools like this, right, you need to ask whether the broker has MT4, MT5, or CloudTrader or system. So for TradeNation, if you go to TradeNation's platform, right, you go to Google Store, right, you can actually download the TradeNation's platform. Oh no, LP. Usually when I say LP, it stands for liquid provider, not live price, right? Google Play. So let's say you go to Google Play, you want TradeNation, you can actually download a TradeNation app to your phone. There we go. I'm not wrong, CMC has a what is that game for it? Very funny. TradeNation is here. CMC, I think they have an app as well. Yep, there is a trading app for CMC as well. So good brokers often they have a built-in apps for you. You can use what we call a web access, MT4 access, or even a phone access. And worst case, dealing desk. Worst of the worst, dealing desk. Right? So these are some access. Why we do this is because in case one connection goes down, you can always do another thing. So likewise, when you have a dealing desk, it's more like a phone call. If your internet is down, you have a phone call. Even for a guy like me, I have 3 internets on standby with 3 different providers. I have my base one, my base here, right, which I'm using. Okay, so I forgot which provider I'm using. But I forgot which provider I'm using, the main one. ViewQuest, right? I'm using ViewQuest in Singapore. But I have a Singtel standby and I also have a StarHub standby. In case one of it goes down, my backup internet will come in. So you don't have to be as crazy as me, but I always recommend that you always have a backup, one backup. Sometimes it's not your internet go down, but the provider's internet go down or provider's access go down. That's where a call going or phone coming. No. I don't have 3 fiber. I two wireless and 1 fiber. 2 wireless and 1 fiber. Right. I have 2 wireless and 1 fiber lines. Enough really. I got two wireless lines standby, all different providers. Yeah. That's one. What Royce is correct. For me, I'm a little bit more. The word's called kiasu. a little bit more. Well, I play one level up. So that's why I have 2 lines, 3 providers in total. That's personally for me. But you must understand that it's a different ball game already. So that's why I have this. In fact, the 4th one is another one, but it's another phone. That's my wife using that one. That's the 4th one. The backup of the backups. All right. No, you can get like if some people even buy a third party like like TBG or you also can. Okay, so that's something you need to know. Yeah. I had to do all the things. Okay, last part for this brokerage. Actually, no, not the last part. Still got 2 more things. Are you guys still okay? Can we still continue? Or do you need a short break? Still alive? Can you go on? Can you go on and try to finish this up because it's another two points only. There's no dinner break. There's only a tea break for this round. All right, still alive. Good. Come. Good. Yeah, there's no dinner break for this. I just announced I say take a lunch and there's no dinner break because I want to try to end by 7, 8 o'clock today. I'll try to end by 7, 8 o'clock so you guys have a proper dinner, right? Wow, I don't even know if you guys can finish with time or not. Okay, another thing that we need to talk about is what we call the reviews. So this thing is very, very important because you must understand that there is something called broker bashing, right? Online, there's something called broker bashing. So never ever rely on one review platform to make a final judgment. Your judgment must come from meeting the people from broker. It must come from talking to people who are using the platform. And it must also come from multiple reviews platform. So most people will usually, the first thing they turn to is this website called WikiFX. This is a default by a lot of people. But here's the thing, WikiFX is also kind of an asshole. Because WikiFX earns money by referral and signups on IBs and that, right? They have something like IB. They have a paid broker listing and non-paid. And usually they tend to feature the good ones. But that doesn't mean that they're wrong, right? Because I've saved people from a few brokers before. So the broker I'm working with right now, TradeNation, CMC, and DCFX, right? 1, 2, 3. Can see that? So these are all my, like say DCFX complain of what? I also never heard of it. DCFX has the JSX, because I'm working directly with them. They're Indonesia at all. They got STP. DCFX is mostly STP. Can you see the third connection? STP. Right? CMC, they also say a lot of complaints, no license. No, this is not true. But I sent a report to CMC already. They say that they're getting a lawyer to handle the case now with WikiFX. They're getting a lawyer to do that right now. Because I sent a report in on Wednesday to CMC. They say, oh, got scam under complaint, this and that. Yeah, right. CMC is this thing? No way. Right? So you must understand that people do bash your brokers sometimes and they affect the store. I have no idea which broker is that, but I won't use the Indian broker. I won't use the Indian broker, unfortunately. I say already, my brokers are all Australia, UK, or Singapore. That's the licensing. They're licensed in UK, Australia, or Singapore. Most of my brokers. They can trade through Bahamas or what, I don't care, as long as they route that through the main bodies, then I'm safe. Most of the time I'm safe. Right? Especially you got the MAS, no way can go wrong. Because they got a master. Do you think MAS will allow this to happen? On the due diligence, they won't allow it. So this is what we call bashing. So if you take this, look at this CMC, they got bashed like that, right? With all this stuff, right? They say what, and normally they say that you go check the authorities, it's actually okay. Right? So CMC here, and you go to another website like Forex Broker. Forex Broker ranking. Something like this. I think it's for broking and Forex brokers, right? You can see that different brokers, different sites will give you a different rating. I'm not sure what this thing is for. Reviews. This is terrible. Access is terrible. Don't use Exness. It's terrible. I'll explain to you why we don't use Exness. They don't even put the whole listing there. You go Forex.com, you see CMC is one of the top rated. So it depends on where you go. And this is how you actually start searching. I will never trust this, obviously. I think it's a lie. I honestly think this is a lie. It's one of the worst. Right? It's one of the worst. So you must check and you make a decision from there. What is right for you? You must check. Like when I'm in Singapore now, I'll show you divert to the Singapore side. That's why you see the first thing you say Singapore. If you're an Australian person and you go to CMC, you'll be directed to Australia side. So if you see this CMC SG, right? If I go to CMC Australia, I hope they don't redivert me. Because by law, they must redivert. By law. See if I can do an Australia platform. This should be UK. This is UK, definitely UK. This is UK. You know why I know it's UK or it's a Europe side? Because they report the leveraging. Can you see that? On the spot, you know that this is like a UK or something already. One of the European countries because they report leveraging. Usually when they don't report like this one, like you see Singapore side, right? Singapore side, this is Singapore's page, right? They will not report the percentage because they're not required by law to report because it's usually very horrible. 80%, 90% people, it's a form of de-advertising. So if the requirement do not require them to report, they will not report. It's straightforward across all brokers. Does it make sense now? When they do something like this, because we are on a different site, can you see cmcmarket.com/en? This is their default UK site. This is a Singapore site default, ENSG, Singapore site. So even at the bottom corner, there's a different level of reporting requirements and how they structure the sentencing, or how they warn that this is not an easy thing to do, this and that. It's important to note the difference, right? So you can also see this with Trade Nation or Costspreads itself. You can see that. So it's costspreads.com. I'll show you there. This is defaulted to UK. Therefore, UK will report as under UK. They should have there 70% of this will lose. They will be reported. But if you go to costspreads.com.au, right? Costspreads.au. Right? Can you see here? Then here you can see it's a different color. You see that the bottom here will reflect a different form of regulation. Can you see that now? How many of you do not realize about this, that you blindly sign up for brokers without knowing that you fall under what? I just want to know that you are actually realizing this, that this thing exists today. I just want to know the rough knowledge that you guys have from the ground. How many are actually aware of this? Just a quick one, please. You don't know? What the rest? Rocky knows about this, Cliff doesn't know. Okay, good. So that's one thing we need to check as well when we sign up. Not to these details. Okay, I get it. When they watch what should I say? Okay, yeah. But you get the debt we are looking at right now. So yeah, so this is one way to check. And you can see that WikiFX says something, then you can see what Trade Nation is so nice, already paid. Okay, eToro has a regulation, yes, but the offerings from the regulation is shit. You know what I mean? Like eToro charges you a super high price, and they do what we call they can do a percentage contract entry. So if you ask me why people use eToro, apart from the high leverage, is because they can micro trade. Even with $10 or $20 account size, they can still trade and make 10 cents. And some people just want to make 10 cents because they would just want the thrill of it, without knowing that they actually pay 50 cents to make 10 cents. And some people are just not educated. They do not know what's called spread risk. They don't know what's called this and that. Yeah, you can play that level. Some people actually play eToro and they just want to match with their friends. It's an ego thing. Let's say all my friends are investing today and I'm broke. For example, I'm broke and I only got $500 to trade. But I want to join my friends to trade because my friends tell me buy stop. So my friend may be making tens of thousands of dollars, but I make maybe $5. And you feel happy because you're part of your clique. And then you look up to somebody in your clique. So it goes beyond the amount of money making. You must also analyze why people do certain things, right? Partially it's because to be part of a social group, right? Or partially because you're learning. So is eToro a way that is low risk friendly? Yes. But then again, you pay through your nose to have an environment that allows you to play at $50. Some people say they can't even afford $50. They want to try investing. They only got $50. You want to try investing in $50 in Trade Nation, even though there's no minimum, you can do that. You can top up $50 and trade. But can your margin allow it? And you know me right now. If anybody who's at that situation who wants to do this thing, you should not be trading until you got $1,500,000. That's why we don't let them in the program. You get what I mean? So when you guys come inside here, you are already of a certain level. I'm not going to take people like who only can take 10-cent trade or 5-cent trade in. No use. You know what I mean? So now I'm teaching you how to check the details. So this is one website, WikiFX is one of them. And did we rescue people from scams? Yes. I rescued people from Cobalt Markets before in the past. Cobalt Markets, one of those things I rescued. Illegal. Ponzi. Can you see the Ponzi ranking? How they make money? I'll teach you how to make money later. Right? How they scam people. I'll teach you how to do this. Cobalt Markets is one of those sites. Everybody say stay away. It is a pure Ponzi. Right? I rescued people. I got students who invested here. 3 of my students invested here 2 years ago. I got them all out. 3. So if you guys are caught in this kind of crap, please, let me know. I can take a look for you sometimes. If I have enough information or insider, I can actually check for you. And it's not just one. There's another one called Libronics. I don't know. Libronics. I think it's called Libronics. I don't think they're even registered inside here. Centrade also. So Centrade is technically okay. Centrade in Singapore was completely raided. Not sure. I think it's also dead also. That one is dead really. Very scams. By the way, China a lot of scams. FYI, a lot of scams come from China. A lot of scams. Ponzi, this and that. So many scams nowadays. Not sure why they don't show the full list of scams. Do they have a full list of scams to show to you? Let's see. By the way, I don't trust StarTrader at all. Even though it's called regulator, right? I don't trust them at all. These guys are a bit scammy. Even though they got like ASIC all right, they are the SCP right. I don't trust them. You look at their main regulator. Can you see this thing? Do you know where this place is? Do you know when I see some people, right? Do you know where this place is? They're regulated in a little island like this in the middle of in the middle of the ocean. You want to trust a place that starts a broken house like this here in the middle of the ocean? Will you trust them? Will you? Will you guys trust a place like this? Hey, ocean, middle, offshoring. BVI is here. No, not BVI is here. BVI is British. BVI is here. For those of you who wondered where BVI is this little island here too. Get it? Mercedes here, yeah. Where's Mercedes? Why I say you must be very careful. Where's this? Why is all those weird places in these places? Who was it, BT, that you lost money with the broker? You can see all these little things. Oh, by the way, Singapore one quite popular, right? This is a bit left, right. It's called Lam Guan. There's this little place, island, right? It's called Lam Guan. So lately, a lot of local one are doing Lam Guan. This place here. For those in Singapore side, a lot of brokers are running here also. This one. You can see this little thing called Lam Guan. I spell for LABAUN. Lam Guan is another offshore haven for Malaysia side. FYI. Alright. So there's this place in Malaysia. There's a little island where they host offshore accounts in this piece of land. So in the world, Cyprus is not very safe also. Cyprus is quite crappy. Cyprus is one of those crappy ones also. I don't trust Cyprus. Personally, I don't. If I say Cyprus, you don't realize something about these countries, man. They're all in these little islands. Right. Anyone say if they're mainly Cyprus, I don't trust them. If they have other regulations, I might consider. But if here's something like Cyprus only, I stay away. Unless I know them personally. Right? No, it's not tier 1. No way. No way. I don't think it's tier 1. I gave you a list just now, right? I don't think it's tier 1 at all. I think it's tier 3. I think I mentioned earlier. Where is it? Cyprus. Cayman. I'll be so very surprised Cyprus is tier 1 actually. Cyprus tier 2. Tier 2. But I still don't trust them. That's my own personal take. My own personal take, by the way. Right? I may be wrong. Right? So that's one way to check now. Always check reviews. Always check what people write. Whether people don't like them, not to bash them. Very, very common. Century is really went missing already. I don't even see them here. Right? It's another one. So please do multiple reviews, right? On this, like let's say here, IG is also good, but IG is damn expensive for me. That's why I don't trust them. Not that I don't trust, I don't use them. Too expensive, right? Why I like CMC because you also have a lot of products to trade. IG has a lot more. Technically, in the ranking, IG is number one, but CMC is killing them lately because of the score, the amount of the not score, the spreads, right? So this is another way to track. So now comes to the part that I'm also a bit dragging because this is going to be very tough to teach, right? So this part here, obviously, is it's part of new contents from the previous one. Wow, do not know if I want to do this after a break or before break, because I might need a break. Should I teach this now or should I teach this after the break? Let's see the. Oh yeah, I think I better teach this after the break because I'm going to talk about ENC, STP, DMA, MM. Yeah, okay. How about this? Let's do a tea break now. A long break. So these breaks, when I say tea breaks, it's about half an hour, minimum half an hour. So we'll do a tea break now, and we'll come back. Before I go, because this thing is very heavy, so I don't want to load anymore already. So we'll do a break. I want to close this thing here. We'll come back at 5:45 Singapore time, 5:45, right? 5:45 we resume. So we're going to take a break now. So I might we might end at 7 or 8 o'clock today. That's my estimated time, right? Based on the schedule. I think you guys can tolerate until dinner until 8 o'clock, right? At least 8 o'clock. Can all tolerate until 8 o'clock, 7, 8 o'clock at least, before go for dinner. 8 p.m. okay? Okay. I'll try to target by 8 p.m. To finish. Right. If anything is left over or left out, we will continue tomorrow. So I'm not so worried about that. I'd rather go deep and slow with you guys. All right, so this is really important for number 8. Why I stopped because I need to understand that the understanding of how market works on what you guys think and what it really happens is two different worlds. And usually based on this thing, there's something called a routing system, right? So I'm not covered this in depth compared to the previous intake. And now I'm going to go deeper because once again, I'm deeper in the game now. Like I'm literally inside the game really, in the game itself. So it's a different ball game altogether. And the understanding of things has changed a lot for me since I first started. So first of all, let me just read to you what I need to teach next. Okay. Number 1. Right. Number 1 is that all of you need to understand your broker's trade flow orders. And based on this thing itself, right? If you go and Google out there, you'll find something called A book, B book only. You want to hear things like C and D book and stuff like that. You want to understand what's called counterparty trading, LPs with liquid providing, and STPs, or what's a prime broker versus broker, this and that, right? So any one of you here so far is familiar with any of these things, like what's prime brokerage versus non-prime brokerage? Do you understand this term? Prime brokers, non-prime? Do you guys understand that? All right, okay. So what I need you to understand today is that no sane broker will do a 1-for-1 top-up. Introductory top-ups like $25 or $30, or let's say you top up $1,000, you give $100 top-up, or you just say top up $20,000 and the broker gives you like additional $200. That is quite normal, right? That's normal. But if you were to top up $10,000 and the broker offers to top up another $10,000 for every dollar you top up, that one, I can guarantee you 99.9% a scam, right? And these kind of scams are very obvious for cryptos. Usually they will appear on the ad search. When they search on the thing, and this will appear at the top. That's how they get victims like you. So how do these people make money is what we're going to explain after this, right? I understand some of you guys are taking this thing called the FTMO Funded Trader Challenge thingy, right? There's this challenge thingy that some of you guys are on right now. I'm not against you guys taking this, but I want you to understand this thing, right? If 97% of traders are losing money and 3% of traders are making money, right? Normally the top up credit cannot withdraw. Yep. Depends, like I said, depends on the broker, right? Usually they, unless they are trying to do what we call hedging to pump more, so you can take bigger trades. Yes, but if you lose the money, you're dead. The demand for payment. That's what happened to my client. They're demanding for her payment and they let her slippage. They let her crypto slippage. And they're asking her for money. And I told her it's a scam. Which she thankfully lost only 50,000 compared to more than 100,000 that she so-called owed to them, right? So I'm gonna address the first problem first. Is that right? Number one, if something fails 97% of the time and works 3% of the time, right? Please don't trade broker signals. It usually sucks. If something fails and 3% win, isn't this a very good conversion if you flip this around? After all, if a fail is a buy, the opposite of fail is a sell. Isn't it? So if 97% of them are cooks to buy, 3% intend to sell overall in the long run, right? So if you're given a funded account, so-called semi-funded account, and you go through this probation training, and they know that 97% of the time, right, 97 people who try this route will fail. It means that, right, somewhere out there, 97% of them will pass. That's the complete opposite. So if you took a challenge and they put your names and this and that, right, and they see that you're constantly losing money, every single trade they take, right, is probably against you. So if you get something for free, like you're using Facebook for free, chances are you are the product. Does it make sense? Chances are you are the product. Even if this percentage is not 97%, but rather 80-20. Whatever these people lose, you let them win. I mean, you win because you're trading against them. And you can lose here. Technically, this is still a casino. Does it make sense? So that's number one form of why I will not encourage this so-called funded trading account rock shit. And should any of you guys go through this broker, if they are taking a risk against you and they don't really pay or pay, they are also doing another thing called data mining. Data mining, or they're mining your data, which means that all these brokers are doing this thing and they're trying to analyze behavior. Data mining. Mining is another example. And there's another kind. Some brokers will own not just the brokerage or this fund, they'll own the entire process all the way to the LP. It's a conflict of interest, but they actually control the entry traders to broker to LP. They control the whole process, which means that if you take a trade and it flows to an LP, it may not be sent to the markets at all. Does it make sense? So this is one way of so-called filtering that they try to do on you, and chances are they may not really send orders to the market because too many of you guys will just mess it up. That's what's happening right now, right? But if you say that this is the trading platform for you to try to do so-called funded traders, then yes, you might want to try it out. But if the moment they ask for money or funded or ask you for a lot of money, is it that or top up money account, then you need to be very careful who you're dealing with right now. Another thing you need to check is that, right, are these brokers that you get this challenge from have some form of regulations? Note the word regulation is always very important with me. Are they regulated? Is the entire structure or their counterparty all regulated? If none of this is regulated, then why the hell why are you playing fire? What if What if you lose money and they don't send an order in, but they demand a payment from you? What happens? They say, oh, you trade with us and you lose money and lose our money. We funded you and lose our money. What happens to you? I do not know who's Webull Broker. Who's that? I do not know who are they. There's so many brokerage up there. Singapore one, MAS or no MAS? I got no connections, so I never heard of them before. Let's see, they are a broker. They have a CMS, okay, so they are a broker for sure, but they're just a broker license. They never say about they never say anything about offering regulated advisory licensing. So they only have one license through MAS, which is the CMS. That's it. But if you ask me, right, technically it should be okay because MAS does a very, very heavy drop on them, right? So I don't think there will be any issue. Tiger's broker is okay. Just that Tiger broker do not offer indices trading or they only offer like a bit of stocks in there. Tiger broker has applied for the fund trading license, but they haven't updated me to today. Moomoo, I don't use it, but we can try. I never tried UseSmart. But these are all what we call small brokers. So UseSmart is a MAS as well. So it should be okay. You should be okay. I mean, but it depends on, you must understand the spreads at all. So I can't, like I say, I can't comment because I'm not involved in this brokerage, right? I can't comment, right? But I don't know what other products they offer apart from trading platforms. I don't even know is it a trading platform. No, it's option trading. So I can't comment much, right? You know what I mean? I don't want to bash people for no reason. I need to have good reasons to actually say something is wrong or right. And I don't see any red flags so far. Right? But that's just a superficial analysis. I never go in depth, I never check structures, right? I never check on the LP connection and all the other counterparties. Right? So let's get going and continue. I don't waste time really. So you need to understand some keywords right now. Most of the time is what we call prime. Prime brokerage means that, right? Prime broker, as the word sounds, prime is to lead or something, right? Prime brokers are often where brokers go to a prime. Have a lot of brokers with all the trading volume, they all go to a prime broker. That's what I mean by prime broker. A prime broker can exist as institutions. It can also exist as a like something like a bank or what, and they probably has connection to the direct market, the market, stock markets, right? You also have something called LP. LP stands for liquid provider. It's where they take your trades or eat your trades up. They are similar to prime brokers in some way, something similar, and they counter hedge party, right? So there's a lot of terms, but there's of course different regulation terms in this. I'm not very well versed in this part, so I'm not going to push forward. But what we need to find out more importantly is the route of trading. So whenever people say this thing, is that you need to ask them a question: what model are they operating on? Right? What model are they operating on? Whether it's the B book, A book, C book, D book, what model are they operating on? Right? So what models are there? So in general, there are 4 types of model, 4 types in general. One of them is called ECN. The other called STP. There's called DMA, and another called MM. So these are the 4 general models in the markets right now in existence. So the one that's most fair and the one usually get the best quotes are often the ECN, right? Because ECN itself, right, you get access to direct markets itself. These guys usually they will not trade against you, which means they will not counter trade against you, or they cannot do it anyway. But they will usually charge a high commission fee. And you know the word, this thing is called non-dealing desk, which means there's no MM in between them. There's no market makers between them, right? When you take a trade, it doesn't go through an MM team in order to counteract the trades to the LP or the stock market. Right? You don't go through what we call a matching process, internal matching. You go and do a direct matching to the markets. So the broker will just be the ERP to the channel here, a toll. All they want to do is just get your trade over. That's all they do, a toll, right? And what's good about this is that, right, with the LP itself, right, they usually allow you to trade outside trading hours, which means that the main market can be closed, but because they have a counterparty like an LP, they can still provide you the liquid, right? Understand? So which means that even the stock market US closed, you can still trade. That's what ENC is about. So you have another form of route. It's called market maker. This is the most common among most brokers out there. It's also the one that does make them quite rich also. So if you go to the Forex page just now, the WikiFX all, if you come to here, let's say Trade Nation, right? They will have a tag here. Can you see this thing? It's called market making. They have a market making license. In other words, it's like the olden days bucket shop, but the legal one. You also have something like let's say CMC is also a market maker, right? Says CMC is a market maker as well, but CMC has a few. CMC has something like a STP process for the stocks. So you must understand that which counter are you going for. They are opening something like TOS very soon. That will be somewhere in July this year, if I'm not wrong. They're offering something that can fight think or swim. That's for CMC markets. So I'm just letting you know first that they are opening other routes of it. Most brokers like this will have what we call a hybrid channel, which means that they will tend to often segregate their clients, or they will just either segregate their clients or they ask the clients to choose what they want. Most of the time they will ask the client to choose, but sometimes if you're a constant loser, they will want to put your B book, right? Sometimes they put your B book. So it depends on the broker as well. So usually when you talk to a good company, they'll actually explain to you the process. And of course, if the scamming company is this and that, right, they will just try to avoid your questions. It's quite obvious, right? So that's ECN, right? So market making itself, right, which is the most common or hybrid model, as I mentioned earlier, is where you get two sides of the codes of the market, one buy, one sell, right? Known as ask or what, right? Ask and bid or whatsoever, some people call it. And you'll be instantly connected to an LP through a dealing desk team. So if you are Trade Nation, the reason why Trade Nation can make it cheap for people, or even like CMC cheap, is because before they go to an LP, by the way, CMC has about 7 prime brokers with them. Same for Trade Nation is about 7 as well, right? Before they go to the LP must provide them a liquid. A liquid can be a form of like the stocks of a certain products. You buy the products at a certain negotiated rate. You know the word negotiated rate. Why negotiated rate is because, let's say the stock market shows the price as $39. These liquid providers, right, can buy these $39 at probably $38. They could negotiate it. Then they sell this thing to the brokers at probably 38.3. And the brokers will quote you back at $39 based on the actual rate that was seen here. For example, does it make sense? It's just like buying a product. You get a quotation from the markets and it's sold to the liquid provider, and the liquid provider will take this thing and sell to the broker. and the broker re-quote you from there. Or sometimes the liquid provider just give you the price, and they just pay the broker a certain transaction fee. And they just reflect on the broker. So there are people who actually, let's say Warren Buffett comes in to buy a stock. Do you think Warren Buffett will buy a stock at a full price at $39? Or do you think he pay lesser? Which one do you think he does? Quick question, which one does? Less, right? But how can it be that if Warren Buffett buys the $7, but the price is $39, how can he make, can't he just flip it and sell it away? He can't. Because when you get a price lower than this price, let's say the market price now, often they will have a clause. You must hold a minimum sum for how long? A minimum amount. And it fluctuates between what price and what price. They will do a study, a clause. And that's how they can negotiate for a huge volume itself to take an order in. So it's the same as what this liquid provider does. If something's at $39 and they have a lot of transaction, a few millions or a few billion dollars of transaction, they will just say, hey, stock market, give me this $39 product at $38. We will just use it to provide liquid so that the traders are trading based on real products, but they can swap the real thing. So when people ask where's this product from, what represents this product, you're not trading thin air. You're trading through what we call a swap exchange really in the liquid provider. And when they charge holding fee, let's say broker charge holding fee, technically they're paying the liquid provider a contract fee. That's why it all exists in the form of contracts. Because through this holding fee, you're maintaining a channel for them to run your contract so that they will not sell the liquid product away that you want. And they can use that to represent an actual product. But technically not only, but they hold a rights to the product, a contract to the product. Does this make sense? So technically you're not trading air. You're not pressing a button and it doesn't influence the stock market. It does influence the stock market. Because if this thing suddenly goes out and too many trades go, and the liquid provider cannot take it also, or they want to pass on back the markets, then the volume flow might change itself. But how market makers work is another level away. Some market makers will trade against you, or trade with you, or trade in the pool. So there are a few models here. Number one, you buy, they sell. This is the classic scam, I call it. It's basically they purely trade against you. Whatever you buy, they sell. Right? That's number one. Number two, you buy, it goes to a pool. Someone sell. They don't send the order to the LP. They do not send order. They just link you together as exchange. Does it make sense? Number three, you buy, they send to LP directly. Because every time they send an LP, they have to pay. So what does people like Trade Nation do to save costs? Let's say we have a scenario where 80% of people are buying, 20% of people are selling. And if they trade against you, right? It means that the lot size of 60%, that's very dangerous. So what Trade Nation will do is that they will take this 60% and they pass on to LPs, or they pass on to STP, do a STP directly, or they do a DNA. Whether it's through an LP or direct the markets, this is where they have to pay a very high fee to initiate a trade like this so that they can balance the book. And that's how they keep the price low. And sometimes they will not throw all to one area. They will mitigate the risk to whether maybe 20% here, 20 here, 20 here. So it's up to the counterparty to see, maybe this LP will come inside here and say, oh, CMC sends me this order, 20% of it. And broker, maybe another broker, let's say Mumu. Mumu, traders are met. This side all buy, this side all sell. So Mumu might send over the LP, the 20%. If this happens and it's balanced, then the LP will also internally matches the two brokers, let's say CMC or Trade Nation, and Mumu together. Then itself, right, they save the money. Because if they want to re-liquid back or they want to send it back to the markets, these guys can. They either send the bank or they send to the stock market directly. So it becomes another hassle. Every time they send out a big order like this, they pay a lot of money. No one's going to do this clearing thing for free because there's things like clearing houses and stuff like that. So this is how the market actually works. That's why if you see when your order hits the stock market, right, chances are your order won't even hit there in the first place because all these intermediaries will intercept your trade already. That's why if you buy, like, let's say if you buy $10,000 worth of stocks, you hope the stock goes up in price, right? But in between the flow, your trades can be intercepted along the way. And usually at the end here is where the scam begin, the institution scams. Citadel, all these things, they will control the gateway here. So they will control the gateway to pass on the markets or not, whether they allow you to go to market or they go to the holding pool. So on the third day, I'll teach you about holding pools, whether or not they will counter trade against the markets. That's why if you look at a case like, let's say AMC, right? AMC saga. You know about this scam? The Wall Street bet scam? Look at this chart. You can see that this is pure manipulation and they actually control the whole thing. You guys still with me? This is very important. This is a literal scam. I'll explain it again. I think on the third day, fourth day, I'll explain it again. But I'll just explain one time first. You guys are around now? Let's see. This is very important. Very important. Good. So let's say they prepare 20,000 stocks here, right? And because this is a low trading counter, can you see how low? The market makers, the brokers, right? Brokers, you have brokers here, right? Then you have the market makers, right? LP, right? Then you had the institutions, INT lah, the stock market. Okay. So because they know that this is a dead stock, very small, these guys here will control the flow. Automated, the system will control the flow. But suddenly all these people start rushing a lot of orders in. Brokers went mad, 90% buy. Then this guy say, wow, another broker came in, 90% buy. Then these guys take this to 90%, they send the LPs. They say, this is mad. The LPs say, oh my God, I don't touch this. I send to institution. The institution itself will be like, oh, because they are technically sleeping, they don't really care. So they prepare a buffer, or let's say 20,000 stocks. But because suddenly you got 90% of them coming in, 90, and all the brokers got pumping in because of some news, this thing appeared. But the institution says this thing cannot go up. So they need to take control. So emergency meetings will be established. And this is where they play punk with you, synthetic shares, all these things, which I'll explain on day 3, day 4, day 4 onwards, I'll explain to you how they scam the markets. But once this thing comes about and there's a few days of chaos, remember the job of the big boys is to get the game in stability. It's not for you to make money. They want just the scam to go on. These guys will fight against the orders. If they cannot fight against the orders, they must back the orders up with the shares, or they can create fixed shares. So once it comes to here, these guys can say, I don't want to let this share go up anymore. I say no more, must go down. They can create a bunch of orders here on their own self and push back to the markets. Push back as a sell, which means that they won't even let your market order go through. They'll just put in what we call holding tanks of the things. Your contracts are put into a holding pool. And that's the best part of it. They can create how much holding pool they want, and they not necessarily have to back it up or anything. They call it syndication scam. They call it synthetic shares. This is why after this saga came and all the orders came in, and they are aware that a manipulation is happening, they form the V to tell people that, you know what, they're taking control. They push down and up again. This thing here means that they're in control already. That's why it's a perfect downtrend. And that's how they took control back in the market, and it goes back to the original level of what they want it to be. In other words, the big boys has full control of markets. Does this make sense? And it's not just on AMC. The same pattern can be spotted on GME as well. Can you see how the price was blocked by the system? Can you see how the retailers actually destroyed the market at one point? So the truth is that, right, when you see Tesla stocks always going down, it's not because it's really going down. Because if the big boys do not exist to control, your trading will be like this every day. This is what your trading is going to be like every day. No. It's because they control the supply. They control it. Whether or not they want your order to go through a market or not is a different thing. So what the broker do, like CMC do, is that, right? They act as the intermediate bodies. All they want to do, or what they really care about, right, is that you go through a toll. They just want this thing. And if you make money, they pay back money. You know what I mean? They just want a toll. Then they send your orders away. LP, MM, this and that. But when you see a saga like this happen, right? And you see that these 2 points are what we call line of control. It's obvious that someone's manipulating it already. Because if this MM don't appear, all your stock markets every day will be like this. Then suddenly some news come out all the way down to the bottom. Then after Powell says something all the way to the top. Every day this will be stock market. There will be no synchronization of data. There will be no pattern trading and nothing. And what happens when that happens? You know what will not work with that? Time trading will not work in that environment. Time trading will fail in the environment because this is a system of how they control the markets. It's a pure manipulation system. That's how they get you, why time trading works. Because every single point of control is a time factor. We call it hands and legs. If there's no control, this will be your daily trading activity. Every day is like that. So much so that they even had to vote a resolution to say, you know what? It's about time we give back these retailers power. Right? I actually sent an article about how SEC opens a vote. That's in December last year, this one. They even came out with this thing. Enhanced competition for individual investors on the executions. Hello, why must they even come up with an article like this? It's just basically admitting that the entire process is rigged, as controlled, and that these people, individuals, has no control over the markets. Okay, please read this article one by one. Really true. Does it not scare you? Because if there's no control like this, then there's no pattern trading, no algo trading, nothing. Time trading will not work. But because this is like a global Ponzi, that's why they came out with things like this. Any questions? It's the same thing. Forex will link back to UK because you know who's in charge of the world back then, before the US so-called took over? UK. British Indian company. We'll cover that more on day 3. Right? But it's the same process. For Forex, everything is the same process. And then, but that one has government intervention. The government sometimes will intervene. I'll explain that more on day 3. No, day 4. Sorry, I keep saying day 4. Day 3 is a short class. It's the same process. Because all these things, right, if you think about it, they are all what we call a product. Your Forex pair trading contracts are all classified as a product. Why do you think time trading works? Because we are using the same bloody system as them. Time trading uses the same system as what they use. That's how Optima came about. We are planning and cycling, tracking through. The big boys just want to stabilize the thing, right? Their job is to stabilize it, is to make it go in the channel as possible. Because at the back of this thing is all the algorithms running. That's why you get stupid shit like this. Because there's no stability, and if market is allowed to be fully free, this is what you get every day. Impossible to make money. And it's just lottery. And it's just, oh, buy, or buy, or buy. Every day. It's a scam, unfortunately. So they tame it down, they control the orders to make sure that the time trading systems gets taken over so that your up is up, your down is down, is actually controlled. That's how they cool down. Understand? You can clearly see the dimension layers is here. There's another dimension here. So just take let's say you take the two control point here, this control point here. I can see the control point dimension. Then all I need to do is just move up the dimension, the quad dimension up here. I can see the upper band really. And I can see the lower band here. And I can see another band here. Then you can see when I have this band like that, I just draw a straight line. Ta-da! Can you see? Can you see? Interesting? See so? Can you see here? Can you see all this box now? All your hidden dimension areas start coming out. This is dimension training. This is what you guys will learn in details with me on day 10. This bottom is an algo control price. That's how you zero in on an advanced price prediction day 10. And interestingly, there's a moon. Is it, Rick? Well, I leave you to decide. But that's how I know the answers. Because I do it very fast, right? But you get a point. Can you see how I pinpoint to the dollar sometimes? And I'm open to say this because you guys are in the program, right? I will not tell people this in the public. I won't even show them how I do this. But can you see the difference now? Yes, it's because they are bouncing in dimension quadrants. It's being controlled in the process. I just disclose the dimension and time factors without you guys knowing. And all I just need to show you to use is that, look, this price here, empty space, look, why did it go there? Done, my duty done. So from one point here, I can generate this point here. Understand? It's not difficult if you can see past it. Yes, correct. Because some of the bots were to play on the Fibonacci number too much, all they need to do is just change the multiplier and all of them are screwed. Let's say now they reduce to half, 50%, or they reduce by a bit 4 to 40, 46, 0.46. Then all these multipliers will all fail. You see that? This is the multiplier. Because there's a hidden dimension here. Can you see the dimension point now? If you start drawing the dimension point, you can start seeing all the answers really. No, it's hidden, no. This is a GME dimension model. I know the time factors even. I can even roughly, I didn't measure it properly, but based on this, I can really estimate already. Say here to here, right? So if here to here is an estimated dimension model. So not, is it accurate? 1, 2, 1, 2. No, it's not accurate. 1, 2. No, it's off. Yeah, let me streamline this a bit better. Yeah, I know I still need to go back to the normal class content. I don't jump too fast. Let's say we try this one, 2. This one. Okay, let's see this one. Okay. Now let's plot. So can you see the dimension factors start to appear? This is the fixed method, by the way. This is the basic time training method. Can you see that this is the dimension factor? Happens the moon, happens the dimension factor. Can you see this drop here? Moon reversal. There is still account to astrology to let it flow, right? But can you see that when I draw a line manipulation, you can see how they change the cycle to zigzag. The algorithms are just playing and changing to the commands of the cycles or dimensions. Why is this a drop first? Can you see the drop and suddenly a flush? Can you see there's uncertainty here? Your BMM is a big bar, a box here. That's it. Down, up. So if the next cycle will come inside, then the cycle of this trade stock will somewhere be around the 28th February. That's it. This is some of you guys are texting me saying, oh, I thought we are reaching a point where the drop cannot go anymore. What do you think I keep telling people that the BMM cycle is over? This is not the first 7 days, correct? But I'm just trying to tell you that watch out for 28th February because the BMM is over. because we are supposed to issue the BMF5 on that day, and I delayed by 1 day and hit BMF4. So I'm going to announce public say the BMF is over because the delay thing, and that my duty is done, and if hit the minimum target already, because technically it's the BMF5, because I know that we are approaching a time factor now. Can you see that? So this is just one of the basic ways to get it done. But because I can show this to you in an optimal version later on. Right? Done. Correct. So at the moment, the US30 has, the multiplication has been changed to this because they are actually manipulating the DAX. Because DAX is an all-time high. This is all-time high. Can you see this thing? They are trying to save, no, not all-time high, sorry. They're trying to save the percentage point here. This is a very sensitive point. So the manipulation is happening right now because it's on a buffer zone. That's why the market has been so choppy, because of these two bloody areas. That's why it's very hard to trade recently. Because of the last 1 month, it's been like this U-turn. And now it's in the harmonic zone. But okay, I'm not going to go further already. I need to go back to class. Right? But I just explained to you why MM rows are important in this case. So these guys, right, what MM or what some people what they do hybrid model is that they provide their job is to provide the code, and they negotiate the code usually from LP and they negotiate it and just a markup. Some people they mark up, some they don't. They do a direct pricing, right? And that's where they ask for the better quote price, where they talk about institution, or because the institution should quote them price. Then sometimes if they high volume, the institution pay them back some money because they get high volume. So even the brokers themselves are getting kickback sometimes, right? Or sometimes they lose, and if the client lose more money, right, then the institution collect more money or the brokers collect more money. So that's why some brokers want to lose money, right? That's another way of doing it. So all market makers, right, has a dealing desk. Trade Nation has a dealing desk. CMC has a dealing desk as well, right? Those guys, they call in it, place order, because their job is to monitor the flow. Their job is just to monitor the two tanks. One's called buy, one's called sell. And if this thing becomes too unstable, 80% buying, 20% selling, then the brokers must pass on the order or they face getting killed, because somebody has to control these differences. So if the broker will say, you know what, we're not going to pass on the order, we are bearish, then some brokers will actually manipulate your charts, because they can manipulate the control of the flow. That's how they become scammers. Or they will just pass on, or they just say, you know what, they lose money. Brokers can lose money as well, because they're subjected to the rules of markets. They're not God. The guys who are godlike is basically the institutions. You know why? Because these are the guys who talk to the Feds. And if they were to fuck it up, you know what they do? They fuck it up, the Feds will just give them more money. That's all. These guys have to go through all the way there, has unlimited money. Their job is to keep the game running. It's not for you to make money. Whether or not they send to the actual markets or the Feds go in and manipulate the markets, it's two different things. That's why sometimes, right, you see, like, if you read the food things, Kwang will say institutions versus Feds. When this happens, we all stand aside. Because when this happens, where institutions are trying to destroy and Feds are trying to pump because of face value or whatsoever, then you can see pure manipulation happening already. This is where the so-called government intervention will happen. And that's what happens to the pivot system. The Feds intervene. They gave a fixed signal, make a lot of people lose money in 2020. Then they intervene, but the P systems were actually detected. And that's where your moving average system fails. Because we know it's a rig, it's a scam. All right? So I'm just explaining to you now the concept of how this money flows. No, they usually wish money, brokers earn money because they just pass on. Depends on the broker. Because most brokers, right, they are those kind where they need to make money, because the more money you make, it means you're more addicted to the products, which means that you continue to pay commissions or spreads to them. So they definitely want you to make money, because a broker will die when there's no trades, there's no customer, then they die. They have running costs too. So the brokers usually will wish them to make money. But if the broker is the kind of broker where you buy, they sell, then that kind of brokers are hoping they lose money, right? You buy and sell, they buy and sell. They don't have to pass on. They just pass on their own. They hope you lose money. So it depends on which broker you go to. So the reason why we choose regulated brokers is because they don't trade against you and they don't manipulate your charts. Because some of this data when they provide to you, like let's say US 30, right? For example, again, Currency.com give you 32788, and you go to Pepperstone, right? It's 32782. Can you see that there's really a difference in price? The price is based on the negotiation they have the LP. Then they provide to you. So when you trade the system, you're technically connected to the LP at all times. And the LP will get a quote from the stock market. So they negotiate and say, okay, I'll buy X amount of shares. Instead of selling me at 32782, right? I'm an institution, I'll only buy your things at 32600 to represent 32782. That's where they get a quote from. Then they pass on and they sell this thing to brokers, they sell this to the LPs, and then they pass on to you. Or they sell to prime brokers and this and that. So it's all like a product value, like doing business. Like I wholesale this product. Let's say I buy from you. Let's say a Lazada seller. Lazada sells at let's say $5. But Lazada also will make money. So Lazada will probably acquire this for $4.50. And they probably make 50 cents, right? But if the main big guy, the main person, acquired this, let's say the market makers, or let's say institutions, they acquired this thing for $4.20. They could probably sell to you directly if you have large enough volume, or they can sell to you as $5 because you're selling one product, because they're only making 80 cents. But they sell, let's say they sell this to the person at $4.50, even though you can sell to the market at $5, is because these guys maybe buy 1,000 products or same item. So you have negotiation power here because you got volume, big volume purchase. So it's actually technically like a business. It's like why you want to buy from one person, you can buy $5. But if I go to wholesaler, I can buy all at $3 each. I must buy minimum 100 pieces. It's just business. But it's just contractual business, electronic PDF business that represent a fixed value, a value that people decide how they want it to be, and it's decided by the institution how they want the value to be. Whether they like you or not is another question. So if they hate this company and you get listed, they destroy a company. That's why a lot of companies they get delisted eventually. They don't want to be listed as an IPO because if they'll become at the mercy of the institutions, and if they want to destroy them, they can destroy them at a click button. That's why people say, oh, Tesla is cheap now. But then some people say, oh, Tesla is cheap now, right? Tesla cheap. Then how come Tesla going down, then going down, then go down? But cheap, go down, go down. The same for Bitcoin. People say, oh my God, buy in a dip, then go down all the way down until you hit the moon level. Then I told everybody 18,000 above, buy, 18,000 below, sell. It's because there's a moon dimension coverage there, right? But you must think of it from a macro point of view. What happens if the whole world, everybody has 100K of BTC? Everybody bought BTC at 100K and liquidate. What thing happens to society? Do you think people will work? Nobody work, then who's going to do how society is going to function? So they must always keep people poor to do the jobs that people don't want to do. Even though people say technology take over, yeah, technology do take over at some point, but that's where the era comes in, where a lot of jobs will be so-called obsolete. But at the same time, what happens if everybody's rich? Then you have a problem. That's why they create this demand of a social class. That's why they try to keep the poor. Understand? It's a damn horrible system. That's why they cannot allow people to hit 100K for BTC. That's another way. And they were discussing this on the dimension quadrants, where I was reading the data. That's why I know whether I want the bet or not. Understand? You guys are awake now? It's deep. It's very deep. Right? So that's the market maker's role, right? They make sure that the intermediary bodies to control the flow of orders that you guys need to trade on. So that's one way of doing it. And they have a designated broker. CMC is a designated broker. They still have to hedge it out to someone else. But CMC is big. So they can also eat other brokers. The funny thing about CMC is that, right, Trade Nation is actually getting the LP from CMC. Right? And of course, what I say about the pyramid scheme, yeah, technically it's correct. Right? So you guys understand now? It's all about control, right? So this is another form of controlling. So that's market making. Then one of the most true form is what we call DMA, direct market access. This is where you're connected almost directly to the stock market, but you pay a very, very high fee, right? You pay a very high fee to execute a trade. So that's another form. It's called DMA, direct market access. Then you have STP, straight through process, right? Straight through process, right, is usually meant for more for forex and this and that, where all your orders will be passed directly to LP. They won't even bother to balance the books in there. The only downfall of this is that you pay a high commission, right? Holding the Ponzi, entire thing is a Ponzi. So these are the four main routes of how all your trades are handled when you go through a broker. You must understand which broker you are dealing with, what kind of system. But most of them are market makers. Majority of the brokers out there are market makers. And therefore more retail. The higher you go, let's say for us right now, we negotiate, we will ask for STP or DMA because we don't want the broker to play back our order. They will not broker or LP to play our order. Because what if one shot we order $2 million of contracts? Can the LP handle? The LP also look at, oh my God, why is that $2 million coming in now? You know what I mean? So the LP, the broker might look at your order and like, okay, we had to pass this on. We're not taking the bet against them. So they had to pass on. There's no internal matching. You need $2 million to hedge. But how many people must you find to get $2 million? So why a lot of brokers fail is because if the system cannot match it and then hedge out, the broker themselves have to take all the risk and they go bankrupt. That's how a lot of brokers, small brokers die. And they will try to prevent you going bankrupt. They will start manipulating. And that's what happened to Centrade. Centrade's case was that there were actually 4 Ponzi's or something like that running in Centrade system. And Centrade is just eating all the LPs out. All the liquid, they say, oh, come trade us, come trade us. We are a liquid provider. So basically they became too greedy and they need to save themselves. So what happened was that they started manipulating all the data points to all the brokerages. So what I mean by that is like this. Let's say broker A broker A, same product. Let's say this is ABC product, right? So broker A, you see the chart is like this: 1, 2, 3, like that, right? So broker A, B, and C, broker B, broker C, everybody is doing this. But what Centrade did was that they took this thing here, same product, on broker 1, broker 2, broker 3, but Centrade did this. Same market, right? Instead of this thing, they just did this 1, 2, 3, drop, this like that. You get it? So the same product has been manipulated. That's where the trigger complaint came in. Why do you think they did this? Because they're trying to keep all the people out. Understand now? And this is how a lot of Ponzi's work too. They will let you claim a lot of fund. Let's say so a lot of scams, what they do is that, right, they will liaise with the broker. A lot of scams are this: broker, they'll all blame the trader. Then they'll all go with the LP. The LP, broker, and trader all will synchronize, and the fund, right? So let's say this fund has 10 million, right? And they trust all a trader trade. Go to a broker that is also secretly LP together. They see a market. Everybody has the same markets. They got $10 million of liquid. They want to scam. So they bring all their friends in. They just say that, okay, this month 10%, next month 10%, right? Then they want to keep all this money because so-called they're losing money because this LP don't send the orders to market. They're just a Ponzi. So. Once the retail or the public comes in, or public come to funding in the money, right? Or put this $10 million, they will just do something stupid where the brokers, the trader will actually intentionally make it happen. They'll just put a very low stop loss, right? Let's say that the markets are there and they put a very low stop loss. They'll say, oh yeah, we trade properly. Then the brokers or LPs will crash the thing all the way down. The normal market will look like this, right? Go up, right? Or let's say normal market. The same thing will happen like this, right? But the LPs and the brokerage will synchronize this to happen so that all the stop loss will be triggered so they can blame the trader for losing the trade. So this $10 million, right, will be passed on to the LP, right, or passed on the broker, right, and they just take it and maybe let's say they take everything out and just tell the traders, also tell the public or the investor, say, oh sorry, our brokers messed up, but actually secretly they already extracted all $10 million already. They do that sometimes. This is how the Ponzi works or money games work. If you guys go invest in these places, that's another scam. Fun? All the scams? So I'm just supposed to share next also, or one of the things next for how these scams run. So now you understand the 4 sequencing. Yeah. So many possibilities. I'll teach you a lot more scams later. I'll teach you how to set your own scam if you want to. But I don't encourage anyone to do that. It's not nice. Right? So now you understand that these are the different types of connections you have. I know it's damn fucking deep, right? Right. This is how we look into bookage, right? So the A book, B books are generally found online. C and D is not really out there. So in general, right, most of us, we like to trade with either A booker or B booker, right? So A bookers are what for every trade you take, they pass on the LP or they pass into the markets. B bookers is that they may trade against you, but it's usually in a pool. So CMC and Trade Nation, they're all using B books, but CMC will see your results. If they think that you are quite big, they might actually send an A book. And this is not just CMC alone. XC Trader, all these things also, they got different accounts. That's why some people ask you, do you need a professional account or do you need a professional account or do you need a retail account? Some brokers will actually upfront ask you. So if they ask me, I'll tell them, give me a professional account. If you trade with me on the retail, you're going to die. Because my traders will kill you. So don't trade against us. So we will actually request, tell them, don't trade against us. So they just send all the orders in. I say, if you're going to pay extra, we pay extra for the spreads. Because I understand that you guys need to pay the LP of these people there. So we understand that. We are not new to the markets. But and then some of them say, well, but our retail is so much cheaper. Yeah, but I say you trade against me, they say yes. I say you're gonna kill. Then every time I win against you, you're gonna lose more and more money. So what some of the brokers will do is that, right, if you win too much, what they will do on MT4, this and that, is that they can actually install a bug in your system. So okay, this happens, it's illegal, but this happens to some brokers and you won't know one. Sometimes you will put a stop loss order or take profit order, right? The market will hit the order, but then again, your order won't trigger. Yeah, it's happened. Or the so-called late delay queuing of orders. So sometimes the broker notice that you make too much money, they will start to manipulate your account like this. Because they hope that you leave them alone because they're losing too much money from you. Really? Where? Which broker also can avoid? Really? But actually, general Patterson is quite okay. I'll be very surprised if they did it. Okay, I don't know. So I mean that's what he said. You know what I mean? So this is what we do about the B bookers, they may trade against you, but usually the more dangerous are C bookers, right? And C bookers is where none of the orders go into the markets. It just trade everything against you. Which broker has lowest spread? Trade Nation and CMC. They are one of the lowest spreads really. I already filtered all for you already, right? Trade Nation and CMC, they're safe. I've been working with these people. I'm personally involved inside the company now with these 2 places, so I've direct access to the bosses. That's why it's always important to find someone who has direct access. So that's where I come in. Of course, there's very high chance that I'm going to go pure CMC, right? I might have to drop Trade Nation altogether. MM is always the lowest because they will send you to a swimming pool. Your orders will go into the swimming pool, a big swimming pool with a lot of traders. So they want to just take the average. If one side is half buy, sell, right? It means no orders goes out to the LP. This is what we call internal matching. But if there's a I'm not showing this right screen, right? But if there's too many, if there's a lopsided, let's say buy sell is like this, like that, right? Then they will have to take this part here and move to the LP to protect themselves.
Then what these guys do with all the other brokerages is in that it's up to them. There are chances where the LPs themselves eat up too much trade, they also go bust. There are. If the LPs do not hedge it out to the main markets and they choose to fight against it, they too will die. They're not immune, they don't bring money. Understand? So I already mentioned earlier, Samtrade case was the LP case where they start to have too much unbalanced flow, and you realize that the Ponzi running and this and that run on them. Eventually they crash within themselves, and that's how they died. And that's why it triggered investigation. Right? So debookers are usually no orders are being placed at all. Any money you place in the system, they don't even send the orders out. Right? So a famous example for this is Six Capital scam. So in Singapore, there was a few. Oh, because when you send an order away, you must pay a lot of money. Nobody's going to entertain your $1,000 lot size. When you send an order out to the market, it's a $5 million. They say, oh, we're going to pass your orders $5 million. So there's a minimum sum. But then how come you can trade 10 cents, 20 cents on the broker? It's because the 10 cents, 20 cents goes to the internal metric system. It's because if you have, okay, think about this. If you have 100 people playing 10 cents, that is no longer a 10 cent order. That is called $10 order. But it's from 100 people. Every 10 cents each. Understand? So it's as good as one person playing $10. So they need a lot of volume. That's why Trade Nation demands a minimum 50 cents. And for CMC can play at 10 cents. Because they need a minimum volume sum to pass on to the broker. And usually it's like $5 million, $10 million. You want to pass the broker $10, they're going to laugh at you, man. They say they can't even cover electricity. You know what I mean? They can't even issue the contract because it doesn't make sense. That's why you must understand how the flow works. Because every process through there's a cost. And everybody wants to make money. They exist to write on you, on your orders, on what you want. They are making money off you. You are the product. Understand? The only time they worry is that nobody trades through them. The only time that the casino go bankrupt is that there's no one coming to the casino. But because they have a formula, the formula has a certain percentage. Right? Casinos never worry about people winning. They only worry about people not coming. As long as you have odds, if you know this thing works 60-40% of the time, and the casino always wins 60%, even though you have 100 people, right, there became one super winner and 39 winners, one super winner, right? And it can be, let's say, 20 super losers, and let's say 640 losers. Whatever these guys lose, will be able to cover back whatever they win, because the casino has a running cost. So if they know that this is the average, because they did the maths already, it's the same for the stock market. You have the average. So now my job is to take you from this area here, teach you all the strategies, and go to here. That's my job. But it's not 60-40. The answer is 97 to 3%. Some places says 80 to 20. I don't care how you want to see it. UK report 80-20. Now I'm just bringing guys to here. Get it? That's my job. I just want you guys to become annoying customers to some of these brokers who keep winning. But you see the flow now? So, give you an example of 6 cap scam. You go to Straits Times, just like 6 capital scam, right? You can see over here that these are people where they collect a lot of money. They collect a lot of money. They say investor alert list. There is this asshole is the one behind it, right? This one, they collect a lot of money. In order to mask the thing, they actually only send 10% of orders to the markets. 90% is a Ponzi. That's how 6 cap did it. How they became a scam. So you can read out more about it here. Let me just give you some information. Read. That's not the only one. The $1 billion nickel trading is another scam. Nickel trading scam. This one. This one is it's $1.2 billion. Please read about this. All right. This guy also same case. All the things that never existed.
A lot of these cases here, a lot of homework for you to read if you want to read. It's not just nickel trading also. The one at Cooper Markets, I told you one of them already. The Cooper Market similar story. I think Cooper Market was $20 million Malaysian Ponzi scam, 20 million US Malaysian Ponzi scam. The one I rescued my students from. FTX also I rescued you guys before already. So that's the most recent rescue. Then what else? What other scams that I need to highlight? Six Cap, Cooper Markets. What else? Any other scams that was featured on the news lately? Can I remember? I suddenly cannot. I'm brain fried suddenly. Can't think of. But I just give you one or two how they did this money game system. This is just some examples, right? So of course I need to highlight. Yeah, it's all the same about the same technique. So I need to highlight that some brokers also they use something called hybrid model. So which means that they can operate as a pool, but they pass on as STP or LP, or they do multiple forms. Some they pass to LP, some do direct markets in that hybrid model. So if your order is big enough and everybody is agreeable to the markets and you place a buy order to a certain markets, technically you can influence the market, but it's very difficult and you need a lot of money to do it. So if you want the markets to go up in price, right, then everybody must agree, and there must be enough consciousness to agree to push the market in a certain direction. And it's big enough that even the LPs or the institutions don't fight it. Then they pass all the orders to the market. Then that is where they actually allow the market to go up, right? So now I understand there's a lot of hybrid models. There is a A-book, B-book, C-book, D-book. There's also the 4 styles, the ECN, DMA, STP, and MM. So these are the 4 main styles of market trading itself, right? So this is how the connection route works. I know it's a lot of information that I'm dumping on right now. So I will show you how to check really. Make sure that they have the company registration number, the address, check the update things, right? What does it mean? Then of course, this is how I collect money out from the broker. So every time I collect money out, they send me a bank statement like this. This is how I collected $20,000. This was last year, July, right? You can see Barclays remitting orders from where, which bank, which thing, my name, Singapore DBS Bank. You see how much money I must pay fees, someone to collect money, details, payment. This is real stuff. So those of you so this kind of trading can be done in one day. I mean, I did it also, right? So that's where you guys are looking for me, right? Some of you think that this is a dream. I say no. This is what I can do in one day. It's doable. With the things I'm going to pass you, you can do this, right? I did it, right? So of course, we recommend. As you know, where my influence are. Actually, I got my CFC picture, but them ugly, so I don't put here yet. So I'm involved directly with these guys, right? This is where I have direct connections. I'm about to pass to you the links now. So in the temporary chat, the 10 channel, I'm going to drop to you the links. Where's my links? Okay, where's Nami? Haven't sent anything yet. Damn it. Okay, I'm going to send you or maybe we'll do this later. I'll do this later. After class or the next break, I'll give you guys all the links. Just sign up for brokerages, right? Whether you use it or not later on, I don't care. But of course, if you're using a broker that's expensive, use mine, right? And don't forget, you'll be put under my care, right? Because the company has made me one of the account managers. So you'll be put under my direct care, and I need to show my number. I need to show my boss's numbers. So that's where I also ask you guys to also do this if you want to, right? And these are guys that I already made very safe. I did all the due diligence. I've done everything up the left, right, already. And I can assure you that it's very unlikely there'll be a scam. Plus, these guys' regulations have legal recourse, which means that all CMC accounts are so-called guaranteed up to $1 million of protection. That's how safe it is. So in the event CMC go bust or something happen, okay, right, authorities, they guarantee up to $1 million protection. In the Trade Nation one is under FCA, I think it's up to $10,000 per client account protection, which means that the authorities themselves will pay you back if something goes wrong. That's their guarantee. There's a legal recourse for these brokers. Of course, these losses are based on they fucking up and not you fucking up. If you lose money in the brokers, it's your own fault, right? Or you lose money in the stock market, it's your own fault. But if the brokers go bust or something happens to them, then the authorities step in and there's legal recourse. All these guys that I work with, especially those MES one, they have very strong legal recourse. So you don't have to worry about your fund safety. Plus, they're cheap in terms of spread. So that's how I select them. And I check all the criteria. They have a man desk, 24 hours, 5 days a week minimum. Right? I got direct access, I got everything, and that's why I joined them, and I know it's safe to join them. Any questions on that? It's like I literally done all the homework already, and I'm using them myself. Any questions? No question, I'll send you guys a link later. Right, anyway, we need it for class later. Why can't you use CMC in Indonesia? No, you must check through my link, because my stuff is mine is bought to the company itself. If you go through the website, you will not be bought to me. You might be randomly assigned to a lot of people. That's where you get randomly assigned. So if you want to be assigned to me, if some of you guys who are CMC users or what, right, you just go through a link, you can reassign to me. You just tell them, oh, I'm following this guy. So they're all assigned to me instead. Then you'll be under my care. And somebody might ask you why you want to reassign, because this guy is taking care of me, I'm learning from him. So you must ask them. So if they ask a question like, why would you want to reassign? You just tell them that, oh, because I'm following this guy. And yes, the management know me. So it's very easy. Trade Nation, you signed through my right, Stephen, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. I'll pass you the CMC. Yeah. Okay, so you're assigned to me, Stephen, in the Trade Nation, so it's okay, right? So I'll pass you the CMC one later. I'll pass you guys everything later. In the B3 and the TEM group later. I'll pass you all the things, right? So the CMC one is based on the pending. So I was told that actually they fired the person dropped CMC yesterday, that they fired somebody to replace me inside. They actually want to give me an office inside already, from what I heard. Right, this is the latest news I got from CMC itself, right? And yeah, CMC is okay. No, CMC, Trade Nation is also okay. But the thing is that, right, if I have an official position in CMC, official, I might have to drop Trade Nation, or I'll just keep quiet about it. Means that I cannot promote Trade Nation anymore, right? Openly, I can still tell you guys on the back to do that, but because I might become a paying staff, full paying staff by CMC, that's what might happen in the near future, and it's happening already, right? And another reason why you want CMC is because we are working on an integration program for copy trade, which means that, right, you don't have to go through a fund to copy trade. And this is a secret that what Ryan saw yesterday, right? Ryan came with me yesterday to have a chat at CMC, because he has a lot of AIs, clients. They are building my King Bar system now. They're testing it. So I'm going to break the news. The King Bar system is at the moment being tested and built, and I'm planning to launch it. The King Bar system, right, for you guys. And I might make it public. I don't know yet. But anyway, all hosted through CMC. There's a very high chance. They're testing it. They said that so far they tested it's a 50-50. Half the year is super accurate. The other half is like results are shaky. So they're tweaking system at the moment. I just got an update from the boss. As I said, I was going to chat with them. So these are the things that I was working on. That's why CMC die want to take me in. And they can integrate the whole system into their system. And that's what they're planning to do for me. That's where we are planning to go from there. That is the latest update, right? So, and the best part is that, right, it can be reintegrated with a lot of other people. So when we reach a level and it's all working, I'll teach you guys how to reintegrate around to get the best possible price trader ever. Yeah, they're helping me to do that now, the CMC. They're actually doing that for me now. They're writing it, and they are going to do something like patent, and they're going to give me the access rights to it, because I'm the guy who actually designed the boundaries. I was talking to them how to do the design. That's why I've been at CMC for like 6-7 times in the last 3 weeks. Right? So this is not a brag, but I'm just telling you why CMC will be a better choice down the road. Right? The only problem with CMC is that I can't show you now, is that the trading is a little bit more difficult because of the lot size. Everything allocation is different from Trade Nation. Trade Nation is more like $1, they can start $1, 1 pip, very easy to calculate, very user friendly, very noob friendly. CMC one is based on unit price of product. Then you got to recalculate. Then you got to use a calculator there to estimate. So that's the problem with CMC on the flow there. The Trade Nation one take care of the auto calculations. CMC doesn't. I'll explain that later, probably in the live markets on Friday. All right. So that's me. But if you want or you don't want to use the kind of brokers that I use, I've also screened these guys. These guys are pretty good, right? IC Market, someone asked me, but I pre-screened them already. But this guy, I need to put a disclaimer. Not all of them here, I went to deep details, right? Not all of them, I went to deep details in terms of screening process. Like who's the LPs, where they keep the storage at, the monies. I didn't screen through everything. Some of them I have worked with them before, like Infodox, I worked with them before, get paid by them before. Saxo is also good. Tiger Brokers, I'm in contact with them. I also have direct access to the investment officer in Tiger Brokers. IC Markets, I mean, I see some people asking, it's okay. TD obviously is very good. XC, I got direct access. UOB I have also direct access, right? TOS, I have no direct access, unfortunately. I knew they never can't find me for Pepperstone so far. No, I don't know what you told me complaints, but I didn't experience complaints from there. So these are all the good guys, I'll say, right? All those that I deemed them safe enough, but I had no relations, or some of them minor relations. Then, the other hand, IG is very expensive, but they are very safe. eToro, you know already, stupid. It's more like a bucket shop kind of style, right? They overcharge you. BD Swiss is not great because they do have an inactivities fee. AvaTrade, I've detected fraud myself. I experienced fraud with them before, so I will not recommend them even though they got the regulations. Samtrade, you guys know what happened. It is on news for fraud. Exness, okay, Exness at first, right? I need to be very clear that I did mention at one point Exness was pretty good, but when I dug further after the cross, I realized that Exness is shit. Right? I need to explain to you. Exness does not do LPs. Zero. They exist purely as a bucket shop. Means what? Exness has made people lose money, and this and that, so much to the point that their business model is your misery. Exness wants you to come in to join their swimming pool. They got no LPs. They got no nothing. They're just a pool. You buy, she sell. If they need to balance, you know who's the LP for Exness? Themselves. They are their own LP in the pool. That is very dangerous. Exness is their own LP. So I do not recommend Exness at all. Even though they said that, oh, they got audited by Deloitte or something, and they did the stress test, did everybody draw money? No, because they operate as their own swimming pool. They declared it publicly, yes. They declared to me publicly. They have their own Deloitte thing. So if you go to Exness, right, teach you how to read from them. Why it's so Ponzi-ish? Because you go to Exness, right? Why I don't like them before, because they, you know why? They even dare to come out with this thing. It's called Tick History. What do you think a good broker like this to come out with something called Tick History? Why do you think they come out with this thing called Tick History? Make a guess. What do you think they do that? They did it because they're trying to declare that they are not a scam. They're trying to. So all their past records, whatever movement up and down, will have a copy for you to double check. So you can literally check on the report. Right? They'll give you a report like this. But most cases, most people won't give a F about tracking this. You can actually check a report on this. That's why there's this function of Tick History. I never seen good brokers, right, come out with this thing called Tick History. I get very scared if someone does something like that. Right? I open up, this looks like a weird report. I don't even open it. Right? But can you see that? Yeah. So they can actually manipulate it and come on ANA history. They can if they want to. This thing is a major red flag to me. Then they say, oh, but we have our audits are done by Deloitte. So you go there, you go to help, right? Something like, let's see. They got minimum amount, minimum stuff, right? That's their Deloitte report. Legal documentation. So they come out with this thing, you can read through if you want to. But they come up, they have something like called a stress test report or something by Deloitte. So that's the only thing that they so-called try to say that they are legit, right? Which when the more I dig about Exness, even though they so-called got all the regulation, right? The more I feel I feel like they have more than one system inside. Because they are their own LP, they eat their own trades. So that's why I said no Exness. At first I thought they're okay. Then after I dig further and I check around, I realized that it's terrible. It's a terrible place to be trading. So Exness out. That's why I need to correct my previous recording saying Exness is okay. No, they're not. They're not at all. That's why I withdraw the agreement with them. I mean that's my after discussing with a lot of industry players. I spoke to the China guy, the office guy. I get scolding from DCFX boss. Say, what the hell, Max? Are you stupid? That's what the guy said. Right? I brought my traders down and I got scolded by them, by the boss himself. They say that these guys are all eating their own trades. You'll be stupid to put your money there. Pure stupidity. That's what they pre-warn. I spoke to my other brokers. They say the same thing. They said that nobody in the right mind will trade Exness. Right? So you must understand this is the case. And industry players know industry players. So these are all the regulated brokers. Do your research. There are many scammers. Note of the rules governing a CFD per broker per country, because different brokers, different countries, they have different rules. Right? So now let's move on to another topic. I know it's 7:07. I hope I can finish up the fundamentals at least before we even start. Right. Luckily, I give you guys a 1 day buffer this time around. There's one extra day because I was testing a new materials content, very deep material content, very different from previous batch. Okay. So top. Most of you guys will ask me this question: what the hell is a MEM and PEM account, right? Very simple. MEM and PEM account, right? Usually what we call cap separated. Usually a MEM account, right, will have a performance fee, and some places will actually have a lockdown period. A PEM is where they put all the lump sum. So a MEM, right, is where all the accounts are separated from the main account, but they all follow one account. It's a bit like copy trading, but it's not, because the MEM can override. Copy trade is where you set your money aside, right? The MEM is where you set the money aside and being at the mercy of those guys doing it. That's the fund whatsoever. You swear how they keep for you. A PEM on the other hand is where they lump all together, all the money together and trade for you. So usually on the industry level, the performance fee or the profit share is between 25 to 50% in most cases. I have not updated this site, unfortunately. Some of them will demand lockdown period, some of them will not demand lockdown period. It's best not to go with a broker or a PEM or MEM with lockdown period, because a lot of Ponzi's exist from there. Because the lockdown period is to get more money to Ponzi-find more stuff. That's why most of people don't look for a guy who do lockdown period. It's very dodgy. That's one of our criteria, right? Now, of course, you must understand how the money flows. Then, what's going to work is something called copy trading. It's where usually the fund will not earn the spreads or performance from the client. It's more like the clients just follow, they pay a fee or performance fee, plus the broker will pay them money. So a lot of these Telegram groups exist nowadays. They say copy trade or this and that, right? Or they say follow my signal. It's because they're trying to generate money from your trading. Whether they make or lose, they don't care. They can automate it into copy trading or non-automated, just a signal form. So the public channel I give you is like more like a signal form rather than automation, right? This is what I do. Because we are not tied to, we don't pull people in, we're not aggressive, we are not hard up for money. So we don't do that kind of stuff. That's where the copy trading comes in, where I'm arranging with CMC right now about the arrangement. We're discussing about it and how to get people in, how to actually bring this up to do automatically. We are trying to bring it in right now, and this discussion I have. So that's number 3, and it's totally legal, but you must know where to go to. Because DCFX refused to do it because they say MAS prevent that. MAS say Singaporeans cannot copy trade and this and that through DCFX. But DCFX is new broker to get MAS. CMC doesn't give a fuck. CMC will just say, oh, we don't do it, we just give an account, and NT4 handles the licensing, they're global. So that's how CMC bypassed the MAS. So that's another thing we need to know. What's happening right now in the markets. Then we also have this thing called signal provider. So this is what I do. Funds, there are signal providers that are legal, there are signal providers that are also not legal. And some of them is free. A lot of them are free now. What they do is that they tie up with brokers now to get you to sign up. So they have those like FTM, not FTM, FXML, like those kind of signal group. They got what? Normal group and premium group. Then they try to give you 1 or 2 trades. Say, oh, the premium channel receives this trade. All you need to do is sign up with a broker and we get paid the performance share or something like that, because they make money from brokers kickback. But some signal channels, they actually charge more money for that, right? Then comes to the next point of the algo and MapPen, where they let the algo providers or robo trading is where the AIs do the trading. I mentioned before that a lot of algos fail. About 91% of algos in the market are all crap, right? Then you have another level, it's called EA. EA stands for expert advisor. Expert advisors are those commodity trading or usually algo run, right? Where they will not execute the trade for you, but rather they just tell you, oh, you can consider trading now. So there's a lot of traders out there that actually gives you an EA to say, oh, subscribe to my this system for $100 a month, $200 a month. My EA will tell you buy or sell. When you buy or sell, it's up to you. But my EA does that, right? So some of them they actually do, some of them they have simple pivot trading system. They just think, oh, it's my system. The famous one is Phoenix, Kelvin Han. It's crap. It's just pivot system. I'll teach you how it does it, right? When I did my system and I look at his system and I just run the numbers, I knew he was using pivot system, and he sold for, I think, $100 a month per market. And that's how they make money. Some of these gurus, they just did this. And that's how they make the money. They do a EA. And that's how they collect a lot of money from being EA seller, right? It's not illegal, but it's just that if you think it's unethical, I personally think it's very unethical to charge a lot of people money for EA. That's my own personal view, right? But to them, they say it's a business. I don't stop them, right? And of course, with any legit business out there, there are also tons and tons of scams, right? So please be very careful with where you're going for. Whew. Wow, 7:12. I got my mouth tired already. Okay, so here's another thing that you need to look out for. If anybody guarantees you a trade, right, please run away from the person, right? For me, I will never tell you I guarantee anything. I don't guarantee. I'll just say high odds, low odds, right? And anything lower than 75%, 70%, it's about, I will tell you, don't take a trade. Usually that's the case, right? It's also important to know that, do you know that person, right? Or do you just meet them online, right? Then I also got scammed by this company called Tradeify. So this is where a lot of you guys will probably encounter. I don't want you to encounter this as well, so I'll tell you how they did it. When you guys first come to trading, there's a very high chance you will go online, go to forum, look for a trading group, right? A Facebook group. And this is where you get all the stupid spam. Say, oh, I follow this guy and I make X amount of money. Here's the result, this and that. Right? You see a lot of scams like this. Have you guys seen that before? All the little posting. Oh, I follow who I thank this person because I this person I make the money back. You guys see that the stupid things before? Facebook, Instagram, all the other stupid places. Yeah, even YouTube comments. Correct. So please be very careful. I'll tell you the truth. 99.99% of those are all scams. Because I tried it also. Because when I was working as a prop trader in 2019, I was telling my boss I wanted to get more trades, so I got lazy. So I just gave these idiots a shot. And likewise, I went on Facebook, join a group, say, oh, try this guy. So this person is talking about, oh, how good system is. Okay, try look at the website. Okay, looks quite not too bad. So then after the person contact me or something, then I was like, yeah, sure. The next thing I know, I'm from Malaysia contact was sent to India. I know something wrong already. But I still went ahead. Then I said, oh, can I have a video chat, check who these guys are? So because they know that you guys are going to ask for video and want to talk to who, right? They know that the human touch is so important. I felt something was very wrong when they opened up the channel, the video call, and I see that the office itself, 2/3 of the office is just a telecommunication booth. It means you see all the telemarketers in there calling. I knew something was wrong, but I just want to see what happens. Then they show you around, they bring their trading desk, they show you, and they have a preloaded trading screen with a trader there trying to analyze the market. Say, oh, that's our analyst there, this and that. They bring around, they show you there's a boss, there's the banker there, right? Then they start giving you signals and ask you to try a signal. So me being idiot, I thought I was very egoistic back then. So I said, yeah, but why your trader say the sell is a buy? Then they say just sell. Right? Then end up, I was correct, they're wrong, right? They say, no, don't worry, how much money have you made? Oh, I lost $20. Okay, fine. Then what do you think they're asking you to lose? How much you make? right? So then the next trainer, the next thing they give, then you make money from them. They ask you this question: how much money you make? Oh, I make $100. So the scammers will take note how much money you win and lose all the time, and they hope that their fake signals, when they randomly assign, right, based on this called their trading bot system, whatever system you design, they want to monitor how much money you make. Because so they probably give you 10 trades. And let's say 10 trades, right? 5 you lose total, let's say $500. But 10 you made, but out of that 5 you lose $500, but the other 5 you made about $900. So they say, oh, you have made $400 with us. Isn't it good? Right? Let's say 50-50 results. Right? They say something like this. So once they bring it through and they talk to the fund manager, then they start offering services. Oh, we can do this auto trading for you if you want to consider, or we'll get this fund manager assigned to you. He was formerly from which company is and that. They talk to you. Then after they start dropping bomb. Since you made $500, $400 with us so far, how about this? Let us sell to you a package. We can try out first, or you can do for long term, short term, 3 months or 1 month or 6 months, or even 1 year. Where if you're happy with us, the package starts anywhere from $800 to $4,000, depending on what you want and depending on commitment level. Then they assign you to all the so-called groups, right? And eventually, when they assign to you like this, right, you know something's wrong already. And what happens is that, right, you say I don't do, they continue giving you, there's false signal on you. Then eventually start failing on this and that, right? They'll start guilt tripping you, say, oh, you already made $400 from us. Why are you ignoring us? Why is that? Then so it's where they'll start to guilt trip you a lot. So they either guilt trip you or they start selling your data. And if you ever want to engage with them to try this out, right, never ever use a credit card to use what we call a bonus card. Where nowadays we have a lot of these credit cards where you can just get a free credit card, like spend more or something like that. We can just create a credit card out of the blue, and this credit card is used for what we call burner card, where you can do all kinds of scam sign up, and if you scam you, they only can scam you on that one card with a limited amount of money. Never ever use your main card if you want to try something stupid like this, right? Even if you're legit, you can use a bonus card. So what they normally do is that, right, they'll try to reassign to you, and once they reassign to you as so-called buy package, they'll just continue the same policy again. Whether or not they really do it or not, you don't know. And this how I got. That's how I felt to want to in this game, because they tend to ignore you, get through you, and the next thing you know, because they got all the data and because they are operating as a building of scams. You know, India itself, right, and even Taiwan, these places, they have an entire village of scams. Right, the whole building is just for scammers. Right, they operate in the office, this and that, and they just incentivize people to scam other people all the time. So what happens is that once this is done, all your data will be harvested. If you give a credit card, all your credit card details will be stolen. And you get all the stupid text messages from all the scams really. So whether or not they buy or not, whether it's legit or not, they also sell data. Because why? Data has money to be made. So these are some ways how these scammers, even as a signaler or algos and that, how they actually scam your money. Some of the examples, and this is one of the examples I went through. Right. Thankfully, I use PayPal. So PayPal has a reverse scam reporting function where their entire transaction was reported as scam, and eventually they closed down. And PayPal shut them down, but because too many reports came in, plus when I check online, they're gone. And another sign that I know they're scam is because if you look at the opening Facebook page, right, look at when they're created, how many posts and this and that. That's another sign. Plus, scammers love to use association. Associate. Oh, this company is associated and certified by this other company. And this company also never here before. You will click another certification. That's another way to spot a scam, right? And this is not just in the Facebook or Arena or that. This is also global for all the China scams in there. You see some Golden Horse Award with a lot of tiering system and some MLM system about trading. You know that's a scam really. Right? Majority of times it's a scam. What money tier system, money game scam. So this thing exists a lot, right? So another thing that we need to do is that, right, track the track records as well. The recent result, is it verified? Well, of course, I'm going to teach you the scam behind this. Another scam, how to set up the scam if you want to know. Right? So that's another way how to look for. So I already gave you the this is the one I just explained to you. Oh yeah, sometimes they ask you for funds, sometimes they refuse the fund size, you ask for investment, they either insult you or they guilt trip you. It's very common. They become pushy and they ask you to pay even higher, right? And sometimes you give them the credit card you say charge me $100, they charge you $1,000. So that's another thing to look out for. It happens very commonly. And this don't just happen in the training arena, it happens in life as well. If you get caught into a eating place or drinking place, they say, oh, your charge is $1,000 a drink. Okay, good about it. They do that to you, right? So, okay, this is an old school scam. You know what? Is there any scam on prop? What kind of prop are you talking about? Prop trading or what? I need you to define, Rocky, what mean a prop. Okay, there is. I was caught in one. Initially. I was a junior trader for one of the smaller prop firms. They got raided. So what happened was that the boss was using that as a offshore money syndication for what's the word called? Money laundering. So we are put there as traders, right? A bit like 6cap, but we are given roles as a junior trader, and they have the full integration of the bookish thing. But their main basis of making money is that they want to get extra money in, investors, but they're using the offshore money to represent the money they gain, so that the China people can transfer money out and they get a commission cut from there. So there is I was actually partially involved that there, even for the prop trading one, so there is a scam version, and all these are all Chinamen. The last I heard was that the boss actually killed himself. That's what I heard. He suicided when they're doing investigation. The case is actually not solved yet, but the main boss committed suicide. So yeah, there are such things, right? I mean I can tell you later on the whole story. I think I want to finish up the class because it's 7:22 and we are not anywhere near from finishing. You know what I mean? So I'll teach you the scam later, right? If you want to know, I'll teach you more of that later. For now, I'll just finish up this one first. Right? I know it's fun, right? A lot of stories, a lot of scam stories. Yeah. So this is the old school style of scamming. This is how they data mine you, right? One scenario of that side of scam, right, is that they entice you. So guys at Cooper Markets and stuff, right, is that when you go to landing page, right, they will entice you with big cars, this and that. And here's the thing. If you look at most of the good brokers, right, let's say we go back to my favorite few again. Let's say we click here. Now let me just look at all the good brokers. Let's say IG Markets. Right? I'll go through with you all the. Okay, this one is different. This is not an enticement. I need to verify. What else? Okay. Let's see. Okay, look at this. If you go to all the regulated brokers, what is one thing they have in common? Apart from the regulation at the bottom and this and that, because it's by law they need to do that. What do you think they have in common? They have some tech thing, right? They show you a bull and bear picture. They show you some design logo. They show you some computer, this and that, right? You can see DCFX. Nothing about anything fun, nothing, right? You see IG, except for this because KrisFire, fine. You know, it's just not really from myself, but they're talking KrisFire. So they need to justify. If they ever put something of enticement, it's based on KrisFire, fine. Promotion of items. But if you look at the rest of it, there's no enticement. There's no something like get your dream destination. Or they won't put pictures like what? They will never put pictures like this. You see here? They cannot by law, because that's enticement marketing. They cannot by law. And they say the KrisFire that one is because they're pushing for KrisFire. Different. They need to show and represent airplane. They didn't say own your own jet. That is how we know that they are legit. But what scams do is because they like to play on your emotions. Dream car, sexy ladies, cocktails bar by the beach, freedom. Right? They like to play on your emotions. So a lot of people And don't forget, desperate people are what? Emotional choices and emotionally gambling, right? The need to gamble is a form of emotion. So why people attract or they fall victim to all these scams and why they use is because it's based on emotional selling. So likewise, when I did the program to you guys, when you guys came for webinar, was I emotionally selling to any of you? No. I never in once emotionally sold to any of you. And you guys are here, right? And therefore the quality of the client or the quality of the people we attract. Because there's no desperation and still a filter, right? On that. So likewise, when you go into a site like this, good brokers cannot, by law, entice you to sign up. They cannot. No sports car, no airplanes, unless Chris Bryant for the IG case now. No cocktail bars, nothing. They must be as clean as possible, and it must be focused as logical as possible. Like let's say they put a computer picture and a phone and an IG and a thing. That's one way to screen out a scam, right? So how we know whether it's real or not. So the old school style is very simple. If you see something like, oh, get your dream job or this and that, right? Or some landing page like this, and they ask you to key your data in, chances are you are getting into what we call the old school style. The old school style scam is like this. You collect everybody's data, 500 people, let's say you randomly assign, and you know market is either up or down. One side you just give them buy, the other side give them sell. Repeat the process. There will be eventually out of 500 people, right? If you do this 6 times or 5 times, you'll be left 32 people. There will be some people who are lucky enough that they win all 5 times or 6 times, right? And these are people where you sell them a big scam package, $4,000 a month, or $4,000 a month for a scam, for a scam package that they think you get a signal from you, and you just repeat, send them again to the same cycle. If they buy from you $4,000, just send them repeat again. And the rest of them, some of them who actually won 4 times and lose 2 times, you can send them a cheaper package, $400 a month. So this is the old school where they send letters out, and this, olden days, they send you a letter and say, oh, here's the newspaper report, and this is what we think is old school style. What do you think the new school style is like for this case now? Picture this, but in the current century. How do you think it's scam? Anyone? Anyone know how to plan a scam if you really want to do a scam? Anyone? You guys still alive? No one? Okay. Now, I'm going to show you something how they do the modern day scam. You guys know about this thing called My FX Book? You guys know about this, right? You all know about this, right? You don't know? Really? Okay. Bloody hell. Okay. In My FX Book, right? Yeah, I think I might have to go and set a portfolio. Yeah, you did it. One moment. Let me check other people's portfolio. Okay. See here? Right. Let's say click on. I just get a random one. Whether they're real or not, I don't know. Can you see this thing? Track record not verified. But during revision verified. The their stats, right? Their balance, their monthly performance. This one looks like it's very long term already. So maybe they are legit. No one knows. But they existed for long term. Right? So history tracker. So what a scammer will do, and please don't do this by the way, is that right? If I know that the markets is either 2 choice. What is the 2 choice? Either go up or they go down, right? So if I can't really trade and I just say this one buy, this one sell, I multiply this trading strategy, whatever it is, by 10 times, 10x. This buy maybe 7 win, 3 loss. This cell is 7 loss, 3 wins, right? You notice that one side you get 70% win rate, the other side you get 30% win rate. So what the modern day scammers will do now is that they will do this thing and they run for some time. And whatever this account buy, this account will sell. Wherever, and when this account close the sell, this account also close the buy. Because as long as there's 2 trades running, 1 buy, 1 sell, there will always be a winner eventually. Agreed? Whether or not it's 60, then 60-40, then the next moment it will be 70-30, or the next moment it will be 80-20. There will always be a balance as long as you follow 1 buy, 1 sell, 1 buy, 1 sell, 1 buy, 1 sell at all times. When they close together, they open together. So my FX book has integrated account tracker to indicate whether the person is scamming from the same place or not. They're not stupid. So they have like, oh, verified account, whether same person from where, right? Leverage account, who's the broker. So what they do is that a lot of these people will do a demo, but the demo, they won't show the word demo there. They just run this thing, run, and they use 2 separate devices with 2 separate IPs. So that when they detect the trade or the signal come, they will show that this person, one person, they might even use a VPN, say this person is from Singapore Jurong, right? And this person is from Singapore Bishan, for example. So they say that, oh, this is 2 separate persons, but actually it's the same person, the same house. Then they'll get 2 different telco, with 2 different IP address. And they'll both use, sometimes they use the same broker, sometimes they use different broker, but they all trade together at the same time. Consecutively, 1 buy, 1 sell, 1 buy, 1 sell, 1 buy, 1 sell. Eventually, when you run this for, let's say, 2 months, and everything you buy and sell, you have, no matter what, 100%. It can be 80-20, it can be 20-80, right? Agree? So they'll discard the 20% account out, and they'll use this 80% account and take a screenshot of my FX book, everything, say verified trade, verified this, verified that, and they'll start marketing this to all your Facebook pages. Follow me because I got 80% win rate. Follow me because I got this and that. They don't do like what I do, predictive, do live, do predict, right? They just show, but they're just running 2 accounts. They don't even know how to trade. They only know how to buy and sell together. They don't even know what's moving average is in that. Or sometimes they know, but then they just do a scam. And what do you think their job is to do? They just want you to follow them, so they can either send it to as an ID where they get you to sign up account, so they can collect the spreads and then increase the amount of usage, right? The ID, or they want to sell you a signal services, but actually you're running a scam. You get it now? This is one of the most clear-cut modern version of doing the old classic scam, where they send a letter. But this is based on you sending the thing online, Telegram group is in that. And people, and you know what's funny about them? About this group? What are the signs? You know what's funny about them? Their group or Telegram group has no face. Or they put a sexy picture girl. Why do you think they have no face? They don't put a face. It's because if this group is found to be a scam, people report. Let's say this is the G logo, for example. Then they'll come out another Telegram group. They do maybe a car logo. Car logo look like shit like that, but the car logo. Then they'll just delete this group. Too many people say scammer, they'll delete the whole group. Then they'll redo again, they'll come out another logo. Then they come out another one. They come out with this one is a boo logo. Oh, market trading. Then after they come out another logo design, a horn, a boo horn. Okay, this look more like cat, but a boo horn logo. This scam has been going on and on right now, and it's reaching a crazy level, a panic level on the social media. And that's how you guys all are getting stupid messages, because they're doing this scam model. Understand? This is one of the easiest scam to set up that has very little legal repercussions. And can just collect money out of people. So please do not fall for these people. But this is one of the easiest way to get. Depends on you. I mean, there are people who scam like this and they make a living out of this. They just say, oh, if I can influence 100 people, and out of 100 people, I can get 10 people to commit $100, I make $1,000. And if you make $1,000 but you're living in a place like Indonesia, you can live like a king, or you can live decently. So all you need to do is that, right? What's stopping them from doing multiple accounts? Why stop at 2 accounts? Why don't I do 20 accounts? I run 20 accounts. I hire my friend all to do together with me. I get them to scam together with me. That's how they become a scamming mule. They come up with 20 different accounts. Then they say, oh, you can go to our sister channel that focus on this. You can go to our sister channel, is that right? They set up a whole thing, and it takes only 5 minutes to set up a Facebook page and all. So they set up a lot of Facebook page. Then they get their own followers. They buy followers. They get all the fun pages, buy and send people there, and they get a bot to just write contents. Also, oh yeah, this is trade good. Oh, it's excellent. Oh yeah. The comments say, oh my god, this guy is excellent. This is a winner. Oh yeah, I made about X amount of money. Then they take a screenshot of somewhere else. They post and say, this is how much money I made so far. They take an old screenshot with following this guy. Then they fill the comments out with a lot of bots. It can be as sophisticated as that if you want to do a scam deal. Right? I mean, I'm not encouraging any of you to do this, but why I'm teaching you all these things is because I want to show you how easy it is to actually get scammed or set up a scam on Facebook or any of these places to do trading. It's that easy. Understand now? Because I don't want any of you guys to fall for that. I don't want. I fell before. I got conned by this as well. So do you understand how easy it is to do one of the easiest scams? And that's where you get the whole pandemic of all the signal thing of coming in. Correct. And who do you think you attract? Attract like. If you are desperate, you attract a desperate person and say, oh, you make it easy. You don't have to pay me $100. You just pay me $5 or $10. I give you the assets. I tell when to buy, when to sell. Because the desperate people are not completely 100% broke, but sometimes they got $5 to spend, $10 to spend. They don't have $1,000 to drop on the cost. So they'll take this $5, $10 that they want hope and look around. And these scammers don't care. They say $20, if this person can lose $20 to me, just take. That's where you get all this kind of nitty-gritty little tiny scam coming in. Right? This person sell a cost of $10 or $20, take. Right? Then you won't know already. So that's how a lot of people get scammed. Then after they go online, say all these groups are scam or all these signals are scam because, well, like attract like. That's the quality of you getting attracted. This is one of the easiest scam scenarios, right? So of course, the money game example is the one like 6 cap one. You don't put anything, right? And also there's another thing called binary trading. Please don't touch that. It's pure gambling. So I just want to show you that these exist. Wow, this one so. So now that I've gone through some of the arts of scams, they're overcommitted to this day one content. I think I overcommitted already. Okay. Well, I think I'll do the TA tomorrow instead. All right. So I think this will be the last slide of the night. Then after that, tomorrow we'll start the TA. And then I'm supposed to start some basic TA. And it's gonna be 8 o'clock anyway. So you guys are hungry. So last one for the night. There are roles, right? There are roles that are not known to public. A lot of people think, oh, you're a trader, you're an analyst, isn't that right? But actually within the trading committee, there are different grades of trader, different kind of analysts, and so that. There's spot trading, there's institutional trading, this and that, right? But when people start talking about roles industry, and some of you guys can actually apply for roles at least down the road, is that right? You're talking about things like market research analysts. What the hell does market research analysts do? Right. The market research analyst's job is actually technically to collect data. And they tend to look into fundamentals and formulate a report and prepare a report. That's a market research analyst. Then you come to something else like financial analyst. Financial analysts may be more sophisticated because if you're a financial analyst for a company or a group of companies, right, some firms they actually assign you to group companies. Then their job is to not just look at the news or fundamentals or what they say, but rather they will actually look into the report and the health of the company, whether this company is making money, losing money, how much gearing ratios, the loss, the loans, everything. And then they do a projection and report. And then they try to predict an outcome. Then they organize this outcome and predict. Can be a sector-wide issue, and they can even look into things like the macro outlook of the entire country, the entire economy, this and that. So these are what financial analysts do. They are more detailed than a market research analyst, and they make forecast and projection and recommendations. So this is, we are talking about, if you ever go into the market industry, this is the other side of it, the financial analysis part of the job. So some of you guys may not be good traders, but you might end up becoming very good analysts. Then there are roles open for you, even at CMC, that they actually hire people like that. They actually has roles like this. Then comes the last part, which is the most complicated part, which is also where I specialize in and where my quant trader, Quanzo, do this. This is, and time trading falls under this. This is called quantitative analysis. Quantitative analysis, or what some people call, and it's also one of the sexiest jobs in the market, being a quant, is that you use maths formula, or you look at correlation events, or use machine programming. A lot of quants, when they make it there, they can program, they can write scripts and all, and they code to come out new models and analysis and hypothesis of trading system, mostly for trading system and strategies, right? So, for example, some people, and there are jobs like this, in Hong Kong, there's a fund that pays a quant $15,000 a month to do what? To actually look at water level from satellite images to form a correlation of markets. You can get paid $15,000 a month just to look at satellite images and calculate the water level and how they influence human behaviors and write an article of it. There are jobs like this. They're rare. They're not advertised. But if you know where to find, these are the sexiest role. And if you are a quant trader, right? If you're quant traders, sometimes such a quant traders pay, right? Salary, right? Can range anywhere from 100,000 on average, right? Average to up to about $5 million of bonuses. So some of you guys, if you're looking towards become a quant analyst, right, you can consider taking such a role, because making $200,000, $300,000 or even $5 million of bonuses a year is possible. It's a very, very sexy role. CMC, they asked me whether I would like to become an analyst. Then I told them no. Right? I said I'm not going to be 9 to 5. That's what I told them. But you can see that even as a quant researcher, right? This is based on the average, but you know that on average, right, there's always gaps. The highest paying quants are $5 million in performance. 5 million 1 year USD. So you get an idea that there are a lot of roles. You don't have to become a trader. You can go into all these analytics as well. Yeah, you can start from now. I mean, you can start from now. Some of them, you must apply to the firm that does quant training. Some of them, they will look for a PhD, or they look for a master's in maths. Some requires programming. It's very tough to become a quant. Some of the quants, like my site, right? We all get there, or let's say I'm doing quant trading, more like a prove it and show it kind of a manner, rather than say, oh, I have a degree, I have a PhD in maths. And nowadays, a lot of these things have become algo trading. So they require, one of the requirements they look at is whether can you program or not. You can, I mean, if you think you can try, if you are young enough, you think they will take you in, go ahead. Right? The starting pay of this is damn sexy. If you're talking about like a 9 to 5, it's an easy $100,000 a year job, or even $100,000 a month. Some of them get paid that. Right? Especially if you're advising for the country economy and that. These are some of the jobs they pay. And it's something that you guys could potentially become one day. Right? You could. So I just want to tell you that these jobs exist. And these are some of the names, right, that you can look at, not the company names, but rather the roles look at. Understand what's happening. Right? Get it now? So it's 7:44. I have not finished day 1 of content yet. We still got a lot more stuff to do, right? But rather, I'm going to push this for tomorrow instead. All right? So it's very heavy in content. Anyone feels the brain drain so far? And it's only day 1? Anyone feels like you just learned a lot of stuff? I just want to know how the class feels. It's a lot more. I have to teach how to do the leveraging, the contract, everything. You guys, how do you guys feel? I just need to know what's the take, because I'm going to end today's class soon. Right? Someone says you can continue. What about the rest? You guys continue? You want me to go on? That goes to scratch recording. Chris, I changed a lot this time around the content. It's increased a lot already. Right? So you guys can continue a bit more, or do we stop? I know. Yes or no? Can continue? Can survive a bit more? Okay. Yeah, someone said dinner already. Okay. Looks like a lot of you guys say continue. Can. I will push for another 10 to 15 minutes. Right? A bit more? Can. Okay. Given that you already saw the training chart just now, majority of times in the system out there, we focus on something called the candlestick chart. So if you're completely new, right, there are many kinds of charts, a bar you can use, but most of them need to focus on 4 things. They need to tell you what's called an upper bar, lower bar, which are highs and lows, the opening and closing price. The green stands for the bar make closing positive. The red stands for bar closing negative, right? So this is the basics. So I just want to just check that all of you understand how to read a candle bar. If you know how to read a candle bar, I can skip this part. All of you. All of you know how to do it. Anyone need to explain how to read a candle bar? If you need me explain, type explain. Okay, a lot of people say skip. As long as one person say explain, then I will just explain. Don't it? Okay. So those of you who miss this part, foundation class, there's a 3 days for you. I can give you the link if you need extra help, if you're not here today. Now I say first, so I can skip this part. So time frame itself, do you need to go through time frame? What's the difference between time frame? Skip or go? Correlation, okay. Correlation is very simple. It's not this correlation is not this part. I'll explain it later, right? So anyway, a simple guideline for those of you who are not sure. Usually as scalpers, we look at the 3 minutes and 50 minutes and 1 hour for trend, right? Snipers entry, direction traders, swing trading. We use 3 minutes to snipe in the place. 1 hour, I wouldn't really recommend 4 hours. Let me change that part. It's an old slide. We don't use 4 hours anymore. But usually 1 hour and daily for swing and trend. I don't look at 4 hours. It sucks. I'll explain why shortly. Of course, if you are an investor, you're looking for a long-term trade, 1 month, this and that. We recommend you have at least minimum 50,000 to do this, right? Minimum. And because the swings is big, your stop loss is big. So usually we enter based on hourly bars or even 3 minutes bar if you want to. And we look into weekly, monthly, or daily as a trend, right? So do understand that there are 3 major sessions in the world. There's what we call the Asia session, which is usually used in Hong Kong, Hang Seng Open and this and that. There's also UK session and the US session. Most of my methods will work on the US and UK session. Please note about that, right? UK, most FX will follow UK because if you look at history and all the money stuff in the past, the British India and all these companies, they are all formerly from UK. So a lot of FX scam brokerages starts from actually UK. I pre-tested the hypothesis that King Bar works better on UK FX during UK time. But I have not come to a concrete solution. But we are looking into this hypothesis that the King Bar method can work on FX in UK session and it might be better than the US. That's a hypothesis we're testing right now. So I just want to let you know about it. Japan, because I think it must be a GMT plus 8 timing. And that's why I think I chose Hong Kong, because Hong Kong is a financial hub. Japan is not. No, not Japan. Currency yen is so-called one of the big 12, but the US, the Singapore session will always follow GMT. That's why Singapore. That's the reason why they changed the Singapore time zone to +8 GMT, because it's directly in 12 hours different from the US. That's number 1, New York time. And number 2 is because it aligns with the Hong Kong side as well. That's why they use GMT +8. That's why the Singapore time zone is actually the perfect balance for the entry. Understand? So you must understand that there's 3 sequences to take on the big, massive move. The opening moves are quite big. King Bar uses a lot of that thing, as you know by now. Some of you have access to it. Then our strategy focuses mostly on US, but you can also try considering UK as well, right? So this is the time frame. And here's another thing about time trading aspect. We use Nikola Tesla's law of 369 usually. And law of 3 time cycles always flows in 3. That's why you always hear things like, oh, 3 is a charm, try 3 times, then if it fails, don't try anymore, right? Tree is a trump. Usually that's what people say. So likewise, times also flow in tree. As you know by King Bar, the King Bar works on cycles of three, right? Those of you know about King Bar. Time trading is best on daily, but there's also time trading hourly and 3 minutes time trading. You can actually do that as well. I will show you guys that in the time trading program. How to do small time swings trading can be done. Rocky, I'll answer that in the full program, in the 14 days program, right? So this is what I personally use. I do not use 5 minutes or 10 minutes charts. I do not use 1 minute or 2 minutes, personal. I use 3 minutes, 50 minutes. I sometimes use half an hour. I usually use 1 hour, sometimes 3 hours, sometimes 6 hours. Daily, weekly, monthly. I will not use a subset that does not align with a proper tree. So even though some people say, oh, isn't 4 hours 120, 100 and 240 minutes? I said, yes, it's a division of 3. I agree. But the 4 divided by 3 is already a problem. You cannot get a time flow sequence with 4 hourly bar. That's why I do not encourage 4 hourly bar. I do not encourage 5 minutes or 10 minutes bar. I only use 3, 15, half an hour, 1 hour. 3 hours, 6 hours, daily, weekly, monthly. But this shouldn't stop you if you find a formula that works best for you. Remember, this program is not me. It's about you finding what works for you in the long run, right? You find out and you create your own strategies in the long run. I'll just give a guideline, right? So don't let my influence about a time bar sequence influence your decision not to use it. It's just that my research data shows that we always use time factors laws of three in all our work. Even in the strikes the bar as well, law of threes come to play. You look at our reversal time, right? Bar, it comes there. Okay, I'm going to stop this part here, but we're just going to show you a bit of law of three in the 3 minute chart. So I'm going to show you some law of threes in action. Okay, let's look at what happened recently. Okay, take for example, when the news came out, right? The news came out is a pillar, right? The first strike. Usually when the first drop is we call it a 1 strike. Then you have the 2 strike here, right? And the 3rd strike. Can you see that? Then what happened after the 3rd strike? Jump. That's law of 3 in action, time cycle sequencing in the market chart. Can you see the law of 3? 1 time, 2 times, 3 times. So the algorithms, right, will always use and follow this thing. Algorithms are always set to law of 3. 1 strike, 2 strike, and a 3rd strike here. And it's counted by the lowest low. When they jump and drop, jump and drop, jump and drop, it's 1 strike, 2 strike, then you can see there's a mini jump, then a sudden jump again. So instantly, even based on the most recent trade as of the yesterday's market, can you see this part here? That influenced this jump here. That's why I say cycles laws of trees are fucking accurate in this. Get it? This is just one example. Then we have to retest again. So some people say that this could be a 1, then it can be 2, 3. Can you see that every time 1, 2, 3, jump? Interesting, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, jump. So you can see clearly that the law of 3 is always in action. So after the major news like this as yesterday, this is a 1, 2, 3 as well. And this becomes a flat line. That's why the next line here is flat down. Once again, what's in action? What's this in action again? Can you see that just based on just last night, we have law of threes in all time. It doesn't have to be consecutive, but it must make a certain jump or loop. It doesn't have to be equalization. Because when the algorithm count the cycles, right, when they're testing a certain price, where there's a lot of demands of volume, these things get triggered into the system. When they see that this area here has what we call a lot of legs. Can you see there's a lot of legs here? The King Bar should know this by heart already, that too many legs, right, overrides the system. It means that the system is closing above. The big boys only look at opening and closing at all times. The algorithms also look at opening and closing. That's why when you see little legs like this, it means that the big boys have disagreed to go even lower. Therefore, it resulted in what? In a total reversal at a law of 3 points. That's how we know the law of 3 is action. You can see it, right? The drop here, 1, strike, 2, strike, 3. This is the law of 3. So if you want to do a takeaway or technical takeaway today, law of 3 is key in all our trading. It's fucking important. I'm not kidding. It's so important, the point that it's just mad. Right? It's just madness. You can say that this is a 1 to 3. You can also claim that this drop might be the 1. So it's up to your interpretation how I see it. You can say, oh, we can ignore this as 1, 2, 3. It can be just 1, 2, 3. Also can. But you must see that there is always this pattern that appears. That's how we determine the law of 3. Right? And usually when law of 3 appears in a cycle drop like this, it means the end of the drop. So if you look back at the previous cycle, here, can see head and shoulder. Don't you realize head and shoulder is like a law of 3? Can you see this thing here? To here? Shoulder, head, shoulder. Isn't shoulder, head, shoulder also a law of 3? 1, 2, 3. Can you see that? There is also last night. No, that's the day before last night, I think. Is it last night or the day before? Yeah, the day before. So law of 3 is always in action when we want to spot a reversal. This is most of the time it happens. So you could see that when it drops down like this, right? It could be a 1 up. Then it comes down again. It can be a 2. So this is a 2. Then the reattempt is here. Can you see this is a reattempt? This could be the 3. So this is not teaching you Elliott wave, but I'm teaching you what we call the law of 3 cycles. Elliott wave will try to guess this is 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever shit. I don't care. All I care about is that where can we get the killing move. So law of 3 cycle is really important. Even with a pattern like this, law of 3 kicks in. And this is just based on 2 days ago. So I just showed you yesterday. Now I'll show you 2 days ago. Now let's look at another sequence again. Right. Let's see. 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strike. Yeah, here we go. Look at this 3 cluster. 1, 2, 3. Then goes up. Law of 3 in action. Sometimes you have a twin peak incident like this. Right. I won't really call it twin peak, but this is what we call the perfect pattern. 1, 2, 3, 4. The perfect pattern. Some people call it like a Gartley pattern. Right. It's just that it's not as perfect because why? It's dark, down, up, up like that. Right. But they always have this long leg pattern. I mean, you could say that, no problem. Right. So you can see that even the retest, right? Law of 3 also has a retest. What caused the break? 1, 2, 3, broken. And if you do a trend line here, if you do a trend line here, you draw a line here, can you see? What caused this reversal? 1, 2, 3, jump, break, fly. The law of 3, it took 3 attempts on law of 3 to break this low, but of course the market decided to reverse. Can you see this thing? This is a classic trend line, law of 3 change. And some of you guys will just do this. Some of you guys will, some of you do? You will take this thing here, then you take another line here, right? Then you do this. Then it's like, hey, how? But you know what's interesting here? Look at this. Can you see this method here? This is what we call the Gartley method. The Gans method. I'll teach you guys this next time. The Gans method of trading. It's not about subjective, it's about the angles and deep influences. Right? But what I just did here is a Gans fan strategy that I'll teach you in day. I think I'll teach you this tomorrow. I might teach you this tomorrow or day 5. I forgot already. I need to double check my notes. Can you see how I instantly got a reversal point here? Law of 3 is subjective in terms of thing, but it's usually quite obvious. As long as you can make out of this law of 3 sequence happening and the breakout coming, usually it's a reversal. That depends on your observation skills. There's a question about what you consider a turn. It depends on observation skills. It also depends on the time factors coming, depends on market cycles. The king bar is one very good example of using law of 3. Have you not noticed that king bar and 2 sub-kings are law of 3? Have you not noticed that? King bar is 1, sub-king 1, 2, 1, king, sub-king, sub-king 2. Sub-king 1, sub-king 2. What does it form? 3.
That's how we figure it out. That's based on a time analysis. I will not explain that. That is on day 5. You can watch the videos and see it. But of course, I never disclose to people that we also use a lot of tree in Kingba until now. But you should know, watch day 5 or day 6. I forgot already the video. If you want to see that, you not wait for day 5 of program. Right? You have that. You have the program. You should have that early access from me. Right? Get it? So the reason why I'm still a little bit more careful what I say here is because some of you guys might just withdraw the program. So that's why I still hold back a lot of information. I still hold back information till now. I will only fully disclose a lot more from day 3. Right? But I already disclosed quite a fair bit of things already today. Right? Because show you another GAN method. See this crossing point, right? Show you another crazy one. Quite sick method. You get angle to 2 degrees. Okay, I'll just demonstrate this really quickly. Then I'll call it a night already. Cos x, cos x vector, cos x vector. Okay, because of scaling, this is called scaling. So just note the scale issue. Let's try and do this method. There we go. Perfect. You see this thing here? Cycle crossing dimension, cycle. Can you see the cycle of the dimension governance? Cycle of dimension governance. Can you see that cycle dimension governance? Can you see that what I just did right on 3 minutes is it's actually a time trading, a scalping time trading method. All the cycles elementals of the recent trades, except from here onwards, not so effective anymore, became a turning point. That's another method to teach. This is a GAN fan method. This is how we use the GAN fan to plot in the time sequential to find the next turning point. And that's how we get a correlation of this high to this low here to get the point here. This is GAN fan method. Cycle governance means that there's a dimension within a dimension based on a plot theory. Because once you find a dimension, right, this one, right, let me just show it to you a bit more. The dimension plot theory is here, right? Plot down here. This is how I'll teach you in details in the program later on. Can you see that there's a plot dimension theory, and that's why you get all these little legs here, because there's the main dimension point here. So this is a rough one. I just speed through this thing when I did calculation. I didn't backtest. Can you see here? Can you see here? It's a scam. It's a scam. I may not teach you in the 7 days program. I'll think about it, right? But this is the 14 days program content. You can see all the correlation of price projection, all scams. This is a perfect scam example to show you that the markets are rigged. This is a new method that we actually developed from the GAN fan, the enhancement of GAN fan strategy using what we call secret angles line. It's actually part of Jenkins' formula. I took a look into Jenkins and I found out that Jenkins does know about these presentation points. So I enhanced his work a bit more. Then I was just looking through how to correlate this into a new content for the program. And these are part of the new strategies that we have not disclosed to all batches yet. One of the newer strategies that are not disclosed yet. Right, so this is something that we did look into, and we are considering or disclosing this for this intake, for this 14 days intake. Right? That's why therefore the extension of the day. No, you're not a pioneer batch. The pioneer batch started with me in 2019, 2020. Those guys started with a 5 days program. There's a pioneer batch, and some of them are still around to today. So they watch this program grow. Right? And back then we charged very cheap. I think we're charging like $800 or something like that. Back then, right? That was a super early time.
Right. So anyway, it's 8:05. I want to let you guys go already and see you guys tomorrow. I need to rest my voice too. I'm going to feel very quiet tonight. Hope you guys learn a lot and see a lot of crazy shit in the markets. A lot of crazy shit in the markets. All right. At least you get to witness the law of three in action. So any questions before we end tonight and see you tomorrow? Anything you want to ask? Anything you want to ask? Oh yeah, I need you guys to sign up the broker also. That one important. If I don't do that, my boss will kill me. Right? Any other questions? I'll send you guys the link in the Telegram group. Please do me a favor and just do it. Right? Oh yeah, you need a transcript. Damn. Shit, I forgot to enable the caption. Why did don't remind me of that? I forgot to on the transcription. Okay, no other questions then. Well, sorry, I see the WhatsApp chat something about explain tomorrow. Please don't drive in 10 class, it's so dangerous. I just showed JK, I just showed you a manipulated chart just now of how we get a high. I just showed you the answers in front of you. I even circled the thing to you. I said there's a dimension crossing there. Dimension crosses over marking the highs and low on the price. This is why you're doing price predictive with me. But that's actually advanced price predictive. There's actually a countermeasure way to counter the scaling problem. But that one is best work on Optima. There's actually a method for that. It's called dynamic game plan. There's a strategy for that to counter the problem. I don't think TradingView has that thing. So I can't save you on TradingView. You need to get Optima. I need you guys to get Optima ASAP. As soon as you make the money with me, 6,000, 7,000, please go buy Optima. Please go buy, right? Go and get a Ferrari trading system. Right? No more questions? No more questions, then I'll see you all tomorrow. And please, like I say, do me a favor, the Trade Nation and the CMC one, please do something about that. I'll give you a demo as well for CMC. All right? See you all. So tomorrow 1 p.m. yes, same timing, same. All right? See you all. Bye.